5:30 half hour. We're talking about an early May snowstorm this morning that's hitting across the area as we take this live look from Winter Park. Yeah, those heavy, wet flakes falling there this morning for sure. Snow has been coming down hard overnight in that spot. In fact, let's take a look at a few videos from the mountains overnight. We've got Winter Park on the left, Keystone right there in the center, and Wolf Creek on the right, all getting hit with some heavy snow. Some areas in the high country could pick up more than a foot before this storm wraps up. Thanks for joining us here at 5:30. I'm Drew Carney.
And I'm Corey Rose. Before we get a look at your snow totals from overnight, our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, is live up in the high country. And Matt, we have been seeing the high country get dumped on with snow.
Right, Corey and Drew, good morning. Finally, in May, the snow has arrived in the mountains, and it has arrived this morning. We were just talking to you guys like 15 minutes ago here from the Bakerville exit just east of the Continental Divide, and it was light snow. And now that snow's cranking back up. Another squall, another cycle moving through this part of the high country. You could see a pretty significant amount of snow falling just east of the Continental Divide. Mix that with just a little bit of wind that's blowing too. And it's that upslope that's blowing it right that west direction up towards the Continental Divide. This gives you a really good idea of the roads too, by the way. This exit, this is pretty much how I-70 looks as well. It's just snow-packed and icy because there's so much moisture in this snow that these roads are really iced over. So slow going in the mountains today as this snow continues to fall in the high country. This after a couple of days now of it, it's definitely adding up in the high country, anywhere from 6 inches to a foot in some places. So another round of snow here in early May. Reporting from the Bakerville exit, I'm Matt Renew, 9 News. Katie, you guys have been talking about this storm ramping up again throughout the day. It looks like it's doing that here at the Bakerville exit just east of the Divide.
Oh yeah, Matt, thank you so much for that report. And we have a winter storm warning in effect until 3 p.m. So we will continue to watch the snow impact our mountains of Summit County, our southern foothills, an additional 4 to 6 inches of accumulation to be expected. So you look outside, we are not out of the woods just yet. Snow will continue here for the metro area as well, an additional 1 to 3 inches. And as temperatures fall this morning, we could be seeing some accumulation on the roads, but you see it's a beautiful winter wonderland, waking up with snow blanketing the rooftops, the trees, the grass there through the CSU campus, and our radar picture is very active this Wednesday morning here across Colorado. So take a peek at where you live in and around downtown Denver. It's lightly snowing. You head into Broomfield, another band of snow there where Matt is. That's where we're also going to see more of that snow continue to pick up steam here in the next little while. And it's all temperature dependent because Greeley, it's a rain snow mix, and a similar story out across the eastern plains near Burlington. So snowflakes falling from the sky, not doing a ton of damage or making issues on the roads, but it does depend where you're driving. Evergreen to Georgetown, we're right now sitting at temperatures only in the teens and low 20s. Overnight, Denver did hover above freezing, but this morning as the sun comes up, it's going to be right around 7 o'clock, 31 degrees, and then the gradual warm up. So through the next couple of hours, just want you to be extra cautious. We will continue to watch snow. It could stick, some slick, icy spots out and about, especially bridges, overpasses, and then over the foothills, the mountains, and south for the Palmer Divide. Our futurecast showing that right around 9 o'clock, continued moderate snow, even some bands of heavier snowfall to be expected, and then by lunchtime, gradual clearing, a little rain snow mix, and then through the afternoon, temperatures will gradually get to the 40s here in Denver, up north near Greeley. Partly cloudy tonight, but Brianna, it is going to be cold as skies clear. The National Weather Service has issued a freeze warning. The roadways tomorrow absolutely could be impacted, which are still wet left over if we do see that later on today. And we have the big question this morning of asking, what's it look like if someone needs to head out the door right now in and around town?
Yeah, let's talk about this first crash that's happening on our major interstate, westbound I-70 at I-25. It looks like a car spun out. You could see it right now on your screen, and that right shoulder is partially blocked. This is our first crash on our major interstates, and we do have crews there right behind this car. So it looks like that pickup truck, again, sitting on the right shoulder, right lane partially blocked. Please take it nice and slow because a concern right now is those high speeds, especially with those wet road conditions that we are seeing. I do want to switch things over to our main maps, talk about another crash that's happening out in Littleton. This crash popped up about 10 minutes ago. It's happening right at the intersection of Bowles and Pierce Street. I'm not seeing any major slowdowns this morning, but of course we are seeing crews there on scene as well. So if this is probably going to cause a delay at that intersection, so keep that in mind. I do want to send things over to our Shalima Maharaj. She has been driving up and down. I believe she is going to Evergreen. What are you seeing on your end, Shalima?
That's right. Hey guys. So right now, I can tell you cautious commute, those are probably the best words to use. In the city, obviously, we know it was a light dusting and really a lot easier to make your way through. But I'm going to give you a look here at where we are heading. We're heading towards the I-70 West exit towards Grand Junction, towards Evergreen. That's our destination here. And you can just see those slick roads covered. We've got obviously a lot of snow on the sides here, and you could just see the changing conditions as we've been able to drive further and further outside of the city. So definitely, if you are coming out here, take your time. And another reminder, because we've seen it a couple of times already here on the road, if you've got a lot of snow on top of your vehicle, make sure you take the time to brush off your car. Remember, there are a lot of people who are going to be traveling these roads with you, and as we have traffic picking up throughout the day, it's a great safety measure, and it's a must to make sure that your car is clear. Now, we're going to continue heading there for higher elevation, see how things are going in that area, and once we have more, we're going to bring it to you right here. Reporting live, Shalima Maharaj, 9 News.
All right, Shalima, thank you for that. One of the big concerns heading into the storm was heavy snow knocking out power. And we do know that thousands of people across the state did lose power overnight, at least at some point for a brief time.
We're joined this morning on the phone by Amber King with Core Electric. Amber, what does the situation look like for you guys this morning?
This morning, our crews have been out throughout the early morning, and we only have about 179 outages right now. One kind of pocket in Jefferson County and one down in Douglas County. So things are actually looking pretty good for us as of this morning.
Yeah, that is a good update there, Amber. How about steps you can take ahead of time? Is there anything Core Electric can do before the storm hits to help make sure the power does stay on during a severe weather situation?
Well, a lot of what we do is proactive year-round, so doing a lot of that vegetation management work has helped a lot in this storm. But also, we're just making sure that our crews are staged, ready to go, and they can address issues as we see them. But again, hopefully, we'll see things stay pretty consistent throughout the rest of this storm.
Yeah, we know Xcel's seeing a little bit more power outages than Core is today. For people who did lose power, though, how long until power's back on?
I can't speak for Xcel Energy's outages, but for ours, we should see these restored by early this morning.
Okay.
And Amber, just to repeat, you said less than 200 people right now, Core Electric customers without power. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
All right, Amber, we appreciate you joining us here. We know it's early. We know you have a busy day ahead, but Amber King with Core Electric, thanks again for joining us here on 9 News Mornings.
We have been watching the snow pile up across Colorado. Meteorologist Jaden Knowles is live in northern Colorado with a look at what they're dealing with this morning. It looks like Christmas there, though. That is really such a beautiful shot. And if you do have to head out, remember, you can take us with you to get all the latest forecasts, traffic impacts, breaking news, school closures as we continue to monitor this spring storm. Just scan the QR code right there on your screen and watch for free.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Jaden Knowles, and I'm here live in downtown Fort Collins, and the snow is coming down. This is going to continue over the next couple of hours, for the morning hours at least, like Katie mentioned earlier today. Later on this afternoon, we're expecting lots of sunshine. But as far as the conditions, I mean, we're really doing good so far, especially on the roads and on the sidewalks. We're not seeing a lot of accumulation. And honestly, I think that the grounds are just too warm. If you remember back in March, those temperatures were in the 70s and 80s. So it takes a lot of cold to make these surface temperatures a lot cooler for the snow to stick. But there's some positive aspects to this. Overall, talking about the moisture going into this storm, Fort Collins saw about 1.27 inches. And just on Monday to Tuesday, just yesterday, they recorded almost an inch. So that's a lot of moisture. The snow is still falling down, so we're going to add on to that. But I know a lot of people are waking up this morning probably saying, oh my goodness, where's all the snow? Well, I mean, this is still good, though, because of the moisture, like I mentioned, and the snow will continue throughout the morning hours. But as far as road conditions, they look fairly good. I mean, CDOT did a great job. My photog and I stayed overnight in Fort Collins, and we really didn't see a lot of slick spots coming to our location where we're at now. But overall, I'm here live in Fort Collins. We're going to continue tracking the road conditions and tracking the snow. So far, no downed tree limbs or even power outages, so that's great news as well. I hope everyone has a great day. Live in Fort Collins, Jaden Knowles for 9 News. And Katie, you know, I know a lot of people are waking up probably saying this is a busted forecast maybe, but the West Metro, they really got hit with a lot of snow.
Oh, and technically, Jaden, yes, thank you so much for your reporting. 4 to 8 inches snow has fallen from the sky. Now, not a lot of it is sticking around, but I woke up this morning in terms of the roadways, but best case scenario, we are not looking at extremely treacherous driving conditions, some much needed beneficial moisture, and we do still have some snow blanketing trees. And of course, as we continue to track snowfall throughout the course of this morning, could see some slick roadways and also in the mountains, some slushy conditions as well. But this morning, we'll talk more about how much more snow we're expecting to see. It will continue this afternoon. We are going to be clearing out across the state, but with that comes at or below freezing temperatures for all of eastern Colorado. The National Weather Service issued a freeze warning, and we are still under a winter storm warning. All of the Denver area west into the mountains, we are watching snow blanketing Colorado. You can see that here from our live radar picture. We are going to be watching especially areas to the south over the next couple of hours, watching some of that heavier snow roll through, but it's banding and picking up steam near Arvada into Broomfield, and then around 3 to 6 inches have already fallen and accumulated, and more from the sky that we watched through the course of yesterday afternoon and overnight, where you will find some wet conditions over the I-25 corridor, Longmont up through the border and then into Estes Park. Our higher terrain, really it was all temperature dependent, so just not quite cold enough to really sustain a lot of that accumulation, but from Colorado Springs out through Burlington, a good dose of moisture. Temperature wise, we are hovering at or below freezing from downtown Denver, Greeley right now at 34, so you're getting that rain snow mix, and into the mountains we do have temperatures in the teens and 20s east of the divide. Now our forecast for this morning, continued snowfall until about 11 a.m. Skies will clear as we get through the end of the day, temperatures around 40 degrees. You can see that here on Futurecast. 4 o'clock this afternoon, dry conditions will dry out from north to south. Skies will clear. The snow down south will taper off as well over the southern plains. And we'll start off Thursday with sunshine, but very frigid temperatures. That could damage sensitive plants, vegetation. Forecasted highs today will get to the 40s gradually, but then through the overnight hours by 8 o'clock, still around 40 degrees. We're looking at lows in the 20s. Now our additional snowfall forecast, this will move in, and with the temperatures pretty chilly this morning, sticking around 1 to 3 inches. Additionally, more down near Castle Rock and west into the mountains, Idaho Springs, Georgetown, and then in our high country, places like the mountains of Summit County still have the potential of picking up 4 to 6. Now tonight, clear skies, dry conditions, freeze alerts in place all across the eastern half of the state. The I-25 corridor, temperatures as low as the low to upper 20s, and our snowfall forecast into the high country from Fairplay to Alma, Loveland ski area around 3 to 6 additionally. So it's one of those mornings, just want to be careful. Wet, could be slick, icy, bridges, overpasses. Temperatures are right now at or below freezing, so definitely just take it easy, leave extra time, or if you're enjoying a snow day, be nice and bundled up this morning because it is chilly. Temperatures overnight will top out only in the 20s, but tomorrow afternoon it'll feel more like springtime. We're like, well, we had a blast of winter weather. Yes, it'll be 60s for tomorrow, 70s up near Greeley, 40s and 50s in the mountains, and we will continue to watch some of that warmer air. Regardless whether we saw enough snow to really build a snowman or not, Drought Monitor will be very happy to see this beneficial moisture impacting the state. The Drought Monitor will not be updated this week, but we will continue to let you know how this moisture has affected us here across Colorado before warmer and dry air rolls in. Here's a look at our 7-day forecast. As we see on Friday, pleasant 70, sunshine back to above average temperatures. Saturday, mid-70s. If you have any plans out and about, we do have the chance for a few isolated storms and showers, mainly over the northeastern plains. But Sunday for Mother's Day, nearing 70 degrees, mostly sunny skies, and it'll feel a little more like summertime as we get into next week. 80s on Monday and Tuesday. What a roller coaster ride on this 7-day forecast. But Brianna, how are things on the roads right now?
Yeah, we're still tracking this crash along westbound I-70 at I-25. You can see right now on your screen, it looks like another Denver police officer just arrived as well. That right shoulder is partially blocked, and you can see we are seeing wet road conditions. Katie has been mentioning all throughout the morning as well. A car spun out. You could see that pickup truck on the right side. I do want to switch things over to our main maps because we're also seeing a couple other closures that I'm tracking. So just west of Bailey, Highway 285 near Lost Park Road, that area is closed both directions due to snow removal. That's according to CDOT. Now here in the metro area, we had a crash all the way down in Littleton, and then that crash that I just showed you westbound I-70 at I-25. Again, take it nice and slow. We've been saying it all throughout the morning because we are seeing slick road conditions, wet roads, higher speeds. That's a concern, especially on our major interstates. Heading to Boulder this morning, taking Highway 36, only about an 18-minute drive. Southbound I-25 from 144th down to 76. No issues to report this morning. Leaving Lakewood, Wadsworth, Sheridan, Federal into I-25, you're looking at an 8-minute drive. And then downtown to the Tech Center, right now it is quiet. Traffic is very light. It's a 13-minute drive both directions if you're heading south and northbound.
So sometimes our viewers on a day like this can be our very best reporting team. Okay, so we want to know what's like in your neighborhood. We can't get to every street, we can't get to every neighborhood, but you can help us out. Let us know what it looks like where you live. Send those pictures to us using that line on the screen, 303-871-1491. Again, that's the text line to share pictures this morning. And we hope to share all of your photos as we move through the morning.
I'm 9 News reporter Courtney Yoon, traveling these wintry roads across the Denver Metro today. We're South Metro in Castle Rock. I wanted to give you guys a look of what we're seeing here out on the road. So this is downtown Castle Rock. We're here on Wilcox Street, and you can see accumulation on the trees looking gorgeous actually this morning. The roads though kind of looking all right. They're mostly wet. We're seeing a little bit of slush, a little bit of ice on the roads here, but nothing too extreme yet this morning. And we aren't seeing any flakes flying this morning either. So it looks like for now the roads should be clear and doing all right. Kind of dicey in some areas in terms of being able to see the lines on the roads, but really nothing that isn't manageable this morning. Just make sure you are taking it slow out there and paying attention as this winter storm comes through the metro area. You'll want to be sure you're on your toes if we start getting some more snow falling, but we'll be keeping an eye on the roads and the conditions all morning long, so stay tuned to 9 News. Live in Castle Rock, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
Well, thank you, Courtney. Overall, I'm here live in downtown Fort Collins. The snow is coming down here. I know it wasn't coming down where you are, Courtney, but trust me, this system is still pushing down towards the south. And overall, the road conditions are very similar to what you were just mentioning. We're not seeing a lot of slick spots on the roads. Very similar in the aspects of you might be able to see some black ice as we head into tomorrow because we are tracking that deep freeze. But overall, there's no tree limbs down on the ground. There's no power outages. So we're taking this much needed moisture because, boy, oh boy, we need it. Hopefully, it at least puts a dent in the drought that we're in. But overall, we're going to continue staying out here in Fort Collins and tracking all the details and give you all the details that you need to know for this morning. Live in Fort Collins, Jaden Knowles for 9 News, and I know our reporter Matt Renew is in Bakerville. How's it looking out there so far?
Pretty snowy, Jaden. Thank you so much, and good morning. Here at the Bakerville exit, just east of the Continental Divide and the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels, you can see it is a snowy scene here just east of the Continental Divide. This latest round just ramping up about 30 minutes ago, but it has been snowing steadily overnight. Another 4 or 5 inches of snow in this area, maybe overnight on top of several inches before that. It's a cycle that has been pretty persistent here in early May. You can see this exit, how icy and snowpacked it is. We just had a couple of CDOT plow trucks go through and clear a little bit, and already it's starting to get covered again. This is pretty much what you can expect along I-70 if you're heading west out of Denver as well. Icy, slick, snow-packed conditions until you get to about the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels. You drop into Summit County, not as much snow this morning falling there, maybe just an inch, and roads are in pretty good condition in Summit County and then heading out west. But certainly on that approach up towards the Continental Divide, you're going to run into plenty of winter weather. Great news for Arapahoe Basin. The one ski area is still open. They've got 3 more days of skiing when they reopen on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So should be pretty good days with all that powder just sitting on the top of the hill. Reporting from the Bakerville exit, I'm Matt Renew, 9 News. Katie, here we are. Middle of winter again, all of a sudden here just east of the Divide.
Mother's Day weekend, and we're talking closing day at A-Basin this weekend with temperatures. Yes, it feels more like winter. Snow blanketing the region. We are still under weather impact alert, and snow will continue to fall. We have another burst of energy here, our next front rolling in from the north. We are watching temperatures fall in spots, so it really just depends on where you are, where you're driving. We have seen mainly wet conditions on the roadways, but it is snowing actively, as you can see, picking up steam near Fort Collins. We have, as you look near Burlington, some limited visibility in spots, and bands of snow will continue with a lot of alerts still in effect. So through this morning, we will watch snow over the Front Range, the mountains, and south. Heavier snow will continue to roll south and east, and as skies clear later on today, so we will watch the snow come to an end, it will be bitter cold with a freeze warning in place. Radar very active this morning. Over the I-25 corridor, Denver will start to see some of that more moderate snowfall make its way in already over portions of Boulder County into Arvada, Evergreen if you're heading west to where Matt is, and then up north near Fort Collins, Greeley. It's just going to be winter weather you'll be seeing as you step out the door depending where you are. Down south, Colorado Springs, across the eastern plains, and even out west now, we're watching some of that moisture stream into the western slope, Glenwood Springs, and temperatures have fallen, so that could mean slick roadways, bridges, overpasses, and spots. It's been mainly wet with temperatures overnight just staying above freezing, but it is now below freezing. So be careful out there. Bundle up. Evergreen at 18 degrees. Just take it easy if you need to be anywhere because 20s currently Elizabeth and Castle Rock. So a range of conditions. Morning snow afternoon sunshine, so skies will clear. Winds relatively calm this morning, but it will be blustery with mostly clear skies by this afternoon and evening. Temperatures right now, we're only in the 20s and 30s. Our forecast for today, you can see as we get into about 11 a.m. above freezing, so we'll clear out by 39 degrees, a little bit of melting under that sunshine, and then the snow will gradually be a thing of the past. As we take you through our statewide futurecast by 7 o'clock tonight, overnight lows will fall into the 20s as we start the morning tomorrow. So then we could really be seeing some icy and slick roadways today. Definitely want to bundle up. Well below average temperatures. This has been a very powerful, potent spring storm. We are so grateful here in Colorado to pick up the kind of moisture we have seen with this. An additional 1 to 3 inches of snowfall possible here over the next several hours, then clear skies dry for tonight. Freeze alert in place early Thursday, and then for the rest of the week, we will be looking at temperatures moderating, more spring-like conditions, snowfall forecast additionally into our central and southern mountains, and then we're back to springtime again, 60s and 70s, Corey, for the weekend.
Katie, you're so right. We're all doing the happy snow dance this morning. Man, we needed it. Our weather impact coverage continues ahead at 6. We're tracking a growing list of school closures. We do have power outages and some travel troubles as you start your Wednesday morning. If you still somehow haven't, today is a great reminder to scan the QR code on your screen to download our free app. It lets you stream 9 News live on all of your devices. Even if your power goes out in storms like this one, it is free and a great way to get critical information during big storms.
Lots to cover on this 9 News Weather Impact Alert Day. Lots of schools around the area closed for the day. Thousands of people we know have lost power. More than 24 flights already canceled at the airport. We're going to cover all of that here in the first few minutes of the 6 o'clock hour.
First, our news team is spread out all across the state from the metro area to northern Colorado to the mountains. They're looking out for falling branches and rough roads that could tie up your commute. Katie LaSalle kicks off our team coverage with a quick look at who saw the biggest impact.
It just really depends on where you are here across Colorado. Good morning. We have issued a weather impact alert. Our northern Front Range foothills, the mountains, we have seen accumulations ranging between 4 and even 12 inches. Now here across the Denver area, it's a range of conditions, wet roadways, but it's much needed moisture. Snow will continue to fall here over the coming hours. We'll talk more about additional accumulations through the morning coming up.
Katie, thank you. So up north, the Colorado Avalanche Information Center is now forecasting high danger above the tree line. Thanks for trusting us to prepare you for the storm. I'm Corey Rose.
And I'm Drew Carney. Some spots definitely seeing a lot more snow than others. Exhibit A, Estes Park. So we're going to show you yesterday evening at Estes Park, and a lot more snow has fallen there overnight. Man, that was definitely one of the wild spots yesterday evening. Meteorologist Jaden Knowles, meanwhile, is in northern Colorado. He's up at Fort Collins. So Jaden, what are you seeing up there this morning?
You know, I'm still seeing the snow coming down. You seeing that on your screen right now. And boy, you said Estes Park. Oh my goodness, I wish I was in Estes Park right now. But Fort Collins is the second best thing right now. So far, the conditions that we're not seeing the snow stick on the roads right now. So that's some good news. And you're probably waking up this morning and saying, well, it's not really a lot of snow out there on the ground. That's just because it's melting on impact. This ground is just so warm. I don't think those two initial cold fronts that we did see cool the ground off enough. But we're going to continue seeing this snowfall throughout the morning hours, and that's terrific news because, one, we know that most of Colorado is in a drought, and we've already picked up about over an inch since yesterday here in Fort Collins. Usually going into this storm, we saw about 1.27 inches. So that's a lot of moisture. That's some good news, and one of the main reasons why we're not seeing just a whole lot of snowfall on the ground as well is because this upslope component of the storm, usually that's one of the main reasons why Fort Collins misses out on the snow all the time. But at least it's still coming down right now, and it's supposed to come down throughout the morning hours. But we're going to continue driving around after this live shot. We're going to move locations and try to see anything else down and see if there's any down tree limbs or if there's any power outages anywhere. So far, so good, though. This is a spectacular view. It's just beautiful waking up to this morning. But overall, I mean, it wouldn't have been better to be in the Estes Park seeing all that snow, maybe even above my head. But live in Fort Collins, Jada Knowles for 9 News, and Katie, the West Metro, they didn't miss out on this snow. They saw a lot of snowfall.
Boulder, Broomfield, up to Nederland, the high country. Jaden, thank you. It almost brings tears to my eyes to see how beautiful it is outside. Now, the biggest impacts, the worry that we've been watching for this storm system. Thankfully, this morning, we are not seeing that heavy snow accumulating on the pavement, the roadways, in spots, yes, but across much of the Front Range. Temperatures, it was all temperature dependent and still is. We have dropped down well below freezing with a lot of alerts still in place. Our secondary front rolling in, and we are still watching active snowfall over a big portion of the state. But again, the biggest concerns have been the heavy wet snow, especially atop the trees. This time in early May to see this kind of spring storm, we just have worried about down trees, power lines, that potential there with that weight. This morning, we are watching snow banding up over Arvada into Fort Lupton. Some of that heavier snowfall still just east of the divide, but the mountains further west are still under winter weather advisory as well. Down south over portions of the eastern plains, you'll find wet conditions out near Burlington and Colorado Springs. Out into the mountains, we will watch for an additional 4 to 6 inches into our northern Front Range high country of accumulation and around 1 to 3 as we get through the next several hours. So we are still seeing active weather here this morning. Just be careful if you're getting ready to head out the door. Tell us what it looks like in your backyard. Send us a photo. But in and around the downtown Denver region, wet roadways, a lot of the snow did melt on impact. So as you see, the temperatures gradually climb to the low to mid 30s over the next several hours, taking us through our Front Range futurecast as snow will be actively falling from the sky. Not a huge impact in spots, but west into the mountains, we will be continuing to watch those totals. It is so good, though, to see this type of precipitation, beneficial moisture, and we'll talk more about just what that we think it will do for our drought conditions still to come.
All right, thank you, Katie. Of course, if you don't have to be somewhere this morning, it might be a good idea to simply stay home.
I know a lot of kids have snow days today. Lucky. Now, news reporter Shalima Maharaj joins us live on the road in Evergreen with a look at conditions this morning. Good morning.
Hey there, guys. You know, I just heard Katie say that it brought a tear to her eyes, or it was almost going to. I'm going to turn the camera around, and I think this one might actually bring a tear to her eyes. We're basically driving through a postcard right now. We are in Evergreen. We're along Bear Creek Road, and we are just taking it all in. There is a lot of snowfall accumulation here, obviously higher elevation, so a lot of this is sticking to the ground, but on the road in front of us, it's pretty damp. It's been slick, though. On the commute up here, you could definitely see points of the highway where people had their hazards on, where people were very, very slowly moving along those stretches. And truly, this is the morning to take your time and to make sure that you're giving yourself that extra time when you head out the door. You just never know what you're going to be dealing with. But out here, we've seen a ton of snowfall on the sides of the road. Obviously, right here, we can see a lot of people who, well, not a lot of people, but we can certainly see a lot of accumulation that's happened overnight and really just sticking to these trees. It's beautiful. It's beautiful and a wonderful thing to see, obviously, because we've been so starved for moisture. Right now, though, we're going to take a closer look at how conditions are shaping up across those roads right now in our traffic center with Brianna Fernandez.
Shalima, thank you so much for your reporting. And that's kind of what we're seeing across the metro area. Wet road conditions all the way down near the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels. So if you are heading to the high country, you can expect slick road conditions. We do have still snow lingering up and down I-70. You really can't make out those lanes, especially right near Vail Pass. And I do have a camera to show you. You can see it right now on your screen. Top cameras, 225 Alameda, I-25, as well as I-70. A car has spun out. That right shoulder was partially blocked. That crash already cleared up. So really across our major interstates, we are not seeing any issues other than wet road conditions. please take it nice and slow because those high speeds, especially on our major interstates, that's where that major concern is. Let's switch things over to our main maps, get to your drive times. Again, those crashes that you're seeing right now on my maps already cleared up. We're not seeing those delays anymore. Still quiet in the Commerce City area, taking 270 from I-70 into I-25. Only about a 6 to 7 minute drive. Leaving Commerce City westbound I-76 between E-470 and 270, it's a 10-minute drive. So we also have crews out on the road right now. Our Courtney Yoon, she's been tracking conditions for you earlier this morning. She was up and down I-25 in Arapahoe. Courtney, where are you at right now?
Hey, good morning, Brianna. We are down here in Castle Rock this morning. We headed down from Denver around 4:30, 4:45 this morning to check out the conditions here and take a look outside of my window. We're driving down Wilcox Street in downtown Castle Rock, and it kind of just looks like a winter wonderland a little bit. Those trees, branches have a little bit of accumulation on them, and it kind of looks like Christmas. Kind of looks like the holidays down here, especially with those string lights that the downtown area has. So the biggest thing I noticed coming down from Denver south to Castle Rock is the amount of snow on the ground. It seems like there's a little more accumulation down here in Castle Rock. I'm seeing more ice and slush on the roads down here, whereas up in Denver, those roads were just wet when we were leaving the area around 5 o'clock this morning. But again, as you head down south, you may see a little bit more of those hazardous road conditions. So just be careful as you're heading out the door this morning and pay attention to the cars in front of you. Live in Castle Rock, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
Courtney, thank you. With some difficult conditions on the road, we're checking with Colorado State Patrol this morning. Sergeant Ivan Alvarado joins us over the phone. Good morning.
Good morning.
So what have you been seeing out there overnight and into the morning?
So we honestly haven't really seen a lot right now, but that doesn't mean that people should not be really driving defensively today. Everybody should be driving under the speed limit. And if everybody just relaxes and calms down and drives under the speed limit, I hope that we have a really slow day today for us.
Sergeant Alvarado, based on simply the forecast that we had the last couple of days, did you step up patrols anywhere specifically because of this weather?
So I can tell you that everybody that was working today is definitely going to be out there, that nobody's going to be at the office today. And at the end of the day, like I said, we're just waiting for everybody to really listen to you guys, listen to us, and realize that today you should not be rushing. Today you should be leaving a little bit early. And like you said earlier, if you do not need to go out today, please do not go out because, it's not that bad, but it doesn't mean that people should get comfortable. Yeah. People should still be driving under the speed limit today.
Yeah, it's great advice. Are you doing any additional checks due to traction laws?
Honestly, that's up to the mountains over there. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they're going to be checking on that, but it all depends on how it's going to develop. And if it keeps, kind of keep getting mellow or keep steady, then maybe they'll back off a little bit. Otherwise, we do have troopers up in the mountains that are going to be ready if CDOT decides to enact the traction law today.
Sergeant, you mentioned not too bad in a lot of spots, but all it takes really is one or two cars to make things messy. Real quickly here, can you give us your best advice for anyone who does get into an accident during these conditions?
For sure. I can tell you that everybody should be thinking of you guys are showing some good spots, some bad spots, and everybody, no matter where you're at today in Colorado, should be thinking that you can drive into a really bad spot. Mm-hmm. So if where you're at today, you're starting where it's not too bad, it's only wet, well, you know what? Depending on where you're going in Colorado, you could really drive into a really bad situation. So like I said, everybody today should be leaving a little bit early, should be driving under the speed limit. Everybody should be leaving a lot of space between the car, between your car and the car in front, and just focus on driving. If everybody does that, then we will keep having a mellow day, and hopefully everybody makes it to work, and everybody makes it back home today safe.
Yeah, that's what we hope for. Really great advice this morning. Sergeant Alvarado, really appreciate you calling in.
No
Right.
problem. Glad to be here, guys.
This storm is already impacting schools across Colorado. All of the major districts have called a snow day today. Denver Public Schools, Jeffco, Dougco, Aurora, Cherry Creek, all canceled classes. CU Boulder, CSU also canceled classes today. We have a full list of closures running there at the bottom of your screen. You can also find them all listed on our website at 9news.com. We're also seeing thousands of people across the metro area lose power. This is a live look at Xcel's outage map. As of right now, you can see there 20,000 customers are affected right now because of hundreds of outages as well. We will keep monitoring this and let you know if it changes.
And I'm Matt Renew, live at the Bakerville exit east of the Continental Divide, where the snow is still coming down and it's adding up. Great news for moisture in the state, and you can also thank it for one more weekend of skiing and riding at the one last ski area still standing. You'll ski where that is coming up on 9 News.
All right, we'll hear from Matt again here in just a moment. First, quick reminder, if you are heading out the door this morning, if you have to get out the door, you can take us with you. Just scan the QR code that you're about to see right here on your screen and stream all of our 9 News weather coverage. You can watch us wherever you are all day long for free.
The added snow has been a huge boost for the last ski area standing, Arapahoe Basin. We're still waiting for an official count, but based on the snow stake there, it looks like they got about 7 inches of fresh powder.
I know someone who knows a little bit about this. He's our man in the mountains, Matt Renew. He's out live in the mountains this morning. Matt, the best shots so far are the ones where the snowflakes are falling right in front of your face between you and the camera. What are conditions like out there this morning?
They are snowy. Drew and Corey, good morning. Yeah, it is a snowy scene here at the Bakerville exit. We're just east of the Continental Divide, Eisenhower Johnson tunnels. Look at this, middle of winter again here on the approach going up to the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels. You can see this exit's just icy and snowpacked, and you can expect those sort of conditions along I-70 as well. And this is part of a cycle of snow that's really been coming down since late April into early May, bringing more than a foot of snow to a lot of places. All of this coming after all the ski areas have closed in Colorado, except one. Arapahoe Basin is the last ski area in Colorado still opened. They planned to close Sunday, May 3rd, but with recent snow falling, they decided to extend their season and stay open for one more weekend. So they're taking a break this week, then reopening Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with $39 lift tickets. All this fresh powder just waiting for a few more turns and better skiing in early May than they had back in March.
And we did receive 14 inches of snow since April 25th. I think we got another 3 inches last night, so that certainly helps. And temperatures have really cooled down and the sun's been hiding behind the clouds. So those conditions factors mixed into the fact that we have this northern facing slope, we have a pretty nimble and quick operation. We were able to extend to offer one more weekend of skiing and riding.
That 3 inches was yesterday. That's on top now of another 6-7 inches on the snow stake today. All of that just sitting there waiting for closing weekend when they're going to have live music and then skiing and riding. They close down during the week and then we'll reopen on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. All that snow's just sitting there. They want to preserve that snow. They don't want it skied off during the week, so they have a strong closing weekend. And just look at this site right here in Clear Creek County. That's Clear Creek right there. All of this moisture just now flowing into that creek. A beautiful sight to see. Reporting from the Bakerville exit in Clear Creek County, I'm Matt Renew, 9 News. Katie, just look at that beautiful shot right there and this moisture just flowing into Clear Creek. I love to see it. It loves it too.
You know, Matt, I can picture that big meeting at the A-Basin headquarters, probably like mid-February, when they said, you know what? We'll stay open until the first weekend of May, Mother's Day weekend, as a matter of fact, because we're going to get that big May snowstorm that's really going to help us out for the closing weekend.
And you know that's exactly, and sorry that I was going back to Katie, Drew. I didn't mean to just skip right past you, but you're absolutely right. You know, they're sitting around a table, they got coffee and donuts, and they're like, you know it's going to snow on Mother's Day. You know it's going to snow before then, and so we're going to risk it. They rolled the dice. It's paying off.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen here in the Rockies, but I'm glad we got this extra snowstorm in May, and it looks like a postcard right behind Matt Renew. Thank you. Katie, absolutely gorgeous this morning.
Yeah, can you believe it is May 6th this Wednesday, and not to pour salt in the wound, but Copper, they closed last weekend. It's coming down in the high country and across a big portion of Colorado. Some really beneficial moisture, but we do want to talk about the impacts that the storm system is bringing this morning. You will find some snow-covered roadways through Winter Park and in and around much of our northern Front Range mountains, the foothills, and Denver. We are still under a winter storm warning until at least 3 o'clock this afternoon. We have another surge of energy, a cold front rolling across our mountains west. We are under a winter weather advisory as well, and it is 32 degrees and actively snowing over downtown. Winds are picking up a touch, and you can see near Fort Collins, it is that heavy wet snow blanketing mainly the trees, the roofs, the grassy surfaces, but you will still find, as temperatures have fallen this morning, some slick areas blanketing roadways as well. Some of that snowfall out to the east, Burlington getting that blast of snow as well, and it's banning. It's heavier out the door this morning. Snow day this Wednesday, taking us from our radar picture, zooming into downtown Denver. You can see indicated here by the darker shades of blue, that is where it is snowing heavier. Moderate out to the west up into portions of northern Colorado as well, the I-25 corridor. Brianna will have a closer look at the roadways because changing conditions really dependent on where you are. And I've been talking about it throughout the course of the storm system. We haven't seen as much accumulation just because the temperatures weren't quite cold enough to sustain that here across the Denver area, but it is cold this morning. So we've dropped down to the 20s, Elizabeth and Castle Rock. You'll find more accumulation, of course, into higher terrain. Our planner for today, heading out to Denver International Airport, do expect to see temperatures at freezing still by 9 a.m. Into this afternoon, gradual clearing. The snow will taper off quite quickly, but over the next several hours, prepare for it. By 10 o'clock this morning, still seeing Denver south and to the west. We'll gradually clear back out from north to south, taking us through the end of the afternoon, right around 3 p.m. Some lingering shower activity, and then as we end the day and the sun goes down, we're expecting clear skies. Additional snowfall amounts anywhere between 1 and 2 inches for much of the metro area. More off to the west, Fairplay, Alma could see around 3 to 6 over higher terrain in the mountains. And then by 3 o'clock this afternoon, partly cloudy skies, 39 degrees here in town. Snowfall forecast mainly south as mentioned, watch that storm exit the state from north to south. Our Sangre de Cristo mountain range, expecting to see more of that activity as we get into later on this afternoon. But the biggest impacts, we've been watching this throughout the course of the storm system because of the weight of the snow, the time of the year that it is. The trees have bloomed, the leaves are out. If you can't can and get outside. If you have any trees that are hanging over that have that heavy snow atop them, maybe try and shake them, get the broom out there and wipe them off, because with this hard freeze coming, that cold air, we are looking at the potential for down tree limbs still, and we could be seeing potentially power lines as well. So just want to keep you safe, stay safe on the roadways, and tomorrow could see slick bridges, overpasses, anywhere that hasn't really dried out by the end of the afternoon. Could see, of course, that freeze over by early tomorrow morning. So potential for slick driving early Thursday in spots, but by the afternoon, you're like, oh, it's springtime again. We're back to highs in the 60s, 70s across the Front Range and Plains, and warmer in the mountains as well. We'll introduce our next ridge of high pressure building in across the region, and the snow will gradually be a thing of the past. We have been seeing some really significant totals. Our Chris Bianchi is here making a special appearance this morning to break down some more of those snow totals and drought. That's the biggest wonderful thing that we've seen from this storm system so far, a really good dose of widespread moisture, whether it was rain, snow, melting, snow accumulating. It is helpful for us here across Colorado. Happy to see it. Just be careful with this clearing as we get into tomorrow morning. 67 degrees, then 70. We're back to 60s and 70s for the weekend, and it'll be 80s early next week. Brianna, though, how are roads right now?
Yeah, right now, Denver police, they have posted on social media saying that they are investigating a two-car crash. It is coming down I-70 and 270. I showed you this camera earlier this morning, right around 5 a.m., and we were just seeing wet road conditions. Now we are seeing snowflakes coming down this morning. So this is near the Central Park area. Please take it nice and slow. I've seen also snow plows in this area. I want to switch things over to our main map, show you where this crash is happening that Denver police is investigating. They are saying that this is I-70 and Central Park. They're saying please expect delays, especially in that intersection. I just checked cameras along I-70 and Central Park Boulevard. Couldn't find that crash scene, but they are saying it's two vehicles. One person was taken to the hospital, and to expect delays. It looks like we also have a brand new crash in the Berkeley area, so I-76 at Sheridan. I was actually just going to pull up that CDOT camera while Katie was talking, but didn't have time. So again, we have two crashes that we are tracking, 270 from I-25 into I-70. You still have the green light there, but again, it is coming down, especially on that side of town. Leaving Commerce City, westbound I-76 from E-470 to I-70, you're looking at a 10-minute drive.
Brianna, thank you. If you've got places to be this morning, you'll want to take extra minute to make sure that your car is safe to drive. We're going to show you what to check and what items you'll want to pack to save yourself from getting stranded. The weather impact isn't going anywhere just yet. Now's a great time to scan the QR code on your screen to download our app. You can stream 9 News on all of your devices and stay one step ahead of severe weather. It's all for free.
Welcome back. So last night could not be described as a great night for an outdoor concert, but apparently David Guetta and his fans did not get that memo. Check out this scene at Red Rocks last night. Red Rocks didn't cancel the show. Guetta didn't cancel the show. Fans of the French DJ didn't bail either. They bundled up, but still they showed up. Indie rock band Bright Eyes, meanwhile, was scheduled to perform tonight at Red Rocks. There will not be a repeat performance because that show was postponed back on Monday because of the forecast.
All right, Drew, thank you. If you have to hit the road today, it's a good idea to have your car. Be prepared for the snow just in case you get stranded. So I'm going to walk you through some things that you should probably already have in your car. If you don't, you should definitely go and take the time and put them in your car. First off, of course, you should always have a blanket in your car just in case. Always have the jacket in the car as well. Jumper cables, always a great idea as well. Food, water, snacks, things that are kind of non-perishable or can last a long time in the car. You've got your flashlight, your reflectors, and of course your first aid kit as well. You need the snow brush and the ice scraper as well. All great things to have in your car kind of all season long, Drew.
All right, Corey, for sure. And of course, you're going to want to check things in and on your car as well on days like this. Your windshield wipers, your wiper fluid, your tires, the battery, check all those things. Make sure you have enough gas too, and check to see that all your lights are working. If you do have to drive somewhere, we've already talked about not going anywhere if you don't have to, but if you do have to get out and drive, take it slow, leave extra time, clear the snow off the car before you head out, and if you come across a crash or if you're involved in a crash, first responders say that you're usually safer when you stay in your car. Don't get out if you don't have to.
And of course, the big question you're all asking, how much snow fell at my house? How much more snow is going to fall at my house? We're going to get into some of those detailed snow totals, who saw the most, who saw the least, and why. All that coming up after the break.
Well, and the other big question is, what is Chris Bianchi doing here on 9 News Mornings? Love to see you, friend. Let's take a live look out at Denver International Airport right now, where cancellations and delays are already piling up. The travel impact you need to know about when 9 News returns at 6:30.
Downtown Denver off to a snowy start this morning. Thanks for joining us here at 6:30. I'm Drew Carney.
And I'm Corey Rose. This is a live look at Coors Field right now. Look at it. It's under there.
Second base, first base, third base.
So much snow. First pitch, by the way, still about 12 hours away. For any fans headed to the game, the time was actually moved down.
Yes.
It was supposed to be an afternoon game because of the snow, and you can see why. Other parts of the metro area are seeing even more snow this spring storm.
We also have power outages this morning. Thousands of people waking up without electricity. So coming up this hour, we'll have the latest on the efforts to get those lights back on.
And if you haven't noticed, at the bottom of your screen right now, there's a lot of schools and businesses closed today or starting on a delay. They include Denver Public Schools, Jeffco, and Aurora. Pretty much all of the major school districts are out today. We have a full list on our website as well.
Thinking about all those kids watching us right now with big smiles on their face because they get a early May snow day. Now, the snow is not going to stick around for long. The weekend ahead actually looks really nice. Katie, the question this morning is this: will all this week's rain and the snow really be enough to ease our historic drought?
Oh, you guys, it's not going to bust the drought by any means, which we've been talking about for months now. All of Colorado under some sort of drought, extreme here in Denver and exceptional in the mountains. It won't bust it, but again, it will ease it and put a dent, some much needed moisture. Now, we are still seeing snow actively falling, additional accumulations around 1 to 2 inches. And as we've woken up this morning, mainly wet roadways here across the metro area. And we are still seeing some power outages, as mentioned, into the foothills, some of that heavier wet snow. But kind of a best case scenario, I was just in the backyard with Chris Bianchi looking at the snow falling from the sky. This is a treat, my friends. We have meteorologist Chris with us to talk more about the snow totals we've seen so far. And then we'll talk more about what's to come in terms of the return of spring. But it's early May and winter weather blanketing the state, Chris.
Absolutely right here, Katie. And this is, again, if you're waking up and you're going, where are the 10 or 12 inches of snow, which was a realistic possibility, that is not going to happen in Denver. And that is good news. We did not want 10 or 12 inches of snow. That would have made it a real mess. That said, still across the metro area, in the immediate Denver I-25 corridor, most areas about 3 to 6 inches of snow still falling, as you can tell. And as Katie said correctly, we got another 1 to 2 inches to go. Now, some of those snow totals, I want to show you some of these because in the foothills, that is where we are certainly talking about some of those higher totals. In Boulder, already about 8 inches of snow. I just got a report from Wellington, north of Fort Collins, of about 7 to 8 inches of snow up there as well. So we are certainly talking about significant snow in parts of the metro area, and that is continuing here at this hour. The other, of course, concern, look at this. Even though we avoided those headaches in terms of those roads, look at these trees. These are really sagging, and on my drive in about 15 minutes ago, it was there were a lot of trees that were looking suspicious and kind of hanging over those power lines. We, unfortunately, are going to be dealing with some of those branch and tree-related issues. So Boulder, 8 inches. That was as of about 4 hours ago. Ken Carroll, that was as of 2 a.m. this morning. These totals, somebody here in the metro area, as I mentioned, is going to come in with about 10 to 12 inches out of this. At the airport, as of midnight, officially 3.7 inches. Still a bit more to go. Let's get you into the mountains, though. Boy, what a snow event for us in the high country. A total boost for us here in terms of that. This is going to really help out with snowpack here, folks. What this is going to do, what you're looking at here in terms of those numbers, especially for our central and northern mountains, this is likely going to delay our full snowpack melt above 9,000 feet by probably another week or two. This is a really big boost. This time of year, usually we're in that rapid melt phase. This is going to not only slow down that melt of the paltry winter that we had, but it is going to probably add to those numbers in the mountains. So very good news in the mountains, no doubt about that. Of course, there are some issues, but here's the best news of all here, folks. Here's a look at the water equivalent from the snow. West of Fort Collins, Horsetooth Reservoir, almost 2 inches of liquid gold. Fort Collins, the airport, coming into this storm. Let me put this in perspective. Fort Collins, year to date, January the 1st through May the 3rd, had 1.27 inches of total rain and snow equivalent. They've picked up more than that from this storm alone. So just to put into perspective how much water we're getting from this storm, in Denver, we had 1.6 inches of total water coming into this storm so far this year. We've already picked up more than 3/4 of an inch of water here at 9 News, and also out at the airport, we picked up about 0.8 of an inch. So this is a really, really beneficial amount of water. There is no doubt about that here, folks, and this is really going to help out. And Katie, we were talking about the drought a little bit. We won't really see those impacts from the drought monitor this week, of course, because the drought monitor goes through the previous Tuesday morning's precipitation. But next week, I do expect that, especially for central and northern Colorado, we're going to see some pretty good reductions in terms of those drought levels.
Oh, Chris, this makes me so happy to see those types of numbers. Mother Nature really delivering liquid gold. We need it. We just want to avoid some damage here and talk more about the rest of today because snow is still actively falling. It is 32 degrees. Winds are right now calm. A winter wonderland up over Winter Park. Just want to be careful on the roads, any slick spots out there. And of course, as we've been mentioning with that heavy snow blanketing, it's early May, the trees, the leaves, we could be seeing that weight, especially as we get into the overnight hours and more freezing occurs, some damage or broken limbs. Right now, you can see over the Denver area west into the mountains, slightly heavier bands of snow off to our east near Keensburg. You will find more snow also falling from Colorado Springs east and just west of Vail Pass. You will also encounter some slicker snow-covered roadways depending on the temperature, the elevation. The winter storm warning remains in place until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Clearing later on today before the sun goes down. We are expecting sunshine and temperatures for us this morning. It is cold. It is very winter-like, 20s and low 30s with teens and 20s just off to our west. Continued snow shower activity until at least 11 o'clock, really steady, blanketing the metro area west into the foothills and mountains. Additional accumulations in the high country around even 4 to 6, but for today around 1 to 2 it looks like here across the Denver area. We're looking ahead to tomorrow morning. Clear skies, dry conditions, but freezing at or below freezing, 20s to start the morning tomorrow. Again, with that heavy snow hanging out over the trees. If it is over property or near you, I would recommend, if you can, kind of get out there, shake some of those limbs, maybe brush it off. We just want to avoid some of those broken tree limbs with that hard freeze coming tonight before warmer weather returns. Brianna, for the afternoon tomorrow.
Yeah, let's get you out the door because right now we were seeing some wet road conditions early this morning when I first got in around 4 a.m. And right now we are seeing snow coming down in this area. So I-76 at Sheridan Boulevard. The reason I'm showing you the CDOT camera is because we had a crash earlier this morning. That crash already cleared up. Traffic is moving through that area and it is very light. But again, we are seeing snowy conditions out there, wet road as well. So please take it nice and slow. We are going to see icy conditions all throughout the day. So not ideal, especially for that morning drive. I do want to switch things over to our main maps, get to your drive times. You can see we have that crash icon because of that CDOT camera that I just showed you, but that crash already cleared up. So if you're heading to Boulder this morning, not looking bad at all, 19-minute drive. You still have the green light for anyone taking southbound I-25. So from 144th down to 76, no issues to report. In the next hour or so, just after 104th Avenue, because of these conditions that we are seeing out on the roads, plus that morning rush hour traffic, we're definitely going to see bumper-to-bumper traffic just after 104th Avenue. But right now, take advantage because it's only a 9 to 10 minute drive.
All right, thanks, Brianna. Also right now, taking a live look out at the airport. You can't see much there in the skies. Oh, there's I believe that's some sort of plane light maybe there, a tower light there in the background. Bottom line is this, we've already seen cancellations and delays this morning out there.
Right now, we're joined by Ashley Forrest, DIA spokeswoman. She's on the phone with us right now. Ashley, how are operations running out there this morning?
Yeah, good morning. Operations are normal at Denver International Airport, but as you know, Den is no stranger to snow. Our snow teams are prepared before, during, and after a storm. Teams are ready to clear the runway and plow the roads. But I do have, a few passenger tips for you.
Okay.
We'll take the passenger tips. Passengers want those tips. What do you have, Ashley?
So passengers, may have to wait an additional 10 to 15 minutes on the plane while the aircraft de-ices before takeoff. Passengers should also arrive to the airport at least 2 hours before their scheduled boarding time. We also encourage checking real-time TSA wait times as well as checking their most accurate flight status information and to always be safe and drive safe getting to the airport.
Yeah, that's true, because we can see delays usually happen on Pena Boulevard as well. We haven't seen a lot of snow out there at the airport this winter. How does the team stay ready and prepare for situations like this?
So our teams stay ready. They start preparing actually in July of doing our snow operations, doing the routes, making sure they remember the lay of the land so that they are prepared for any type of snow activity that the airport sees.
All right, Ashley, we really appreciate all that advice, all those tips. We appreciate you waking up and joining us here on 9 News Mornings.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, still ahead on 9 News, we're keeping tabs on the hazards, the delays, the closures stemming from this spring storm. Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, will be sharing a look from up in the high country straight ahead. Just a reminder, you can stream 9 News now everywhere you watch. Scan the QR code right there on your screen and watch for free. All right, right now the high country is getting slammed with snow. Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, is up there monitoring the impact.
A lot of people want to know, Matt, how deep is the snow where you're standing right now?
It's adding up, Drew. Corey, good morning. I'll tell you, I'll step out. You can see the guardrail there just lined with snow, and you just sort of knock a little bit off, a good 4 or 5 inches of snow on the guardrail here. So it is starting to add up. Most of that's come up overnight, but it is still snowing this morning, as you can see. And if I step out of the way, we're at the Bakerville exit here, just east of the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels and the Continental Divide, and you can see it is snow-packed and it is slick under that snow. We've seen CDOT plow trucks come through here several times, and then it just gets covered again as this snow continues to come down. And this is pretty much what it looks like along I-70 as well. If you're heading west out of Denver, you're going to run into pretty much slick and snowpack conditions along I-70 as you make your way to the Continental Divide. You drop over the divide and head into Summit County. Not as much snow, and the roads are in much better condition over there, at least right now. We'll see how it's later in the day as the storm progresses, but this is the scene just east of the Continental Divide, where a bulk of this storm is really pushing. But look at how beautiful it is, too, because where we're at in Clear Creek County, there's Clear Creek right there, and all of this snow has a lot of moisture in it, and that is good news for for streams, rivers, and reservoirs in Colorado like Clear Creek right there. Reporting from Clear Creek in the Bakerville exit, I'm Matt Renew, 9 News. Drew, Corey, Katie, just a beautiful scene right there. You want to just put up your boots, turn up the John Denver, and relax when you got a scene like that back there.
Yeah. You want to sing for us this morning, Matt?
Yeah. Oh boy, no I don't. It's too cold. It's 21 degrees. The temperature's dropped. I'm not warmed up for it, but yeah, Rocky Mountain High, I'm feeling it right now.
Yeah. So Matt is telling us what it's like right now in the conditions. Katie, meanwhile, talking about what's to come as we move through the day.
You guys, it's so amazing to see this huge dose of precipitation. Snow in the mountains. We do want to get you through safely with this storm system. We have another burst of energy. Snow is actively falling, covering the roads, and you will find slick conditions at times in the mountains, depending on where you're driving this morning. Brian will have a closer look at that for you, but the snow is coming down. It is impacting us here across Fort Collins, northern Colorado, downtown Denver. A wintry start to this Wednesday, May 6th. So moderate snowfall really encompassing much of the metro area currently. In terms of how much more snow, around 1 to 2 inches of accumulation possible. Heavier out east right now near Keensburg, and you'll find a rain-snow mix depending on where the temperatures are slightly warmer. Now, not a lot of snow sticking to the roads out and about. It's not really that let's go build a snowman kind of snowfall here for the Denver area, but winter storm warnings do remain in place until 3 o'clock this afternoon. All areas shaded in red. That includes Denver, the drive west into Georgetown, Idaho Springs, Rocky Mountain National Park, Estes Park. Boy, oh boy, we have seen significant totals. But with that heavy wet snow, some power outages to talk about into the foothills as well. We will gradually clear across the state through this afternoon. So sun will be out by the end of the day. Freeze warning, though, in place under that clear sky here across Colorado. So a cold front, a secondary one moving through. Temperatures have fallen to the teens in Evergreen, low 20s in Conifer, right around freezing downtown, and it is below freezing out at the airport, 30 degrees. Temperatures will be in the upper 30s to around 40 to wrap up the day. Here's a look ahead at our futurecast. The rest of this Wednesday, we will continue to watch the snow taper off from north to south, but in the meantime, the next several hours, it will continue to snow. Heavily at times, blanketing roads as you see from temperatures that are colder. That's where we'll start to see the biggest impact on the roads. Light rain snow mix right around 3 o'clock. And then we'll clear out. So for tonight, temperatures are expected to drop below freezing, and with additional snowfall amounts of around 1 to 2 inches in Denver to Boulder, slightly more off to the west, Fairplay, Alma, Blue River, snowfall forecast in the mountains, around 3 to 6 possible over our Sangre de Cristo mountain range, but the majority of the moisture will end, and we will introduce, the National Weather Service has issued this, a freeze warning. It is in effect all of eastern Colorado. If you haven't already, protect sensitive plants, vegetation. Those could be impacted with these cold temperatures by morning. Lyman at 19 degrees, high 20s in Denver, teens and 20s in the mountains. It's going to be cold, but sunny early tomorrow morning, and then moderating. Temperatures tomorrow feeling more like springtime. We'll be back to the 60s, even some 70s across the plains, 40s and 50s in the mountains. That is ahead of our next big ridge rolling in across the region, and it's going to be the snow a thing of the past and temperatures on the rise. Our 7-day forecast heading into Mother's Day weekend, 70 degrees on Friday with mostly clear skies, mid 70s on Saturday. Any outdoor plans you may have, we are looking at mainly dry conditions, just a few isolated storms and showers we'll show you pop up in just a moment. But for next week, it's overall a warmer, drier weather pattern, Brianna, with 80s expected next Monday and Tuesday. But big question is, how are roads doing right now with the active snowfall here across the state?
Just wet, and like you mentioned, there is snow coming down. You could see it across I-25 this morning, 6th Avenue and I-25. So heading into the Lakewood area, you're going to come across some snowflakes there. I-25 near the North Glen area, 104th Avenue. We're also seeing some wet road conditions. It is slick out there, you guys. Please take it nice and slow. I'm sure traffic won't be a huge issue because a lot of school closures that we have seen all throughout the day. So I-25 at Plum Creek Parkway all the way down in Castle Rock, also pretty quiet, as well as County Line Road right near that, a big IKEA along I-25. So I do want to switch things over to our main maps. We know that Denver police, they posted on social media about 30 minutes ago about a crash happening along I-70 at Central Park Boulevard. They were saying that 2 people, it involved 2 vehicles. One person was taken to the hospital, and they're asking police to just take it nice and slow. I'm not seeing any slowdowns up and down that area, and really that CDOT camera that we have along I-70 and Central Park Boulevard is not actively working. So I am seeing right now that I-70 is moving both directions. So right near I-270 270, Havana, and 225 if you are taking I-70. Heading to Boulder this morning, you still have the green light with only an 18-minute drive. No crashes to report up and down I-25. I just showed you several cameras from I-25, really all the way from Fort Collins down to Castle Rock, and you're only looking at a 10-minute drive. 270 from I-25 heading into I-70, still very quiet this morning, only a 6-minute drive, and we are clocking our speed times at 57 miles per hour.
Brianna, thank you. Well, we're keeping tabs on traffic across the metro area. This is a live look from Courtney Yu's camera. She's driving in Parker right now. After the break, we're checking with Denver's Department of Transportation and Infrastructure about road conditions around the city.
Welcome back as we take a quick look this morning at city roads. Nancy Kuhn with Denver's Department of Transportation and Infrastructure on the line with us. So Nancy, let's start with just simply, how would you describe conditions around Denver this morning? Nancy? She may not be there.
Okay.
All right, let's get back to Nancy for now. She's obviously not on the line as we thought she was. Instead, we're going to ask for help from you. A request from our viewers, or for our viewers, I should say. We want to see your snow photos. You can text us your pictures. 303-871-1491 is the text line. Shall we take a look at some this morning?
Okay, so next to the snow stake in the middle to the left, look at that cute little corgi. I don't know if that's Penny, Chris's dog this morning, buried almost to the neck.
Oh yeah, right in the center of the screen there. Absolutely.
Yes. Look at the snow stake up in the top middle. My goodness, where is that?
We're getting a lot of those shots this morning. People heading outside to see how much snow did we actually get. Chris Bianchi is actually with us early this morning as well. Full team coverage, and Chris is covering snow totals all around the area, including coming up next hour.
It has been so great to see all of the snow. The dogs are loving it.
Yeah.
People, I don't know so much. Kids are very happy though today.
Snow day.
Snow day for them. I know my kids were like, yay, we get to stay up. I'm like, hey, mommy's got to go to bed early.
And we're not out of the woods just yet is the bottom line.
No, the snow is continuing. It is actively snowing right now. An additional 1 inch it looks like here in town. But I do want to mention, even though roads are in pretty good shape, mainly wet here across the metro area, if you do have some of that heavy wet snow that's just hanging out on the trees because it is early May and we've seen a lot of them bloom, all the leaves out there. If you can, if it's around your property, just want to make sure that the branches don't break. It's heavy. Kind of want to shake them off, or if you can, take the broom out. We'll see sunshine to end the day before it hard freezes tonight. So that's the biggest concern. It could get icy in the morning if it's still wet. So we're not out of the woods, as you mentioned, but what a storm, you guys. It's some beneficial moisture. Really happy to see it, but overall, it's kind of wild, the weather we get to go on, because 80s are in the 7-day forecast as we get into next week. So the snow will be a thing of the past. Enjoy it while it's here.
Yeah, great weekend last weekend weather-wise. Another one coming up this weekend, just sandwiched in the middle. Little snowstorm, early May. No big deal.
We
Colorado.
need it though, but the moment I opened the door this morning, I set my dog out, I heard a big crack, sounded like a shotgun. Big old branch dropped off the tree. Yes, so that, like you were saying, get that heavy wet snow off of it if you can, because it is a lot out there. At least Highlands Ranch. Woo.
Oh yeah, up into Boulder.
Yes. All right, still ahead on 9 News. A little bit of snow didn't discourage concert goers from heading to Red Rocks. Why some say they were determined to be there, snow or shine.
That was a wild scene there last night. Meanwhile, the morning commute in full swing. First responders want to make sure that you're getting from point A to point B safely. We're going to talk to CSP over on KTVD coming up at the top of the hour.
And we'll have more team coverage for the Weather Impact Alert Day. Brianna will have another check of the commute coming up in a few minutes. Some much needed snow dumped across Colorado's resorts overnight. And it's still coming down. This is what it looked like around midnight near Vail, Winter Park, Breckenridge, and Keystone, all the mountains. If they weren't closed for the season, this would have been the perfect powder day. We know Abe Basin, though,
I like the way we
still
showed
holding
this
on.
4 different ways that snow falls.
Right. So here's what things are looking like right now in downtown Denver. Yeah, it's just cold out there. Snow continues to come in waves as well. It's falling right now in Denver. Snow actively falling across the metro area. Our weather impact team calling for another weather impact alert day. Oh, I need some coffee. All right, thanks for joining us. I'm Corey Rose.
And I'm Drew Carney. If you do have to head out this morning, we want to make sure you get where you're going safely. We have crews out live all across the state tracking this weather. Before we get to those crews right there, you see Courtney, you see Jaden. Before we get to them, we are going to head outside. Katie LaSalle in the 9 News backyard with your snow day forecast.
Hi, you guys. Good morning. Corey, if you want a little wake-up call, step outside. It's so nice out here. The snow is falling. It's chilly, but I'm really happy to see all of the moisture that we are seeing from this storm system. A potent spring snowstorm on this May 6th. And the snow, the flakes are flying. They're fat. They're wet. It's not really sticking to the roads, the surface area here in and around the downtown Denver region. But we have seen some good snow totals with this storm. And we will continue to watch the snow actively fall here over the metro area, portions of the plains as we get through the next several hours. So getting you out the door right now, we have watched waves of snow roll in from northern Colorado. Estes Park seeing some crazy large totals out near Fort Collins, mainly just on the pavement. It is wet, but the trees blanketed in some of that heavy snow, and that could be a concern with any broken tree branches or limbs as we go through the course of the day. Now it's 32 degrees. It's freezing right now in our backyard. Winds are calm. Feeling like a winter wonderland in early May. You will still find some snow-covered roadways and spots through places like downtown Winter Park, higher terrain. We are still under a winter storm warning, and that includes all of the metro area west into the foothills, the mountains as well, until at least 3 o'clock this afternoon. And you can see across the eastern plains some of that heavier snow falling, indicated by the darker shades of blue. Winter weather advisories to the east and then all over the Denver metro area south to the Springs, out west over the I-70 drive heading up to the tunnel. Do be prepared for some winter driving conditions with clearing skies later on today. Now, as skies clear, temperatures will be even colder than they are right now. We're currently below freezing. Castle Rock, Elizabeth, into our mountain towns, teens and 20s only. Clear skies tonight, temperatures around 40 degrees. We'll talk more about additional accumulations still to come. But if you are heading out and you need to be anywhere, what are things looking like currently? To Jaden. Sorry, I thought we were going to Brianna. Jaden's been up for us in Fort Collins throughout the evening and this morning. Jaden, I've been so happy to see the snow, but of course it is causing some impacts. What are things like there right now?
Yeah, you know, I'm excited to see the snow as well, Katie. Corey is not the only one that needs some coffee. I need some coffee as well out here in the cold, but it's not really too cold. Temperatures are around 31 degrees, but we're starting to see the snow come down. It's been coming down really all morning. It started picking up here in the last couple of hours or so. But first, I want to show you this tree that I'm standing by. Yesterday, if you remember, if you're a local viewer, noticing you watch Channel 9 every single morning, we told you that we're going to have heavy wet snow on these trees, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. You can see it piling up. The tree is kind of bending in a way, and also this tree over here to my left, noticing on the power lines there, that was the main concern. Right, as of right now, we're not seeing any power outages, but that is a cause with these trees being really, really heavy and the snow continuing to come down throughout the day. But on the good note, the moisture that we're getting from this storm. Chris Bianchi said earlier this morning, coming into this storm, Fort Collins had about 1.27 inches. And just over the last 2 days, we're already at 1 inch, and it's still coming down. So that is terrific news because we already know most of Colorado is in that drought. And at least hopefully we'll get a dent in the drought. But the road conditions so far are good. You can see cars going back and forth in front of me so far. Nothing is, no one is slipping and sliding, so that's good news as well. But overall, we're going to continue staying out here all morning, tracking the conditions. And, you know, it's super exciting to see the snowfall come down. I love snow. I'm a Texas boy, so we don't really get to see that too much. And look, even my shoes were excited. They started talking because it's snowing. But live in Fort Collins, Jada Knowles for 9 News. And Brianna, how are those road conditions down in the metro area?
Yeah, right now visibility is an issue. It is coming down and it is slick. We have our latest crash happening right now for anyone taking C470 at Ken Carroll Avenue. Right now, that left shoulder is partially blocked. So if you are heading out that way, you're going to see a lot of crews on scene. It's really hard to tell because visibility is an issue, but it looks like we have crews on both sides of C470 right now. Unclear how many vehicles are involved. We are making some calls for you guys. So once we have more information, I will keep you guys updated. But I want to switch things over to our main maps, kind of talk about your drive times and also a latest crash that happened in the North Washington area. Just looked at all of our CDOT cameras. Nothing is popping up, but we are getting reports that along 58th Avenue near I-25, we do have a crash that's happening right now. So again, that's probably what we're going to see all across the metro area, up and down our major interstates, especially because we are seeing wet road conditions. We're also seeing some snow coming down and high speeds. That's a concern as well. I want to send things over to our Courtney Yoon. She's been tracking conditions for us all throughout the morning. And Courtney, earlier this morning, you were down in Castle Rock. I'm hearing that you're heading to Parker. What are conditions like in Parker?
Hey, good morning, Brianna. You know, kind of the same that we're seeing in Castle Rock. The biggest thing I noticed traveling down south from Denver to the southern metro area is that there's just a little bit more accumulation on the road. So I'm going to give you guys a look of what we're seeing through our windshield this morning. This is heading west on Main Street here in Parker. And you can see it just, I mean, it looks beautiful everywhere around the metro, kind of like a holiday postcard here. We've seen one snowplow in Castle Rock and one here in Parker. Don't really need them right now. The roads are pretty clear. There are some areas where there's some slush and ice, so be careful with those, but visibility is pretty good down here in Parker. The main thing that we're seeing is maybe shake off your tree limbs. Looks like there's some accumulation on some of the branches down here. Wet and heavy snow, but it sure does look pretty. Just a little sad seeing those green leaves blanketed in snow, and we have seen some snow flying here and there, and the question is just whether it will stick or not, but it seems right now the commute is pretty good here in Castle Rock and Parker. Live in Parker, Courtney Yoon, 9 News. Now back to you, Drew and Corey in the studio.
All right, Courtney, thank you. With the lack of snowfall this winter, a lot of us might have forgotten what it feels like to drive in the snow. And as the morning commute continues, it's important to give yourself plenty of time to get to your destination.
So with all that in mind, Sergeant Ivan Alvarado with Colorado State Patrol on the line to talk about being safe on the roads this morning. Sergeant Alvarado, is there anything specific this morning that people should look out for if they do have to drive?
Yeah, for sure. I think everybody should be driving under the speed limit, being aware that you're going to need a lot more space to be able to brake safely if something's happening in front of you. So one, slow down and please stay alert because, you know, we don't know what people are going to encounter down a road, and people should be driving very defensively because they don't know what's going to happen in front.
Absolutely. Sergeant Alvarado, let's say you've taken off your snow tires for the season already. I know a lot of people did that. We had this really dry winter. They thought, okay, we can do that. It's time. What are some extra steps someone can take before getting behind the wheel?
Well, if you don't have snow tires, I would say probably stay home, right? Mm-hmm. But if you do have to go out, then I need you to precisely slow down even more, because then you're going to need even more time to come to a complete safe stop. So I'm not saying do not go out, but you need to be aware that if you do not feel safe and the conditions are getting worse, then maybe it's time to head back home and maybe change those tires if you need to. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, I think everybody, as long as they slow down and they give enough room to the car in front, everybody should be able to make it to their destination safe today.
Sergeant, as we've talked about, there are some spots that don't look bad at all this morning, but just based on your experience, can you talk about how things can quickly go south with just one or two cars out there?
Oh, for sure. I think, you know, a lot of cancellations today, a lot of people staying home and working from home, which is great. But that doesn't mean that everybody else that has to be on the road, that they can just go as fast as they want. Everybody should be driving under the speed limit today. And even when you're starting, it's great conditions. You don't know what you're going to encounter down the road. And we've heard that you have some slushy spots, some ice. You know, I've even heard some icy spots out east. So at the end of the day, drive very defensively. Slow down. And if you do that, you will most likely make it to your destination.
Yeah, great tips this morning. Sergeant Alvarado, thanks for calling in.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Sergeant Alvarado again joining us from Colorado State Patrol. Again, the big message this morning, if you don't have to head out, stay home. But if you do, if you have to go out, you can still cover or watch our news coverage. We're going to have more weather impact alert coverage for you coming up. All you have to do, though, to keep track of all this is scan that QR code on your screen. You can stream 9 News wherever you are, all times of the day for free.
Welcome back to 9 News Mornings. It is 7:12 and we have a weather impact alert still in place. Do I spy a hawk? Keeping an eye out there from our live camera or via our wireless camera network near Fort Morgan. We have seen a mix of conditions across the state. Heavy snow at times. It is still actively snowing, but temperatures right now in the low 30s at 33 degrees in and around downtown. The snow is actively falling from the sky, but it's not really sticking to the roads or the sidewalks, but still just be careful if you're heading out and about. Some wet conditions, and you may find some limited visibility in spots. Out east in Burlington, we've been watching some fat snowflakes flying all morning long, and we will continue to watch this powerful, potent spring storm roll across the state, dropping some much needed moisture here across Colorado, clearing skies tonight, but we will keep the weather alert in place. A lot of impacts early tomorrow morning as we see temperatures drop to the 20s. In a lot of spots, a freeze warning has been issued for early tomorrow. But this morning, we still are under a winter storm warning. Denver west into the foothills, some heavier snow falling currently indicated by the darker shades of blue from Bennett to Aurora. It's starting to taper off a touch, and skies will gradually clear from north to south as we get through the day. It's been rounds after round of snow that we have seen develop from the mountains, and now moving a little bit further south. We do have winter weather advisories in place into places like our central mountains up north, and then over the eastern plains, Lyman out through Burlington. But the heaviest snow we've seen has been our northern Front Range mountains into the foothills, and we will continue to watch accumulation for the next couple of hours. Temperature-wise, we are in the upper 20s only for Elizabeth, Castle Rock, teens in Evergreen this morning. So if you need to step out the door, walk the dogs, it is chilly, not too blustery right now. And then the snow, as you can see, by 1 o'clock this afternoon will start to move out. taking us through 10 o'clock, still blanketing big portion of the state. Southwestern Colorado will see a little bit more moisture down south to Pueblo and the southeastern plains. A rain snow mix across eastern Colorado as you get into 3 o'clock today. Temperatures will warm slightly. We're expecting 40s and then sunshine to wrap up the day. The sun will go down, but then it will get very cold. Clear skies could see icy slick spots early tomorrow morning in areas. Snowfall forecast, additional amounts around 1 to 2. Snowfall down south, though, as you can see, our Sangre de Cristo mountain range continuing to pick up a little bit more of that accumulation, and all of eastern Colorado and the northwestern corner of the state under a freeze warning. So we want to protect the sensitive crops, the vegetation. It is cold air that we will see by early tomorrow morning, but temperatures on Thursday set to moderate. Increasing cloud coverage, 60s, even some low 70s. We do have the chance tomorrow picking up a few brief showers over the northeastern plains. Drought monitor will be a very different scene as it gets updated throughout the course of the storm system. We have seen some really beneficial ample precipitation, around 1 to even 2 inches of water. That will be ahead of our next ridge. That'll build in warmer, drier as we get through the weekend. Mother's Day weekend, Friday, sunshine, 70s, pleasant, 75 on Saturday, and then could see a few isolated storms Sunday afternoon, and then warm weather returns around on Monday and Tuesday.
Katie, thank you so much. I am seeing standstill traffic, so I'm going to call a traffic impact alert right now because this is happening along C470 where visibility is an issue. We're also seeing a crash this morning along Ken Carroll Avenue and C470. So if you are taking those eastbound lanes, you are going to see crews there on scene. And again, it looks like traffic just stopped and CDOT just decided to move our cameras. So we are seeing delays in that area and a full closure. It looks like earlier this morning, it was just that left lane that was closed, but now we're seeing a full closure in that area. So again, it's because of the conditions that we are seeing out on the roads right now. It is snowing. It was raining all day yesterday, and then we were seeing wet road conditions. So of course, this is going to cause a nightmare. It looks like traffic is finally moving. So it's unclear if they're having a tow truck there on scene trying to pull that car out of the roadway. So I do want to switch things over to our main maps, talk about your drive times and also what you can expect out on the road. 6th Avenue this morning, you still have the green light. No issues to report this morning. It is just snowing out all across the metro area right now. 8-minute drive if you are taking 6th Avenue. 225 southbound heading into I-25. No issues to report. Maybe leaving the Aurora area heading to 225 and into I-25, you're only looking at an 11-minute drive. And then for my friends all the way down in Castle Rock, taking northbound I-25 to 225, only a 17-minute drive.
Brianna has the whole area covered for us this morning. We appreciate that. We also want to let you know about firefighters in Adams County who were busy this morning fighting this fire at a building near 104th and Florence. So this was right around 4 o'clock this morning. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Investigators still working to determine the cause of that fire. We've been keeping a close eye on local roads with Brianna and the freeways this morning. Snow is still falling across the state, so of course problems could pop up at any time. But CDOT did a great job plowing overnight, trying to keep things clear. CDOT's communication director is on the line with us right here. So Maddie, first question this morning. When did the first plows hit the roads this morning?
Hi, good morning. Yeah, we have been prepared for this incoming weather and have had our snow shift in effect and plows on the roads since yesterday, especially in those higher elevation areas to prepare for this weather coming in.
Probably should ask this question second. Am I saying Garbolitis correctly when I say your last name?
Yes, that is correct.
Piece of cake. So, Maddie Garbolitis, next question for you this morning. Even though we know the snow is expected to stop this afternoon, are you anticipating any problems potentially on roadways this afternoon?
You know, I think we're really just urging motorists to take things slow, to drive with caution, and don't let that look of a wet road fool you, especially as you had mentioned, you know, temperatures drop and things cool down later today. Really just being aware that there can still be icy and even slushy conditions on the road when it may appear to be wet.
And lastly, before I let you go, are there any spots, is there a problem spot out there that we haven't mentioned yet this morning?
No, you know, I think you covered it again. The higher elevation areas, seeing, you know, maybe some more impacted road conditions. Also, just a reminder of when you're driving or commuting around bridges and overpass, those areas especially to be cautious for, again, those more icy road conditions. But yeah, being aware in general and checking road conditions, you know, before you hit the road to get to where you need to be today.
All right, Maddie Garbolitis with the easiest last name in the communications business with CDOT. Thanks for joining us here this morning.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, how about this? Despite the snow, the show had to go on last night. This was the scene at Red Rocks. We're going to take you out there for the break to see fans who showed up all bundled up. Well, this week's weather is definitely messing with the Rockies' home series against the Mets as we take this live look at Coors Field. So you may remember Monday's game was moved up to an earlier start time. Last night's game, meanwhile, was postponed. They're going to play that one tomorrow afternoon starting at 1:10. The start time for today's game with the Mets has been pushed back from this afternoon to a night game that's going to start at 7:20. The Rockies hope that by tonight they can avoid the snow and the rain, but of course it will still be cold out there tonight. Speaking of that, despite the bitter cold, David Guetta fans still made their way to Red Rocks last night. Take a look at some of these pictures. The venue did not cancel last night's show. Guetta didn't cancel last night's show. And the fans showed up. Yes, they were bundled up, but they were there to see the French DJ. Some of the fans we spoke to said they were going to show up rain, snow, or shine.
It's what Colorado people do, you know, like somebody from down in Florida would not understand this, but we Colorado people, we're built for it.
With a smile on her face, right? The indie rock band Bright Eyes, meanwhile, was scheduled to perform tonight at Red Rocks, but that show has been canceled. It was canceled on Monday because of this week's forecast. I don't know, Katie. It sounds like tonight's actually going to be a better night than last night, but those fans, they just braved that weather last night.
It's Colorado. We can handle it. I think, too, just as long as you're prepared in terms of the conditions outside, dressed appropriately. It is cold. It feels like winter. And this is the live look from Copper Mountain. Unfortunately, ski season there is over, but it is coming down, snowing heavily in spots in and around downtown. It's steadily snowing, winds are calm, 32 degrees, and you can see that here on radar. We will watch an additional inch to 2 at most of accumulation, a lot of wet conditions outside, but as we see from our radar picture, a lot of Colorado impacted by snow falling currently. It will start to clear out from north to south. That little burst of moisture that we will watch for the next couple of hours, that will move out, and we will be left with clearing skies. But we are still under a winter storm warning. This is in place until 3 o'clock. All areas shaded in red from Denver down over 285 up north into Fort Collins, and then many of our mountains under winter weather advisories as well until 3 p.m. Winds relatively calm now, but they'll start to pick up this afternoon as the skies clear. So it'll be dry but blustery for this afternoon and evening. Temperatures right now at 30 degrees out at the airport, 20s only out near Conifer down through Elizabeth. We will see some sunshine to wrap up the day. Temperatures in the low 40s for highs, but it will be bitter cold. We'll be bracing for tomorrow morning. It will warm up. The temperatures will be back to the 60s and 70s tomorrow, and the snow will gradually melt, but be careful on the roadways over the next 24 hours. These freeze alerts in place in through early Thursday, and then warming up 70s in the forecast to round out the week, Drew.
All right, thank you, Katie, for that. Of course, as you know, Katie, sometimes our viewers can be our best snow day reporters. We want to know what it looks like in your neighborhood, so send us your photos. You can text those pictures to us using that number on the screen, 303-871-1491. We're going to share as many of your pictures as we can throughout the course of the morning. From the mountains to the metro area, we do have our crews reporting on snowy conditions all around the state as well. In fact, our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, will give us a look at conditions in the high country. That's coming up here at 7:30. To stay up to date on all of our weather impact alert coverage today, all you need to do is scan that QR code right there on your screen. You can watch 9 News anywhere you are all day long for free. Good morning, I'm Drew Carney with your 9 News Mornings Local Look. We are continuing our weather impact alert coverage throughout the day today. 9 News reporters Courtney Yoon and Shalima Maharaj are going to join us here at 7:30 over on KTVD with a look at roads around the area. From the mountains to the metro, we do have crews all across the state reporting on this morning's snowy conditions. In fact, our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, also going to join us at 7:30 over on KTVD with conditions in the high country this morning. And we want to see your photos from your neighborhood. You can share photos with us using this number, 303-871-1491. Probably bears repeating. 303-871-1491. That's how people can share their pictures, Brianna.
Yeah, and for those heading out the door, 7:27 is your time for this Wednesday morning. Visibility is an issue this morning, and also it's slick road conditions out there. So please, please, please take it nice and slow. C470, that's where you're taking a live look from right now. I do want to switch things over to our main maps because out in Golden, we do have a crash that's happening along Highway 58 near Clearview Parkway. This crash just popped up, and this is one of the latest crashes that we've been tracking all throughout the morning. So I'm going to have more information for you over on KTVD.
Brianna, at 7:27, a weather impact alert in place with a winter storm warning still in effect in Denver out across the eastern plains. Snow is falling heavily in spots into the high country. Now, road conditions, as Brianna was just mentioning, it's a range depending on where you're driving. 32 degrees, a lot of wet conditions here across the metro area, but absolutely take it easy. Some slick snow-covered roadways, higher terrain, and down south. And we will continue to watch the snow here for the next several hours. Temperatures are chilly. We're at or below freezing. It is a blast of some much needed precipitation. Not much more on the way for the rest of the day. Details, though, over on KTVD and on 9 News Plus.
Starting your 7:30 with a live look from DIA. You can barely see anything out there this morning. Right now, we know that 30 flights have already been canceled for the day as this spring storm rolls through the state.
The storm, of course, impacting local schools. I think a lot of districts, the big ones especially, saw the forecast for today and said, that's enough. We've seen enough. We're going to call it for the day. That includes Denver Public Schools, Jeffco Public Schools, also CU Boulder canceling classes today. We have a full list of closures running there at the bottom of your screen, and you can also check it out over at 9news.com. Thanks for joining us here at 7:30. I'm Drew Carney.
And I'm Corey Rose. I just talked to my kids. They're so excited for a snow day.
Only one this year so far, right? I'm guessing.
I mean, I don't think we've had another one. Maybe that's one of the reasons, Katie. They're like, well, we had some to burn, so might as well use it today.
Well, it was wild. Yesterday we were talking, good morning, you guys, and happy snow day here across Colorado, that yesterday and this morning, we have not seen a winter storm warning issued for the Denver area all winter and this spring. So it is a significant snowstorm that we are watching. This is a live look. Can you see near Copper Mountain? It's almost whiteout conditions there. I know ski season's over. It is May 6th, but do be prepared for some snow-covered roadways through spots over higher terrain. Now, in and around Denver, you may walk out the door and say, wait, I thought it was supposed to snow 4 to 8 inches. Now, the snow has been actively falling, not necessarily sticking to roadways, but you will find some limited visibility. That activity out east to Burlington, a beautiful shot over the CSU campus where the flakes are still flying. A lot of the pavement, the roadways mainly wet, just not quite cold enough to really stick there, which is actually great because road conditions, Brown, and we'll talk more about those coming up in just a moment, are not too terrible, but 32 degrees. We have seen just a range of conditions across Colorado, and some of that heavier snowfall you can see indicated by the darker shades of blue just to the west, south, and east of downtown Denver through Lakewood, and we will gradually clear back out as we get into this afternoon. So this system rolling through, but we will be left with clear skies and very cold temperatures. Winter storm warning, though, remains in place until 3 p.m. Winter weather advisories out across the eastern plains. Additional snowfall amounts around 1 inch, but let's talk more about the snowfall that we have already seen. Some much needed precipitation. We are blessed and privileged to have our meteorologist Chris Foggy joining us in the backyard to talk more about that. Chris, it's been quite the storm we've been watching.
Katie, great to see you, and it has certainly been quite the storm so far. Honestly, I'm fingers crossed here, folks, is that for most of the Denver area, this will hopefully end up with where we get a lot of the beneficial water out of this with hopefully generally minimal disruption. Though there are, I want to note, there are more than 40,000 customers without power right now, the majority of those in Boulder and Jefferson County. So the foothills, this has been a big storm. There are a lot of down trees, down branches. If you haven't already, please make sure that you are shaking those trees because there's still a lot of snow on them. But for a lot of the Denver area, we have not seen a May snowstorm like this in quite a time. In fact, in Boulder, you got to go back about 13 years for the last time that we picked up 9.1 inches of snow. I want to show you some of those snow totals that we've seen here. Boulder, 9.1 inches. Again, that is your biggest snowstorm in Boulder officially since May 1st and 2nd of 2013. DIA, 4.7, more context on that in just a second. We're getting a lot of totals in that 5 to 7 inch range right now around the core metro area. The good news is, and Brianna, I'll have more on this in just a second, is that the majority of this has stuck to grassy surfaces, colder surfaces, but not to roads. So roads I know are generally wet right now. In Denver, this is now officially our biggest May snowstorm since 2003. So our biggest May snowstorm in 23 years, 4.7 inches of snow. That is now more snow than we picked up in February and December combined in Denver. So this is quite the May snow event and certainly unusual. We average May snow every second, every third year here in Denver. But of course, it's not just Denver. In the mountains, a big snow event. In fact, just got a report of 22 inches in Estes Park. So I'm going to have to update that, but a significant snow for us in the mountains. And this is going to help out with snowpack and delay a lot of the snowpack melt. Final thing I kind of want to leave you with here, folks, and this is the kind of really good news, kind of the cherry on top of everything that we've seen so far here, is the amount of water we've seen from this storm. This is the beneficial thing that we've seen so far. And yeah, the cherry on top. And I want to send things over to my friend Brianna Fernandez, who's tracking those roads. And Brianna, again, I don't want to overlook the fact that we've got these down trees, these down branches, and this is a real mess. More than 40,000 customers without power. That number, unfortunately, is probably going to grow as we continue to add on more snow. But, Brianna, good news is roads are wet. Where are we seeing those impacts, though, right now?
Yeah, right now visibility is definitely an issue. And like you mentioned, Chris, thank you so much for that report. We are seeing some power outages. So what would that mean? That's going to mean that at several intersections, especially in the Boulder area, you're going to see that those intersections, those traffic lights are not working. So please treat those as a four-way stop. You can see across the metro area, I have several cameras to show you. C470, I-25 at 23rd Avenue, I-70 near Vail Pass, where it is really hard to make out those lanes on I-70 on those east and westbound lanes. And then 225 at Alameda Avenue, traffic is moving, but you could just see those raindrops from that CDOT camera. Let's talk about your drive times and what you can expect for that morning drive. Zooming into the Boulder area, taking Highway 36, no issues to report this morning, but again, take it nice and slow. Only a 20-minute drive. Southbound I-25 from 144th down to 76, about 10 minutes this morning. I'm not seeing any issues whatsoever. A bit of a slowdown for anyone taking 270 from I-70 heading into I-25. So right now you are slowing down to 49 miles per hour, and we are seeing some northbound delays between I-76 and I-270 for anyone taking Vasquez. I want to send things over to our Matt Renew because, Matt, you've been tracking conditions for us. What is it looking out there? I could tell you're very cold and you still don't have a hat.
No, out of principle, I cannot, Brianna, wear a hat in May. So no, I'm not going to put one on, but it is chilly. The temperatures have dropped this morning significantly where we're at the Bakerville exit east of the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels and the Continental Divide, about 20 degrees, and snowing pretty significantly as we've seen all morning on this side of the Continental Divide. This is what you're going to be seeing for road conditions along I-70 if you're heading into the mountains or out of the mountains. It's going to be snow-packed. It's going to be icy, slow, and slick. And for all of the morning and even the evening, that's been pretty much focused east of the Continental Divide. But now it's shifting west as well with reports of whiteout conditions between Silverthorne and Frisco, icy snowpack conditions along I-70. Just in the past 45 minutes, the storm's intensified on that side of the Continental Divide now. So really widespread snow now across western Colorado, impacting a lot of people, a lot of drives, and a lot of people going in or out of the mountains. But man, is it beautiful. Pan the camera over and just look at the scene here in Clear Creek County. That's Clear Creek right there flowing, and I can't begin to express the importance of this storm and the moisture in this snow, and now feeding into streams, rivers, and reservoirs that this state so desperately needs. I looked at the snowpack numbers earlier. They've bumped up just a few percentages, still dismal and desperately low, but hopefully this round too will bump those numbers up even a little bit more. Not enough to get us out of the drought and the predicament we've been in with the low snowpack, but certainly going to help these streams, rivers, and reservoirs because of all of this snow that continues to fall in Colorado, with even more forecasted. Reporting from Clear Creek County off the Bakerville exit, I'm Matt Renew, 9 News. My colleague Courtney Yoons driving around. I understand Lone Tree. Courtney, look, it is very snowy up here. What are conditions like down there?
Hey, good evening, Matt. You know, probably a little less snow than you're seeing up there in the high country, but we just exited Lone Tree heading into Highlands Ranch right now, heading west on University. Want to give you guys a look at what we're seeing through our windshield this morning. A little bit foggy, a little bit misty looking here on this side of the metro. As the farther west we've been going, we've just been noticing it's a little bit more foggy. Visibility is a little bit more difficult, but still the roads are very clear, mostly just wet in this area. If you go farther south, we were in Castle Rock earlier this morning. That's when you're starting to see more slush and ice on the roads. But for the most part, Parker, Lone Tree, Highlands Ranch so far, just seeing those wet roads. And the biggest thing that we've been noticing is those tree branches. More accumulation down here in the southern metro than near Denver. And the snow just looks kind of wet and heavy. It's kind of weighing down those tree branches and making them look a little bit soggy. But otherwise, your commute should be pretty clear for the most part, at least on the roadways. I know Brianna has been tracking some crashes this morning, but just keep an eye on the road and the car in front of you. Live in Highlands Ranch, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
All right, Courtney, we appreciate that update. Of course, we'll check back in with Courtney as we move through the morning.
So after the break, we're going to be continuing our weather impact alert coverage. But if you're about to turn off your TV because you got to head out the door, quickly scan the QR code to watch 9 News wherever you go, completely free.
Good morning, everyone. We are here in Evergreen by Evergreen Lake, and we are just getting on to Upper Bear Creek Road. Definitely, we're seeing a lot of those very snowy conditions outside here. Big flakes falling down, and we are seeing several inches of accumulation in the direct vicinity around us. All of those trees absolutely sheathed in a fresh coating of snow overnight. Visibility, though, not the greatest over here. We have been seeing on our drive, it's been a little bit more difficult on certain stretches. Over here, I mean, we've had a few plows going by, clearing out the road, but the snow is accumulating continually on some of the roads. There's so much snow that really you start to feel your vehicle losing a bit of traction, so you want to be really careful out there and take your time as you're getting around. If you don't have to be somewhere today, probably a good idea to stay home for sure. But definitely when we were out here, there are some stretches in Evergreen where we did notice a lot of accumulation on the road, not a lot of clearing going on in certain residential streets. But for the most part, I mean, you look around right now and this is a postcard. I mean, this is the image that a lot of people were waiting for. They wanted to be able to see this moisture, this snowfall, which we have just been so deprived of for some time. We're actually getting closer into the town site right now, and we're going to be driving on through the main drag. But right now, I'm going to send things over to the 9 News Weather Center, where our own Katie LaSalle is standing by.
Oh, Shalima, what a sight to see on this Wednesday, May 6th. Looks like wintertime, and this spring storm really packing a punch and some beneficial precipitation across the state, but limited visibility, low 30s, and snow actively falling over a big portion of Colorado. We want to talk about the impacts. Here you can see near Burlington, the flakes are flying, mainly wet roadways through town. A lot of our interstates in pretty good shape right now. But with that heavy wet snow, the biggest concern, of course, we've been talking about it, down trees with the weight of the snow on the leaves because it is springtime, and then also power lines and power concerns. In the mountains, you will find some slick and snow-covered roadways depending on where you're driving. It is absolutely stunning out near Fort Collins, and a good dose of precipitation extremely needed here across the state. With extreme to exceptional drought continuing, this will really be helpful. But our radar picture this morning, if you are out and about, we are still watching the snow falling all around the Front Range. Portions of the far northeastern plains dry. South of Colorado Springs, some heavier bands of snow rolling through south and east. But we still have quite a few alerts in place off to the west in and around the Denver area. A winter storm warning in effect until at least 3 o'clock. Estes Park, Bear Lake, 20 inches of accumulation thus far. Up near Fort Collins, down through Denver into Colorado Springs, that warning will remain in place through this afternoon. That is before we introduce a little more sunshine to wrap up this Wednesday. We'll show you that coming up. But out the door this morning, if you're walking the dog, going anywhere across town, it is chilly no matter where you are. It's only 19 degrees in Evergreen, cold for this time of the year. We're not going to warm up too much more, but the snow will taper off. So partly cloudy skies by 3 o'clock. The winter storm warning set to expire, but as skies clear, that's when we'll see even colder temperatures and a freeze warning in place. So you want to protect sensitive plants, vegetation if you haven't already. Through at least 12 o'clock this afternoon, continued snowfall. Our mountains east of the divide and even portions of southwestern Colorado will see a little dose of moisture before all of Colorado experiences dry conditions tonight and sunshine to start the day. Additional snowfall amounts, not much more, will gradually clear out from north to south. Castle Rock around 1 to 3 potentially there, and then slightly more into our southern mountains, our Sangre de Cristos, and then west into portions of our southern mountains. Freeze alerts all of eastern Colorado. So I want you to know that low to upper 20s, even 19 degrees the low in Lyman to begin the morning. Definitely a cold start to the day, and if places that have seen the snow and it's wet by the time the sun goes down and we freeze over, just want to be prepared for potentially some slick driving at times, especially bridges, overpasses, you know the drill. It's spring, but also we'll be experiencing winter weather here for the next 24 hours or so before springtime conditions return. Temperatures rebound, 60s, 70s. We'll continue to watch the snow melt here over the Front Range and plains. This snowpack that the mountains have picked up, we're looking at 1 to even 2 feet in spots over higher terrain. That is very beneficial. After such a warm, dry winter and early spring we've seen thus far, extreme to exceptional drought conditions. I'm not expecting drought at all to be completely busted, but it at least will make a dent and be helpful as we head into the coming months. Cold air tracker, the cold air moves out, the warmer air rolls in, our next ridge builds, and you can see that here on our 7-day forecast. Pleasant Friday, 70. We could see a few late day showers and storms coming up tomorrow, but really not a lot of widespread precipitation like we're picking up right now. And then upper 60s, Mother's Day on Sunday, 80s, warm next week. Brianna?
Katie, thank you so much. 7:47 is your time for this Wednesday morning. Let's get you out the door. It is a snowy, wet road day. So if you're heading out, this is what you can expect. Along 270 and Vasquez right now, heading into I-25 and I-70. We're seeing wet road conditions out there. And then same story for anyone taking I-70, maybe dropping someone off at Denver International Airport, or if you have a flight, this is your drive right now along I-70 heading eastbound. Let's get to your drive times. Right now, we are tracking one crash out in Golden. This is happening along Highway 58 at Clearview Parkway. We do have crews there on scene. Your drive along 6th Avenue heading west and eastbound right now, it's not looking bad, only about 10 minutes, but of course, take it nice and slow. Westbound 76 in Commerce City. So if you're leaving Commerce City from E470 to 270, it's only going to be a 10-minute drive. 225 this morning, seeing a bit of a slowdown, so between Yosemite and DTC Boulevard heading into southbound I-25. Right now you're looking at a 13-minute drive, and then I-25 both directions right now, not looking bad, only 15 minutes.
The Stanley Cup contender conversation is not a deep one, but it starts with depth, and the Avs have the most. 12 players have scored in just 2 games in this series. That's the most in NHL history. They also have a 2-0 lead, and Minnesota, they're in deep trouble.
There's the one-timer. McKinnon on the power play.
What we're doing is sustainable. I feel like we're generating a lot of chances, and they're not just some lucky goals.
Chopped that side of the net, covered by Wedgwood.
You know, either one could be. You're going to score 9 goals. That's also Avalanche hockey, right? So, but I just think, you know, after game 1, regardless if you win or not, there's always things you can improve on. And, you know, to a man, just, you know, mirror everything. I think, you know, contribute a little bit to 9 days off and a little bit of our minds, you know, being a little bit off detail. But, you know, obviously guys step up, play a tight game, don't give them a ton of room. And I think, you know, all 60 minutes, both ends of the ice, I think everything's really good tonight.
And then Wedgwood does his best Statue of Liberty, says, I got it.
We just try and let him see the puck there, and most of the time he can get it. So for us, it's reassuring to have a guy like that, but I still feel like we can be a little bit better in front of him.
He's been unbelievable for us. You can feel the confidence he's got, and he bleeds through the lineup. So, yeah, I mean, he's been unbelievable, and it's nice to have him.
A chance of Wedgie.
Hard not to hear it out there. No, they do a good job of letting me know. No, I love it. Obviously, like I said, found a home here and been very vocal with them, and you know, social media stuff, all that fun stuff. I enjoy it. I love to talk, and they've taken to me. And yeah, when they get going there and are behind me, it's obviously a nice boost for my own ego.
The chance of Wedgie travel north to Minnesota, and the Wild are uncomfortable. Reporting from Ball Arena, John Treach, 9 News.
Such a good game. All right, this late winter storm will be a sigh of relief for not only our snowpack, but also our plants. Experts share their tips on keeping them alive after the break.
7:53, and we are still under a weather impact alert. The weather is weathering. We're seeing snow piling up. Places like Copper Mountain that closed last weekend for ski season here across the Denver area. This early May spring snowstorm really packing a punch, bringing in a lot of beneficial moisture. If you are out and about this morning, temperatures hovering around freezing. We are expecting to see skies clear pretty quickly here this afternoon. Some significant snow totals, upwards of 7-8 inches from King Carroll to Boulder. Slightly less out at the airport, but we saw a lot of snow fall from the sky. It's not really sticking around on the roadways at least, but the trees blanketed and into the mountains as well. Winter weather advisories and the winter storm warning that we've been talking about, that is set to expire at 3 o'clock. Temperatures, though, overnight very cold. We'll look ahead at just how much precipitation is falling. Regardless, it's been very beneficial to see that here across Colorado with drought conditions as they are on this May 6th.
Katie, thank you. The snow brings some much needed moisture to Colorado, but the downside is it could also cause a lot of problems with trees and plants. Wet, heavy snow can weigh down those branches, causing them to break. Knocking the snow off your trees can help, but doing that safely is the key. As for the rest of your yard, experts say most established plants should handle the storm just fine, but newer or more sensitive plants could struggle in these conditions.
So well-established perennials will probably be just fine. They've got a strong root system and they're just going to love this moisture. Really any new plants, so whether they're annuals are particularly sensitive to cold temperatures. Any newly planted perennials could be a little bit sensitive if they are not established yet.
Overall, experts expect the good will outweigh the bad when it comes to this storm. This morning, we want to see all of your snow photos. Take a pic of the backyard, maybe your walk with the dog, the kids enjoying the snow day. Send it to us, 303-871-1491, and we're going to be sharing them throughout the morning. Here's some that you've already shared with us so far today. A lot of snow out there. My family sent some from Evergreen, quite a bit in Evergreen. A lot piled up on the cars as well. Some of the dogs absolutely loving it today. My dog's like, yeah, I'll hold it, I'll wait. But so great to see so many of these pictures. And again, we really needed the moisture, so it is a welcome sight. Thank you for sharing your pictures with us. Coming up, how full is your gas tank? Is it Colorado spring storm driving ready? We're going to tell you the level you should have it at before you hit the road next time. Good morning, I'm Corey Rose. Here's your 9 News Mornings local look. You may be celebrating the snow, but is your car? If it isn't prepared for these conditions, a simple drive could turn into a major catastrophe. We have tips to make sure that you're ready for the roads. And these conditions are no joke, so shelters have opened their doors to welcome in people experiencing homelessness. To stay warm and dry, we have a list of places that Denverites can go to escape this spring storm.
And if you are heading out the door, 7:56 is your time for this Wednesday morning. You can see we have wet road conditions. Also, other parts of the Denver metro area right now, visibility is definitely an issue, especially along C470 Highlands Ranch area. Please keep that in mind. I want to switch things over to your drive times. Your drive times right now are not looking bad whatsoever. It should take you about 14 to 15 minutes if you're heading to I-25 from downtown to the tech center.
Brianna, thank you. At 7:57, a weather impact alert, May 6th, and we have a snow day, 33 degrees. Now, a lot of the snow across at least the roadways, as Brianna was mentioning, it is wet, but blanketing the trees, and it is falling from Fort Collins to downtown Denver across a big portion of Colorado. We still have winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories in place. Now, in and around metro area, we will watch the snow actively be falling for the next couple of hours. Skies will then clear from north to south, so the snow is expected to taper off today. These advisories and warnings expire by about 3 p.m. Temperatures cold, and it will get to about 40 degrees by this afternoon, clearing skies tonight. Overnight lows, we're looking at a hard freeze. Additional snow accumulation around an inch possible here in Denver. Some warmer air. 80s are on our 7-day forecast here across the metro area. We'll talk more about that warm up and the snow totals you've seen over on KTVD.
This morning, we've got a true Colorado snowstorm on our hands, and people are feeling the impacts.
Tons of students out of school today. A snow day for lots of kids around the area. Most of the major districts have called it for the day. That includes Denver Public, Jeffco, Douglas County, Aurora, and Cherry Creek schools. Also, CU Boulder and CSU canceling classes today. We have a full list of closures running there at the bottom of your screen. You can also check out that list at 9news.com. A few dozen delays and cancellations at the airport this morning as well. Most of the canceled flights, though, so far have been on smaller regional routes to places like Cheyenne and Grand Junction. But in the last hour, we have started seeing cancellations on some longer flights to places like Vegas and Phoenix.
And we've seen thousands of people without power throughout the morning. The majority of them are XL customers. Taking a live look right now at the XL power outage map, 30,541 customers are without power, 407 total outages. XL says it has 165 staff on standby around the state to help get things back up and running. They've already seen a ton of outages again throughout the morning. Core Electric says it also added extra staff to its service area today. Earlier in the morning, Core Electric had about 150 outages, but as of now, power is back on for almost all of those homes. Thanks for joining us this morning. I'm Corey Rose.
And I'm Drew Carney. It is a 9 News Weather Impact Alert Day. We have full team coverage all around the state. Shalima Maharaj and Courtney Yoon tracking road conditions around the area. You see Jada Knowles there. He's up in the north part of the state, out in Fort Collins. And our man in the mountain, Matt Renew, is going to join us with a closer look at the high country this morning.
But first, we want to get to a look at the forecast from Katie LaSalle, who is joining us out in the 9 News backyard. She's got the umbrella out. Wow, snow is still falling.
Yep. Oh, and it's coming down. Some fat, heavy, wet flakes here in the 9 News backyard. I will say, though, that this tree has not been this close to me in a very long time, standing in the same position. The heavy snow is weighing on the leaves. The branches are just kind of dipping down. So we, of course, that's the major concern with this really beneficial moisture-rich storm system will be broken limbs on trees that really early spring have already seen the leaves come. Now for us today, it is actively snowing. Temperatures right now are in the upper 20s, low 30s. If you are driving, walking around on the sidewalks, this storm not really particularly cold enough to see a lot of this snow really stick to the roadways, and temperatures go from right now, the upper 20s, low 30s to gradually high 30s, low 40s this afternoon. So do expect to see snow falling here for the next couple of hours, but we will clear out later on today. Now, in the wake of this, as skies clear, it is going to be very cold. A freeze warning issued for all of eastern Colorado. That's in place until early tomorrow morning. And our snowfall forecast, additional amounts, we're not looking at a lot more accumulation, but from northern Colorado to the central parts of the state, across the mountains and the plains, this is a very potent system. Tomorrow we're back to more springtime conditions with 60s and even some low 70s. But I want to get out to my friend Jada Knowles, meteorologist with the 9 News Weather Impact Team. Fort Collins behind you. What a storm this has been so far, Jada, and what are things looking like there right now?
You know, not a lot has changed so far, Katie. This is a great and beautiful storm, one, because of the moisture that we're getting. I mentioned in the previous shows that up to this storm, Fort Collins had about 1.27 inches from January all the way through May 3rd. Now, just between Monday and Tuesday, we've already picked up over an inch. So that is terrific news because we already know that most of Colorado is in that drought. But so far, though, the main concerns and the main impacts, we knew that this was going to happen coming into this storm. As you can see the street right behind me, the snow piling up on it. It's tipping over almost a little bit, especially on power lines as well. So far since we've been out here, we haven't had any reports on any power outages. But if you do see any reports, of course, email us at 9 News. But I mean, overall, it's a beautiful spot to be at in Fort Collins, northern Colorado. It's just amazing out here. A lot of great hospitality as well. But one other thing I want to mention as well, the snow is not really impacting the roadways. We're seeing cars go back and forth through neighborhood roads as well as towards the freeway along I-25, and we're not seeing any slowdowns up there. We're not seeing any slick spots as well, so that's good news there. It's barely accumulating on the grassy surfaces. So far, the sidewalks are still okay. But we're going to stay out here all morning and enjoying ourselves out here live in Fort Collins. Jada Knowles for 9 News. And Brianna, how are those road conditions across the metro area and especially along I-70?
Jaden, I have a quick question for you before we let you go and we let him go. He has just, I don't know if you guys noticed, just snow on top of his head. It's just been sitting there. I don't know if he felt it. Anyways, we're going to check back in with Jaden. A live look from I-70 and C-470. You can see visibility is an issue this morning and traffic is very light. So please take it nice and slow. We are seeing slick conditions and it is slowly coming out there along I-70 and C-470. We still have people laughing at Jaden's snow on top of his head. I do want to switch things over to our main maps because we do also have a crash all the way down south. For anyone taking northbound I-25, it actually just popped up within the last 2 minutes at Castle Rock Parkway. So if you're heading northbound taking I-25, you're going to see crews there on scene. Visibility also an issue. Right now, our Courtney Yoon and our Shalima Maharaj, they have been tracking road conditions. So we have team coverage for you guys. We're going to start with our Courtney Yoon right now, and we're going to check in with Shalima in just a couple of minutes. But Courtney, what are you seeing out there?
Hey, good morning, Brianna. We are heading west on Mineral Avenue right now, just past Santa Fe in Littleton. I want to show you guys what we're seeing outside of our windshield this morning. So it's looking a little foggy down here. Brianna has been talking about low visibility in the Carl area, Littleton, Highlands Ranch, and that's what we've been seeing this morning here. Kind of foggy. Biggest thing I've noticed traveling south from the Denver Metro down towards the southwestern metro is that the roads are clear. You can see they're a little wet, but we are noticing a little bit more accumulation on the roads down here. I feel like up in Denver, the roads were just really wet. Down here, you might run into some slush or some ice. But other than that, it kind of is easy traveling around the metro area. We've seen a couple plows out there today, but really they're not needed right now. The biggest thing that I've noticed is just some of these soggy, saggy tree branches that we're seeing this morning. Just a little bit sad kind of seeing these green leaves being blanketed in snow, but it sure does at least look pretty. And right now we're actually headed over to a sledding hill, so we'll see you guys there in about 30 minutes. Live in Littleton, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
A sledding hill. I have a feeling that's going to be popular today. Courtney, thank you. If you can avoid being out on the roads today, that is probably best. But if you have to be out there, there's some things to keep in mind. Make sure your car is good to go. Check your windshield wipers, your wiper fluid, your tires, your battery. Check that your lights are working. Make sure you have enough gas in your tank. I'm really bad at that one. AAA says you should be half full or more to avoid your gas line freezing. The gas also adds extra weight that can keep you from sliding. Make sure you clear snow and ice off your car. When you finally hit the road, take it slow. Always leave extra space between you and other cars. If you come across a crash, do not get out if you don't have to. First responders say you're usually safer when you're inside of your car. It's also good to have an emergency kit in your car, really all year round. Things like snow brush, blankets, food, water, flashlight with extra batteries. It's also recommended to carry tire chains, a first aid kit, and flares or reflectors in case you get stuck or you need help on the side of the road.
Before we move on, have you run out of gas before?
Never.
Okay.
But it comes close.
All right. Well, as long as you haven't run out of gas. Yesterday at this time, we were still waiting to hear if the city of Denver would open up its cold weather shelters. Now, the city did wind up making that call to open them up around 6 o'clock last night. The city activates its shelters when it gets below 25 degrees, when the National Weather Service issues a cold weather advisory, or when at least 2 inches of snow are forecasted. That was certainly the case yesterday, right? So the shelters, we know, are pet friendly. They provide food and blankets, but not everyone feels comfortable going to the shelters. We spoke to a woman named Alma who's living on the streets. She says she's grateful for the help that she's received from people passing by, giving her things like socks and blankets.
It reminds you that people care, you know, that you're not just out here struggling alone. 'Cause that's a very despairing feeling, being out here alone.
Alma told us she was hoping to stay at a friend's house last night. We're not sure if that happened or not. But for people who are choosing to go to a shelter, these are the ones on your screen that will remain open through 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is a list again. For individual men, you can go to Denver Rescue Mission's Lawrence Street Community Center. Individual women can head to Samaritan House Smith Road. Young adults can go to Urban Peak on Acoma. And families can go to the Inn at the Highland on Zunai. Most ski resorts, by the way, also missing out on some of that fresh powder today.
That's right. But if you want to get a few extra runs in, you might be in luck. Our man in the mountains joins us next with how you can still carve up the slopes this weekend. We're going to be keeping an eye on this storm and its impacts throughout the morning. You can stream our 9 News coverage everywhere you watch. Just scan the QR code right there on your screen and watch for free. Taking a live look out at Winter Park Ski Resort. It looks gorgeous. Look at all that fresh powder.
Still falling this morning.
Yes, it is. Katie's going to be back with your full forecast in just a couple of minutes, but the added snow, unfortunately not super helpful for most ski resorts. It is good news, though, for the last one standing, A Basin.
Yeah, they look like geniuses. We'll stay open through Mother's Day weekend, and it's going to snow the week before Mother's Day, right? Man in the Mountains, Matt Renew. I know you have a lot to say about this. It has been snowing where you're at all morning long, and in some cases, we've seen those fat, wet flakes falling right in front of your face.
You're right, Drew. Corey, good morning. Yeah, Fat Wet Flakes, the name of a punk rock band I was in way back in the 80s. And also what we're seeing here at the Bakersville exit just east of the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels and Continental Divide, where it has been snowing steadily since 3 o'clock or so this morning. A pretty good clip has come along. Maybe 7-8 inches of snow so far out of this just today. Seems pretty bad to get all of this after all of the ski areas have closed except one. Arapahoe Basin is the last ski area in Colorado still opened. They planned to close Sunday, May 3rd, but with recent snow falling, they decided to extend their season and stay open for one more weekend. So they're taking a break this week, then reopening Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with $39 lift tickets. All this fresh powder just waiting for a few more turns and better skiing in early May than they had back in March.
And we did receive 14 inches of snow since April 25th. I think we got another 3 inches last night, so that certainly helps. And temperatures have really cooled down and the sun's been hiding behind the clouds. So those conditions factors mixed into the fact that we have this northern facing slope, we have a pretty nimble and quick operation. We were able to extend to offer one more weekend of skiing and riding.
How smart was that? Because it's going to be a pretty good weekend of skiing and riding at Arapahoe Basin. They're closed during the week, and then they'll open on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, meaning all of this powder is going to be sitting there just waiting for everyone when they go up for that final weekend of skiing. They're going to have some concerts, and they're really just doing this to preserve that snow. It's something they often do in May and June, is close during the week, and then when it's busy on the weekend, reopen so they can preserve the snow that's fallen and keep it around a little bit more, which they're going to do. Reporting from the Bakerville exit in Clear Creek County, I'm Matt Renew, 9 News. More snow still falling, Katie, here east of the Continental Divide. A beautiful scene of Clear Creek now getting some moisture flowing into it. Beautiful thing to see.
It's absolutely stunning, Matt. Thank you. A Basin, get up there early Friday, get some of those fresh tracks. Tomorrow will actually be pretty mild in the mountains. And I don't have a picture there, but Copper, they closed last weekend, and it is coming down in the high country in spots. I'll show you radar in just a moment. But here across the Denver area, we are still under a weather impact alert. It is actively, steadily snowing and heavier in spots. This is a live look for you near Lamar via our wireless camera. Southeastern Colorado now seeing more of that moisture. The storm system rolling in the moisture from north to south. It's been heavy at times, as you saw yesterday, over northern Colorado, and we'll continue to watch that impact a big portion of the state. So right now, in and around downtown, you see that steady snowfall, slightly heavier if you're heading over 470, Parker, down through the Pinery, into Castle Rock, west into the mountains, heading past Vail Pass over places like Eagle, Rifle, into Glenwood Springs, and it's mainly just dry, mostly cloudy with some light shower activity, but still winter weather advisories in place there and winter storm warnings. That includes Denver, west over our northern Front Range mountains, down south to the Springs. So we're not out of the woods yet. It is snowing. It is chilly. Temperatures right now just hovering around freezing from downtown to Fort Collins. Up into the mountains, we've seen teens and 20s just to the west of town as well in the foothills. So a cold start to the morning, and off and on snow showers will be with us until at least 10 a.m. Then right around noon, mostly cloudy. The snow will really start to end by 3 p.m. And here's what it looks like on Futurecast. By 12 o'clock today, still we'll be seeing that snow impacting portions of the I-25 corridor out east to the plains and west into the mountains. We'll start to see skies clear from north to south as mentioned. So by this afternoon, right around the time the sun goes down, it will be sunny and skies will be mostly clear overnight. Now our snowfall forecast, additional amounts tacking on to what we've already seen, very significant in spots, around 1 to 2 from downtown to Littleton down through Castle Rock. Highlands Ranch really getting a good dose of snow. We've been seeing those pictures come in. Keep sending them to us. We love to see, and we'll hopefully be able to show them on air. Snowfall forecast. Most of the additional snowfall will be over our southern mountains that we'll see for the course of today, and our drought monitor will be much happier with this moisture that we've seen, around 1 to even 2 inches of water. Now, our snowpack as well, that is beneficial, that we've seen all that snow as Matt was showing us in the mountains. Tonight, though, it will be clear and dry, but cold. Please, if you already haven't, protect sensitive crops, vegetation. We know this blast of cold air and a hard freeze really can cause some damage to a lot of our vegetation. And our lows by morning are set to fall out to Burlington at 32 degrees. Lyman expecting 19 and upper 20s to start the day, but by the afternoon, we'll see melting across the Front Range, highs in the 60s to low 70s. The snow will quickly become a thing of the past. And you can see even in the mountains, it will be a whole lot milder. So places still open like Winter Park. Thursday it will be pretty mild, and by Friday morning, sunshine statewide and warmer air rolling in. Coldest conditions expected early tomorrow morning. And you see that here on our 7-day forecast. We'll keep the weather impact alert going just because of if we continue to see the snow and wet roads at times with that hard freeze overnight, you may encounter some slick spots by morning. It all just depends on the conditions of the roads we see when the sun goes down. And then by early tomorrow morning, we'll exit in terms of any alerts to tell you about. And then we're back to 60s and 70s through Mother's Day weekend. Brianna, how are things though right now out the door?
Yeah, right now we actually have a couple crashes that I'm tracking. The first one's happening along I-70 for anyone taking eastbound I-70 near Denver West Colorado Mills Parkway. You could see it right now on your screen. That right shoulder partially blocked. And while Katie was talking, we were seeing a tow truck arriving on scene from our CDOT camera. So you can see traffic is still moving, but just conditions are not the best out there with that snow rain mix that we have been getting. I do want to switch things over to our main maps, talk about a couple other crashes that are happening up north. So for those in the Loveland area taking northbound I-25, this is happening just after Highway 34. Then a little bit down south, we also have another crash along Highway 52. Again, this is happening along northbound I-25. All the way down south, for those in Castle Rock this morning, we have a crash northbound I-25 at Castle Rock Parkway. Again, these are happening on our major interstates. We saw a couple cars spun out early this morning. And then for those heading out, we did have a crash in Golden. That crash just cleared up within the last couple of minutes along Highway 52. If you're taking 6th Avenue this morning, it's going to be a 9-minute drive heading eastbound all the way to I-25. I want to send things over to our Shalima Maharaj. She has been tracking conditions for you all throughout the morning. And Shalima, you are in Evergreen right now. What are conditions like in Evergreen?
Yeah, we are actually just passing Evergreen Lake, and so right now, slushy roads, a lot of that snow just sticking to the surface, also some ice accumulation in some areas, and several inches of snowfall just nearby us. But we have been seeing the plows going by as well. I'm going to switch the camera so you can get a shot of exactly what we're looking at right now. I mean, this is actually pretty good in terms of the conditions that we have seen in Evergreen, but it actually gets a lot more treacherous in some parts of the community. Evergreen Fire Rescue actually tweeted out just about half an hour ago that they responded to 9 crashes yesterday on the snowy roads. So they're just telling people, remember to drive slower today, make sure you allow for greater braking distances, and clean the snow from your windows before driving. I can't tell you how many vehicles we have seen with snow both on and even on the windows, on the sides. A lot of people need to take that time and brush that off for the sake of your safety and everyone else around you. They're also reminding people to slow down and move over when you're approaching emergency responders on the roadways. So this is some of how things are shaping up on the roads out here in Evergreen. It slowly but surely does get a little bit worse as we go up this road here, where you'll see a lot more ice and more slick conditions. So if you are out here, take your time getting to your destination. For now, I'll send it back to you in studio.
All right, Shalima, we appreciate that update. How about this? Question for you this morning. What would you say is the ideal weather for an outdoor concert?
90 degrees.
Okay, 90 degrees. How about this? How about snowy and temps near freezing?
Hardy fans.
That's exactly what the crowd at Red Rocks got last night. Coming up, who they were there to see, and the crowd's positive take on those less than ideal conditions.
We are under a weather impact alert, watching snow fall over a big portion of Colorado. A potent spring snowstorm is upon us, and we will continue to watch the weather change over the next several hours. Temperatures right now hovering just at freezing. Snow is falling here over the Denver area, mostly cloudy skies by 12 o'clock. We will continue to watch this storm system roll out from north to south, but we have seen heavy snow. It is blanketing the region. Accumulations have just been wild into the foothills and mountains, but in and around the Denver area and especially down south, the biggest concern, the biggest impacts we will continue to watch with this storm. Heavy snow on the trees, the branches weighing them down, broken limbs a possibility. Most of the snow will end by noon, but a hard freeze is coming tonight, so we want to get you ready for that. For the rest of today, we will watch the skies gradually clear. Early tomorrow morning, cold conditions, a freeze warning in place until early Thursday, even colder, Corey, than it was last night at Red Rocks.
Katie, thank you. Last night could not be described as a great night for an outdoor concert, but apparently David Guetta and his fans didn't get the memo. They didn't care. Check out the scene at Red Rocks last night. Red Rocks didn't cancel the show. Guetta didn't cancel the show. Fans of the French DJ didn't bail either. They bundled up, still showed up in this weather. Indie rock band Bright Eyes, meanwhile, was scheduled to perform tonight at Red Rocks. That show was postponed back on Monday because of the forecast. Hardy fans out there. Lots of snow is falling, but how much water does that actually break down to? How does it help out our drought this season? Our Chris Bianchi is crunching the numbers this morning. The snow is taking down some trees, including this one at Keely Chalmers' house. Keely? Yes, we're going to check in with her on some of the damage this morning. And we're going to be bringing you updates about the storm from the latest spots with the power outages to the area seeing the most damage. You can keep up with all of that on our 9 News app. Just scan the QR code on your screen and watch for free.
Good morning, I'm Drew Carney. Here's your 9 News Mornings local look. We're getting our first look outside at some of the damage caused by the snowstorm. Keely Chalmers is going to join us live from Boulder coming up at 8:30 over on KTVD. In fact, she even has some damage in her own backyard this morning. Are you wondering just how much snow we got over the last 24 hours? 9 News senior meteorologist Chris Bianchi is going to join us with the latest totals. And preparing for the roads. An unexpected late spring snowstorm. That's no small operation to get those roadways ready. Behind the scenes work to get roads clear for this morning's commute.
And we do have a quick update. According to CDOT, they are saying that right now eastbound I-70 near Vail Pass is shut down. Chain and traction laws are also in effect. Please keep that in mind because you can see that conditions out in the high country are not the best this morning. Now we have a crash happening along eastbound I-70. This is near Denver, West Colorado. For those heading out, that right shoulder is partially blocked. I want to show you what this looks like on our maps as well. If we switch things over to our main maps, we are seeing a lot of delays up and down the high country because people are taking it nice and slow. Again, we just got confirmation from CDOT that eastbound I-70 near Vail Pass is shut down.
Taking it easy is the name of the game. It is a weather impact alert, a range of rapidly changing conditions here across the state this morning as the spring snowstorm rolls through. It is 33 degrees. Winds are calm, but snow is actively falling in and around the Denver area, becoming heavier this morning down across the southeastern plains. We've seen some big totals, 20 inches in spots like Bear Lake, Boulder, coming up to around 9 inches, around 3 to 6. Now, a lot of the roadways, as Brown was mentioning, wet, but this is some really good precipitation for our state. Just take it very slow on the roadways if you do encounter any slick bridges, overpasses especially, and over higher terrain where it is colder. We are seeing some of that stick to the roadways. Now for today, we still are under a winter storm warning until 3 p.m. Winter weather advisories are set to expire. The sun will come out as we round out the day, and we'll talk more about how this moisture will impact our drought conditions here across the state. We'll break down some of those numbers specifically over on KTVD and streaming for you on 9 News Plus.
Couple of live looks outside to start this half hour of 9 News Mornings on a weather impact alert day. We've got Steamboat on one side of your screen there. Lots of snow falling in the high country. Matt Renew has been out live in the mountains this morning. We'll have more from Matt coming up as we roll through. The Denver metro area on the other side of your screen. Yesterday we saw a lot of rain in the metro area, but that rain eventually did turn itself into snowflakes. We'll have more on the rain totals and the snow totals coming up this half hour. And power outages to continue to pop up across the state. At last check, Core Electric, not too bad. They had less than 10 outages around the metro area, but a different story for XL customers. Hundreds of XL customers are without power this hour. As we say, thanks for joining us. I'm Drew Carney.
And I'm Corey Rose. Let's get a check of the forecast. Katie's joining us right now. Still seeing bands of snow come through.
Absolutely at 8:30. Good morning. It is a weather impact alert. We have seen just snow blanketing a big portion of the state, heavy at times. It is wonderful that we're seeing this kind of precipitation. We've absolutely needed it here across the state with drought conditions as they are, but low 30s and snow falling right now. When it really started picking up yesterday afternoon, I sent my friend a message saying, I am worried about the trees just because of that weight on the leaves on them. And that's what we are seeing in terms of just the biggest impacts here across Colorado. The road's in okay shape, but we will continue to watch some of that heavier snowfall roll through, and it'll really be from north to south will clear. But I do want to say this Wednesday afternoon into the late afternoon and early evening, we will be seeing sunshine to wrap up this day. But this morning, heavier snow down over southern Colorado into Castle Rock, off to the west in the mountains. Brianna has a check of the roadways because Vail Pass is closed currently. Temperatures tomorrow, we're back to the upper 60s, but with a hard freeze in effect for tonight, we are looking at some really tough conditions at spots across the state, especially that have seen the most snow. We've talked about the downed trees in the lead up to this storm, and that is what meteorologist Keely Chalmers woke up to this morning. A neighbor's tree just resting on her house. The tree collapsing, the limbs there under the weight of the snow. It is great moisture, but we want to get to Keely live in Boulder this morning. And Keely, we heard that you were busy just sort of brushing off some of the snow from the tree branches, but it's something that's pretty unavoidable in spots. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I've been busy with my brooms, both in the front yard and the backyard. No question, we knew this was going to happen. When we get this big, heavy, wet snow, it will bring it down branches, and that's exactly what has happened here. Actually, this branch came down, I'd say, in the last 20 minutes. It was high up. I have been working on the lower branches with this thing, this broom type, whatever this is. But it's the higher branches that are tough. So I'm going to go ahead and flip around and kind of show you a tour of what we're seeing out here. Again, I live in Boulder, woke up to this. As you can see, there's just down branches around the area. And I do want to kind of show you over here as well. Just again, these are the high branches that came down. I've been kind of like doing this. It's been working a little bit, but still having to deal with the heavy, wet snow. I do want to give you a little bit of statistics on this. According to the experts, National Weather Center, I say, is that it takes only about 3 to 5 inches of snow to bring down a lower branch, a small branch. 8 inches of snow will bring down a big branch. And of course, about a foot of snow, catastrophic for trees. So here, run through my backyard real quick. There's that strategic ruler there. Almost 9 inches of snow. So again, over 8 inches of snow, that will bring down pretty large branches. Oh, my microphone fell as well. There's a tree. My neighbor's tree on my house resting. My dog Blue. Hi, Blue. She's shy. And then here's another tree resting on my shed. And Drew, I thought you said you were going to help me paint this shed. I don't know what's going on. You haven't quite done the work on the paint job yet. But again, yeah, this is the kind of what we're seeing all over Boulder. These tree limbs weighted down by the snow. Folks out there busy with their brooms, their sticks, trying to get the snow out. But you know, it's certainly nice to see the snow. Oh, I'm going to kind of turn around here. coming down again here in the Boulder area, 8+ inches, and it is still coming down. Reporting live from Boulder, I'm 9 News Weather Impact Team Meteorologist Keely Chalmers. We'll send it back to you guys.
Keely, that is quite the snow. Also, really, really loved and appreciated seeing the scenes of Sweet Blue, who looked like she was on Miami Beach there a few moments ago there in Boulder. You saw the 8-inch total from Keely's house, officially 9.1 inches in Boulder so far, biggest May snowstorm in Boulder in 13 years. Here's a look at some of those metro area totals. These are still coming in right now. Now, big discrepancy between the east and north side of town. A lot of you watching me from, say, I would say downtown Denver on north and east through Central Park, Aurora, the airport generally saw about 3 or 4, maybe 5 inches of snow. West and South Metro, very different. As you saw with Keely a second ago as well, there's a big difference in impacts when we're talking about 7 or 8 inches of snow versus 3 or 4, right? That gap, that range is very, very important because on the lower end, you know, we've got some down branches, some down trees, but when you're getting closer to 7 or 8, that's when you're talking about the widespread stuff. That's why we've got 32,000 without power in that part of the metro area. It's the West Metro. Denver, biggest May snowstorm officially for us in 23 years, 4.7 inches officially out at the airport as of 6 o'clock this morning. That number will likely tick up a little bit more with this band moving through. This is the last of the accumulating snow. Katie was telling you that momentarily a few moments ago. And we've still got a bit more snow to go. Boulder, 9.1 inches. But here's the best part. Let's save the best for last year. The two things that I really want to get into. One, look at these mountain snow totals. Oh boy, we got a lot of snow here in the high country. This is great for snowpack. This is going to help maintain the snow season here a little bit in the high country. And then this is, for us here, the liquid gold along the Front Range, where we picked up, in some cases, over an inch of much-needed water. And for a little context, Brianna, Fort Collins, before this storm, had 1.27 inches of total year-to-date moisture. They've now picked up more than that from this storm alone. So just to put in perspective, we've in many cases close to, if not fully doubled, what we've seen so far this year. So good news, but Brianna, the roads behind you here in town, they're fine. But what about up in the high country and the foothills?
Yeah, the high country. I actually have a good live shot from our CDOT cameras. I-70, this is right near Vail, where visibility is a huge issue this morning. So according to CDOT, they were saying that eastbound I-70 near Vail Pass has shut down. I was looking at some of my cameras. Right now, we are seeing traffic move through that area. It looks like they just reopened it because you are seeing snowplows right now as you're taking a live look from this CDOT camera. So they are working hard right now just to clear the roads for anyone heading to the high country. Chain and traction laws are in effect, so please keep that in mind. Let's switch things over to our main maps. We had a couple crashes that we were tracking for those taking I-70 this morning, closer to Denver Mills. Then we had crashes up and down I-25. So what we're noticing right now is that snow is causing some slick road conditions, so please take it nice and slow. I know Courtney Yoon, she has been tracking conditions for you. For anyone heading out, Courtney, right now snowplows have been doing an amazing job clearing the roadways because earlier this morning we weren't seeing what we're seeing right now.
Yes, that's right. Good morning, Brianna. We have seen a couple plows out on the road. Earlier this morning, they weren't really needed then. And the biggest thing that I've noticed just coming down south from the Denver Metro to the Lone Tree, Castle Rock, Parker, Highlands Ranch, Littleton area is just that it's a little foggier down here. Visibility is a little worse and the roads are a little bit slushier and icier. And we actually just arrived here to the Ken Carroll Sledding Hill. Take a look. There's one family out here this morning. We passed by maybe about 30 minutes ago. No one was out here yet, but now the sledding hill is getting going. People are having a party in the snow on the sledding hill in Ken Carroll, and look at them go! Look at them go! Oh, I think they were hoping for a little bit more of a push there heading down the hill, but maybe Dad will get them going a little bit more here. So if you guys are looking for something to do with all the kids out of school today, head to the Ken Carroll Sledding Hill. There's no one here, plenty of space in the parking lot, and we'll be definitely keeping an eye on the roads for you. We're going to continue doing that throughout the morning as we're seeing more snow falling down. Live in Ken Carroll, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
How fun is that? I mean, you got to do it now because it's going to melt in just a few hours.
Is the snow that heavy that you can't even get the sled through it? It's like kind of sinking into this heavy snow?
Yeah, I think you're onto something, Drew. Here, I'll give you another shot. Oh, there they go. Look at them go.
There you go.
Yay, they did it. Yeah,
See?
I think he was trying to make like a little, yeah, he was trying to make like a little track, I think, in the snow there, and they finally got down. So that's great. Having a great time. What a
Clearing
snow
the
day.
path for others to enjoy.
Yes, it's that sticky snow right now.
Yeah.
So get out and enjoy it. Maybe you could put some like oil down. I don't know. Make it slick.
Oil on the snow?
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Some soap.
Courtney,
Got soap.
great job this morning, Courtney. Love that snow covers there with the sledding. Where's the snow here? We're missing the snow in this shot. This is Steamboat. Definitely, clearly, you know now know why. This is one of the many resorts that is not open anymore. A-Basin's still open. Their final weekend coming up this weekend. Let's go to our man in the mountains. Matt Renew has been live out there in the high country all morning long. So, Matt, let's talk about what you're seeing and what you're standing in right there in your spot.
Drew, standing in snow like we've been all morning. It has been a steady clip of snow here at the Bakersville exit east of the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels and the Continental Divide. And you can see it is still coming down. Really hasn't stopped. We've gotten maybe 7-8 inches of snow throughout the morning in this area of the state. This is the exit right here, and you can see it's just covered with snow. It is slick under there, and it's pretty much the same way out along I-70 as well. You're coming in or out of the mountains, you can expect I-70 to be pretty slick, pretty covered with snow, especially as you make your way into the mountains. Even now over into Summit County, it's pretty slick and covered. Low visibility at times when the wind picks up. It's almost whiteout conditions. We're obviously hearing about problems along Vail Pass, hearing from tow truck companies that they're pulling some stuck cars that have spun out off of Vail Pass as well. And so that area, a little bit of a problem because of all this concentrated snow really in that area in the past couple of hours. That wasn't much of a problem earlier in the morning, but it is now. What a view, though, it is here in Clear Creek County thanks to this snow. Just look at how beautiful that scene is. Clear Creek flowing, the snow falling, the trees covered. It looks like the middle of winter right there. And you can bet that that moisture flowing into our streams, rivers, creeks, and reservoirs is definitely needed. Good sight to see here in Clear Creek County. Reporting from the Bakersville exit in Clear Creek County, I'm Matt Renew. My colleague and meteorologist Jaden Knowles is in Fort Collins and joins us now. Jaden, I know you love to dance. That creek right there, because of this moisture, it's dancing because of all this snow. You better believe it.
Hey, Matt, that's the reason I love it whenever you talk to me because, yeah, I'm already dancing right now. I got a little bit of snow in my head because it's still coming down here. It's really been coming down throughout the entire morning, overnight into this morning. There was a wave that kind of ramped up just a little bit, and that's that wave that's kind of in the metro area right now. But overall, this snow will continue throughout the morning hours. Let's talk about some of the details here. So far, the streets still the same that we saw back at 4:30. No impacts on the streets. The snow isn't really accumulating on the sidewalks or the roads, so that's terrific news, especially on the highways there. And I believe as we head into the overnight hours, we're going to see that black ice form, though, because of that hard freeze. But the good news about this storm is the moisture. We saw about 1.27 inches just going into this storm system. Talk about from January 1st all the way to May 3rd. And just between the last 2 days, just yesterday, we saw about an inch already, and it's still snowing down. So that's terrific news because we're in that drought. Hopefully we put at least a dent in that drought. But overall, I hope everyone gets outside, enjoy it, or maybe stay inside and drink a hot chocolate or just a nice hot cup of coffee maybe, because I know Corey likes that. But overall, I'm live in Fort Collins, Jaden Knowles, and I'm going to throw this snowball at Drew.
Wait a minute.
That was a perfect throw, too.
Something just happened.
That hit you right there, Drew, didn't it?
Yeah, right there in this middle of my head. Something just happened that we cannot let pass. When you bent down to pick up that snow, the snow that was sitting on top of your head fell off. Now, the last time we saw you about 45 minutes ago, there was a small chunk of snow. Then we checked back in with you here. There was a bigger chunk. Why did you have the snow on your head?
Well, my mom always gets mad at me for not having a hat on my head. And the hat that I have, you know, it just kind of messes up the outfit a little bit. You know, I love to dress up. So I thought I built a hat, and my head is numb. Probably, hopefully not get sick tomorrow morning. So if I have to call in, oh, wait, I'm off. I'm off tomorrow. So that's going to be fine anyways. But another thing, my shoes, it's terrible. I need to get some winter gear. I've been in Colorado a year now, and my shoes are talking right now. Do you see that?
Oh, no.
So my suit guy, I'm sorry. But it's okay, though. We're still having a great time out here.
Yeah, Brianna just brought up a good point. She said first you ripped your pants on the show a few weeks back. Now your shoes are ripped on the show. You're not wearing a hat. Thank goodness you have gloves on. You've got that element covered.
Can I just say something? I play football. Everybody knows that. One of the things that our coaches always said is to have a short-term memory. I don't remember me ripping my pants. I don't even think we have video of that anymore.
We all do.
My coach always said, make sure you bring your equipment to the game.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
We love you, Jaden. We need to get in some shoes, though. Poor guy. All right, we're going to keep bringing you live coverage about this storm throughout the day. Keep up with all of it by streaming 9 News everywhere you watch. Just get the QR code on your screen and watch for free.
We have breaking news to pass along this morning. Media maverick Ted Turner, the man behind networks like CNN, TBS, and TNT, has passed away. Considered a cable TV pioneer, Turner created some of the first cable networks dedicated to movies and cartoons. Ted Turner was 87 years old.
And at 8:48, we continue our coverage now of our weather impact alert. Winter returns to Colorado very quickly. We will gradually see a warm up starting tomorrow afternoon, but let's get you out the door. Right now, it's been a range of conditions all across the state. Snow is actively falling out across the eastern plains. You see through downtown Burlington, downtown Denver. A lot of our roadways really seeing that snow melt on impact, just depending on the temperature. But you head to higher terrain, we have been seeing some snow covered roadways, slick, slushy spots. And right now in Denver, 33 degrees. Snow continues to fall, a really good dose of precipitation here across the state. But it has been that heavy, wet snow that we have been watching since starting up yesterday, late afternoon and evening. And we are watching also the snow falling heavier this morning, indicated here by the darker shades of blue, mainly to the south of the metro area. But the snowflakes are flying in the mountains over northern Colorado, down south over Castle Pines, into Bennett and over the eastern plains. So those bands of heavier snow, and then down through Pueblo and portions of southern Colorado, now seeing some of that more heavy to even moderate moisture. Now for this system, the biggest impacts, thankfully, we've woken up and it's not a mess on the roadways by any means, but on the trees, the early May blooms. That's where we really could see, especially with the hard freeze tonight, some of those tree branches, the limbs, they've already broken. We've been watching for damage. The snow will end, and our winter weather advisory and winter storm warning, those will expire later on today at 3 p.m. Additional snowfall amounts will remain on the lighter side, but the temperatures, as we can see, gradually climb to the low 40s. Sunshine should help things early tomorrow to not see a lot of slick conditions. But this morning, if you do need to be anywhere, Brown will give us she's been giving us checks of the roads, places like Vale Pass, over those higher terrain. We are watching some of that accumulation. It should be, though, as we get into later on this afternoon with the sun shining, the skies clearing, a lot of the roads will be drying out. So early tomorrow morning, hopefully we're not talking a lot about the slick bridges, the overpasses, the roadways, but with a hard freeze on tap for tomorrow, it is absolutely going to be cold and snow will be still on portions of the grass, the sidewalks, of course. Our snowfall totals, we've been keeping an eye on those. Our Chris Bianchi is in-house this morning. He'll update us on what those really mean for drought conditions, but it has been anywhere from 8 to 9 inches in Boulder County, upwards of 20 over portions of our northern mountains. Continued snowfall down across our southern high country, and then for tonight, skies will clear. Freeze alerts in place across the northwestern corner of Colorado, all of the eastern half of the state, Denver, the I-25 corridor. It'll be very chilly early tomorrow morning. If you haven't already, just protect the sensitive crops, the vegetation. Of course, our gardens, it's Mother's Day this weekend, and we are looking at temperatures regulating back to near seasonal normals. 60s, 70s return. Not a lot of real inclement weather expected through the end of the week and weekend. Drought Monitor, though, will be happy as we continue to usher in more of this moisture. But we want to make sure that you're ready if you're traveling anywhere across the state for today, just understanding what the conditions are like. We've had our Shalima Maharaj live driving around. She's kind of been focusing in and around the foothills. Where are you now, Shalima? And what kind of conditions are you seeing?
Yeah, we're not too far from Evergreen Parkway, and we've got those slushy and in some cases very icy conditions on the roads. Right now it's a little bit difficult to get through. You can see we're really getting our traction control tested out here on the vehicle right now, just trying to get through. For a lot of the streets over here, we have been seeing some plows going through and trying to clear the roads, but in some parts the snow is still falling, and so we're continuing to see that accumulation several inches near us. And so a lot of people taking their time on the road. We've seen a few people with hazard lights on. One other note, if you do see any wildlife out there, remember you should be slowing down anyway, but we actually just saw a herd of elk. So we're just, letting everybody know, take your time out there, because again, you're braking. The time that it takes to brake is going to be a little bit greater as well in these conditions. So make sure that you build that extra time into whatever commute you're doing today. In the meantime, I'm going to send things back into you guys in studio. And actually, we're going to take a quick break, but we're going to be right back here on 9 News Mornings.
We've been asking you guys to send in your snow photos this morning, and this is what you have sent us. So many great pictures this morning. You can see some snow stakes there, a lot of accumulation, some places like Evergreen, and the pups out enjoying the snow.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go to the street sometimes to get that good accumulation, but on top of the cars, on top of the decks, lots of snow piling up all across the area this morning, and we're asking you to keep the content coming. Let us know what it looks like in your neighborhood. Sometimes our viewers are our very best weather reporters. Text us your pictures. 303-871-1491 is the text line. We'll continue to share your photos throughout the day today. Coming up next at 9 o'clock, our 9 News Weather Impact Alert continues. We're going to check in with all those crews we have staked out across the area. Katie also has your forecast to navigate through the rest of the day. Again, that's coming up at the top of the hour. And even if you have to head outside, you can still stay up to date on our Weather Impact Alert coverage. Just scan that QR code you see right there on your screen and watch 9 News everywhere you go, all throughout the day, all for free.
Good morning, I'm Corey Rose with your 9 News Morning's local look. As the snow rolled in last night, Jeffco's Emergency Ops Center was up and running, making sure people were moving safely around Colorado's roads. We'll take you behind the scenes of their important work. The cold and snow didn't keep fans away from Red Rocks last night, but tonight the show is postponed. We're looking at other closures and impacts from this spring storm over on KTVD.
And at 8:57, it is May 6th, and it looks like the middle of winter up over Fort Collins. We will continue to watch the snow roll through the region. It is actively snowing moderately over portions of the metro area, slightly heavier down south. The storm system will gradually exit the state today from north to south, though, but the heavier snow right now over southern Colorado, in and around the Denver metro area. A lot of our roadways are wet, but that heavy and wet snow that you see on the trees, the leaves there, that is weighing down a lot of branches, and we will continue to watch some areas of slick spots over higher terrain. Now, temperatures have been hovering in the low 30s this morning. The snow will gradually taper off by noon, at least around the Denver area, and a hard freeze coming tonight. So just be prepared as these winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories end by 3 p.m. Additional snowfall amounts less than an inch at this point now for the Denver area, with sunshine expected to wrap up this Wednesday. Temperatures under that clear sky will be below freezing. So we're looking at 20s to start the morning. And I will tell you, there are some 80s on our 7-day forecast. So from winter weather to spring, then more summer-like. We'll talk through the 7-day forecast over on KTVD and streaming on 9 News Plus.
At 9 o'clock, good morning to all of the school kids who are home watching this morning. The news for the first time maybe all year after nearly every district in the Denver metro area is out for a snow day today. And this is the reason why. A May storm bringing snow, rain, messy conditions to Colorado, and it's still coming down right now.
Today's winter-like conditions has us in weather impact alert coverage. Coming up this hour, we'll take a look at the impact on roads and local businesses. We already know thousands of people are without power, and some flights at the airport have been canceled or delayed. More on all of that here in just the next few minutes.
So here's what things are looking like right now in downtown Denver. It is wet all over the metro area and a lot of snow weighing down those trees today. Take it slow if you have to head out the door. Thanks for joining us. I'm Corey Rose.
And I'm Drew Carney. Team covers this morning to help you navigate through the day. We have crews out live all across the state tracking it all. So before we get to Courtney and Jaden, you see them on both sides of Katie. We are going to get to Katie. She's in the 9 News backyard, still rocking that umbrella.
Well, I don't have a hood, and I kind of just wanted to protect my little hairdo from the snow. But yes, it is wet out here. You see the kids on the sledding hill. Now, could you really get where you needed to go this morning? Yes, it's mainly wet roadways. It's actually a great thing that we didn't see the slushy and then heavy accumulation on the roads that we were potentially anticipating. It all was due to the temperatures. Now, outside this morning, we are right now seeing 30s and low 40s that will gradually return, and you can see for tomorrow it is going to be a warmer afternoon, so the snow will quickly become a thing of the past with highs in the upper 60s, low 70s. I do want to talk about this much needed precipitation. It is snow that we have needed in the mountains, especially under extreme to exceptional drought conditions, our northern and central high country. Cold air will roll in late tonight through tomorrow, and then we are left with some warmer than average temperatures. You can see that from our 7-day forecast. We'll take a closer look at just how much snow that we have seen so far with this storm system. The biggest thing I want to mention is, let me take this down for a bit, because our trees, it's early May, we typically don't see this kind of heavy snow upon them. We could be seeing some of that damage as that hard freeze rolls in overnight. We really just want you to stay safe. The roads, again, in pretty good shape, but with this heavy wet snow, especially on the places Boulder County, upwards of 8 inches down into Highlands Ranch. We are seeing those big snow totals, and with sensitive crops, flowers out and about, it's that cold air we're bracing for tomorrow and the potential for that hard freeze and some of those cracked limbs. So be prepared for that. Before you saw the 7-day forecast, much warmer air returns through the end of the week and into the weekend, guys.
All right, thank you, Katie. As Katie is well aware, one of the spots that got dumped on the most over the last 24 hours, Estes Park. This is a look at what Estes Park looked like yesterday evening, and we know that a lot more snow has fallen since then.
It really is gorgeous to see, though. 9 News Weather Impact Team meteorologist Jaden Knowles joins us live from northern Colorado in Fort Collins this morning. Jaden, it really has been so beneficial to see this snowfall.
It's so beneficial. That's what I want everybody to take away that's watching. You know, they're probably waking up this morning. If you slept in because you knew that you didn't have school, you probably need to go ahead and go work out or something. But anyway, that's another story. You're probably wondering, where's all the snow on the ground that, we were talking about, maybe up to 9 inches. But the reason is because the surface was just so warm. We saw a series of 2 cold fronts. One came through kind of in the middle of the day yesterday, and then also in the overnight hours. But that cold front just really didn't cool off this ground so much. But the snow is still coming down. It finally stopped here, but it looks like it's still coming down because of these trees. The sun is out now, and that's exactly what's going to happen later on this afternoon down towards the metro area. But noticing up towards the trees, all the snow is kind of melted off and it's kind of falling down there. But it's a wonderful view to see, and one of the reasons why it's so beneficial, what Corey was mentioning, is because all of this moisture that was with this storm system. Going into this storm, talking about January 1st all the way through May 3rd, we saw about 1.27 inches here in Fort Collins. Just over the past 2 days, well over an inch, and it's still coming down further down south now. It's done here in Fort Collins, but that's some great news because we know that we were in that drought, and hopefully it at least gives us a dent in that drought. But the road conditions are good. They've been good all morning. I wouldn't even say there's any slick spots out here. Now, there probably will be some slick spots as we head into tomorrow because overnight tonight, like Katie just got done mentioning, we have that freeze warning. So everything that has fallen will refreeze tonight into tomorrow morning. So be mindful of that. But this is just nice and beautiful. We'll take a nice stroll as I toss back to Corey at the desk. But I wasn't able to make a snowman the last time when I ripped my pants. I probably can make a snowman, but I don't have enough time for that. So I'm going to do a snow angel instead. How about that? Live in Fort Collins. Jada knows 9 News. Hey, my head is cold. I should have worn a hat. Sorry, Mom.
That? I mean, he's got a hole in his shoe, too. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about his safety tomorrow.
No. I got the Dion's on.
Oh,
We're good.
okay. You're good now.
Our angel, Jaden Knowles, giving us that coverage this morning up there in the northern part of the state. All right, let's talk about driving in these conditions with snow and ice creating some of those slick conditions around the area this morning. Experts say you definitely want to make sure your vehicle is ready to go. So before you head out, check your windshield wiper fluid, your windshield wipers, the tires, your battery. Make sure you have enough gas as well and that all the lights on your car are working properly. If you're driving in snow, take it slow. That is the best advice of all. Give yourself some extra time this morning if you do have to head out. Also, clear all the snow and ice off your car before you get going and always leave that extra space. We're talking extra space between you and the other cars on the road. If you do happen to come across a crash or if you yourself are involved in one, first responders say don't get out of your car unless you absolutely have to. They say that you're usually safer when you're inside your car. Finally, good to have an emergency kit in your car. We're talking about things like snow brushes, blankets, food and water, flashlights with extra batteries. All those things are good to have at all times. And it's also recommended to carry tire chains, a first aid kit, flares, reflectors, all that just in case you get stuck or need help on the side of the road. Now, if you don't have somewhere to be, we've said this all morning, this might be a great day to just stay put and stay home.
Yes, 9 News reporter Shalima Maharaj joins us live on the road. Joining us, I believe, in Evergreen with a look at the conditions. How has it been this morning?
Yeah, we're just along Evergreen Parkway and it is slushy, it is icy, it is treacherous in some areas. And so for anyone who is getting out the door and getting out here, you'll want to take your time at trying to get where you're going. I'll turn the camera here so you can see those road conditions in front of us. We've seen several plows going by. We know that Evergreen Fire Rescue responded to about 9 crashes yesterday. And if you have to drive today, they're reminding people allow for greater braking distances. And we've seen a number of people, trying to drive as slowly as they can today and following some of those rules. There is also quite a bit of wildlife on the road too. So you'll want to make sure that you're keeping an eye out, especially as you're turning some of those corners. We saw a herd of elk earlier on, and so we did see one truck having to come to an abrupt stop. And with all that ice on the road, all that snow, all that buildup, it's not an easy feat to accomplish. But anyway, we are going to continue to follow what's happening out here, and we're going to bring you the very latest. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you in studio, Drew.
All right, Shalima, thank you. So as the spring snowstorm moves across the state, power companies have extra crews on standby if anyone experiences power outages. So right now, there are about 600 power outages. I don't know if we can pull up the map, but that number has been going up this morning. I just was checking on it. 620 outages affecting more than 54,000 customers this morning. In anticipation of that, Xcel Energy did bring on 165 extra staff on standby across the state.
Right. Let's go farther south and east. Core Electric says it will do some of the same for its service area. However, this morning they aren't seeing nearly as many outages. Currently, just 33 homes are affected by this. Now, yesterday at this time, we were still trying to wait and hear if the city of Denver would open up its cold weather shelters. The city wound up making that call to open them up around 6 o'clock last night. The city, we know, activates those shelters when it gets below 25 degrees, when the National Weather Service issues a cold weather advisory, or when at least 2 inches of snow is forecasted. The shelters are pet friendly. They provide food and blankets, although not everyone feels comfortable going to those shelters. We spoke to a woman named Alma who's living on the streets. She told us she is grateful for the help that she's received from people passing by, giving her things like dry socks and blankets.
It reminds you that people care, that you're not just out here struggling alone. 'Cause that's a very despairing feeling, being out here alone.
Alma told us that she was hoping to stay at a friend's house last night. We don't have an update on whether or not that happened, but we do know this much for sure. For people who are using these cold weather shelters, they are going to remain open through 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is a list of those shelters on your screen. Men can go to Denver Rescue Mission's Lawrence Street Community Center. Women can head to Samaritan House, Smith Road. Young adults can go to Urban Peak on Acoma. And families can go to the Inn at the Highland on Zunai.
I'm glad they're staying open overnight because it is going to get very cold tonight. You've probably already seen drooping, low-hanging trees under the weight of all of that snow. I know we lost a few branches at our house this morning. Those branches could break under the weight. Knocking down the snow might help your trees. It is important, though, to make sure that you're being safe. Don't stand right under those overloaded trees. As for your other plants, established ones should be just fine, but those newer ones really might struggle in the cold.
Snow still coming down this morning, especially around the Front Range and the foothills. 9 News meteorologist Keely Chalmers is going to join us live from Boulder coming up here in just a minute with the latest snow conditions there. As we stay under this weather impact alert, you can follow all of our weather updates by scanning that QR code right there on your screen and streaming 9 News. You can watch us on all your devices any time of day for free.
(9:12) still under a weather impact alert. It is cold. It is snowing a little bit lighter than just about an hour ago, but only at 32 degrees. When shifting in from the north-northeast, skies will gradually clear here across Colorado, but this storm really packed a punch. Around Boulder, totals coming in at 9 inches, more than 7.5 in King Carroll. Out to the airport officially thus far, 4.7, but we have continued to watch the snowfall over the course of the last couple of hours. Out to the airport, heavier bands of snow now impacting portions of the southeastern plains down into Colorado Springs. In and around Denver, it is light currently heading out to Arvada and Broomfield, but as you can see indicated by the darker shades of blue, that is where we're seeing that snowfall rate slightly higher and the heaviest currently just to the south and east of Pueblo out there, La Junta and Lamar. And it is going to be a wonderful thing to see when all is said and done, when the snow really brings us a better chance of seeing that drought monitor improve. But our temperatures definitely in the meantime, want to make sure you take it slow. It is wet mainly on the roadways, some slushy conditions over higher terrain. Just be prepared for some winter driving conditions at times, and a winter storm warning is still in effect until 3 o'clock this afternoon. That includes Denver. West of the mountains, our northern Front Range high country. We have seen some really significant snow totals up into our northern mountains thus far. It's not done just yet, but with that heavy snow upon the trees, the branches, we've already seen damage, them breaking, bending. The snow will gradually taper off tonight, but with that hard freeze in place, that could really create some potential damage to our vegetation, the trees, and as well across all of eastern Colorado, sensitive crops. And temperature-wise, we're not going to hit the low to mid-30s until about 1-2 o'clock. But for later on today, as the skies clear, we are expecting highs to rebound to around 40 degrees. Here's what it looks like on Futurecast. By 1 o'clock, chance for a few brief showers, and with those temperatures above freezing, it'll be a rain-snow mix down into Castle Rock. Will clear out by 4 o'clock and west into the mountains as well. So it's going to clear out quickly by 5 o'clock this evening. We'll be seeing snow capping our Rocky Mountains. The sun will be going down. down. And then the snow will eventually be a thing of the past very quickly here with 70s and 80s on the 7-day. But our snowfall forecast, additional amounts, less than a half of an inch expected. So we're already clearing out. We're watching that taper off from north to south. Our southern mountains, though, continuing to see more of that accumulation down over the southeastern plains. Snowfall forecast ranging between 1 to 3 inches, and winter weather advisories and storm warnings set to expire again by late afternoon. But for this evening, what we'll be watching for under that clear sky, cold temperatures. Lows set to fall below freezing. Lyman getting down to 19 degrees. In the mountains, mainly teens and low 20s to start the morning. So the National Weather Service issuing freeze alerts, a freeze warning in place through mid-morning tomorrow. But you can see from our planner on Thursday, we'll warm up quite quickly by 9 o'clock, 53 degrees, and daytime highs will be even slightly above seasonal normals. Mid to upper 60s expected, 71 the high in Greeley, with upper 70s returning to the southeastern plains. The mountains as well, quite mild. So looking ahead at our 7-day forecast, we'll start off with a low of 29, but 67 by the afternoon. We will continue to warm up into the weekend. 70 degrees, the high on Friday, very pleasant. Now we do have the chance for a few brief showers and storms as temperatures fall on Mother's Day, but if you're out and about celebrating mom or any mothers in your life, will be a high of 69 degrees. And then we are warm as we get into next week. The snow has been a really beneficial thing, especially for just the moisture content. Of course, it could cause some impacts, but it can also bring a lot of fun. Our 9 News reporter Courtney Youd has been out driving around for us this morning. It is still actively falling the snow there in Ken Carroll, but you're the sledding hill for a lot of kids who have a snow day today.
Yes, that's right. Hey, good morning, Katie. Finally out of the car, and we're finally in the snow. We're here at the Ken Carroll Sledding Hill, and we've got the Banducci family behind me here. They're up there. They were just walking up the hill. I think this is their first run that they're doing this morning. That's Mike and Katie and their little one, Breck, who just turned 2 years old recently. This is his first time sledding, so they were really excited to bring the family out to the sledding hill today. They're the lone family out here at the Ken Carroll Sledding Hill. There was a family here earlier today, the Swank family. They got a couple runs in, and they were telling us that the snow is so wet and heavy, it's a little bit difficult to get a good slide in here on this hill. They were trying to make a path earlier to kind of get it going a little bit, but they were getting a little wet, so they went home. Now we've got the Banducci family here. Looks like they're going even higher up. They're like, we're not even going to try to sled here. We're just going to go a little bit higher. But let's hear from Brad Swank from earlier this morning when they were out sledding. We'll hear about his sledding condition report. We've got a soundbite from him.
I think it's great. I wish we would have got it on the ski slopes earlier in the season, but yeah, now we're getting it, so that's what counts, I guess.
Yeah, I bet a lot of people are wishing we had this snow just like a couple of months ago. A little late for winter time, but you know, it's the perfect time for a snow day and a little bit of sledding. Earlier today we were driving across the roads in the South Metro. Biggest thing I noticed is that the roads were just a little bit slicker towards the south end of the metro, a little bit more slush and ice on the pavement. Right now it looks like it's starting to stick a little bit more. The pavement's still pretty clear. And you know what? The Sledding Hill is pretty clear too. Only one family here. So if you're looking for something to do on this snow day, head over to the Ken Carroll Sledding Hill. And now we're going to head over to meteorologist Keely Chalmers. She is in Boulder at her house taking a look at those sagging trees from all the snow on the tree limbs. Hey, good morning, Keely.
Hey, good morning, Courtney. Yeah, I tell you what, it is fantastic to get this snow. Wet, heavy snow, great for the drought conditions, not so great for the trees. This is what I woke up to this morning. Well, actually, this one came down, I'd say just about 20 minutes ago or so. We have another one up there, but yeah, we're seeing a lot of snow on these trees. This is in my front yard, but this is happening in yards all across my neighborhood and really all across Boulder, probably all across the metro area. Again, we are seeing this thick, wet, heavy snow. Here's another downed branch over here. We've been out here, both myself, you can see right there, this is what we're seeing throughout the morning, and photographer Brian Wendland with this kind of mop broom type thing, getting the snow out of the trees as much as possible and helping the situation out here. Oops! Do you want to show you? Here's another one over here. Downed branch. Some of them are just on my house, kind of resting on my rooftop. And you can see just across the neighborhood, lots of snow on the trees. The road actually not too bad. It's pretty surprising. We're seeing, again, a lot of thick, heavy snow, but not bad on the roads. Do want to throw out a few numbers for you. According to the National Weather Service, if you're curious, it takes about 2 to 3 inches of snow to break small branches, about 8 inches to break large branches, and here in Boulder, right around here, we got close to 9 inches of snow. I think the official total here in Boulder is 9 inches, and a foot of snow is catastrophic for trees. So thankfully, we're stopping at about 9 inches before things get too crazy. But again, we'll be out here throughout the morning reporting on the snow. It is still falling, albeit lightly, and the big concern here will be those branches and those weighted down tree limbs. Anyway, here is a report. We're doing okay though. We're just enjoying our morning out here in Boulder. I'm 9 News Weather Impact Team Meteorologist Keely Chalmers. Send it back to you in the studio, Katie.
Keely, thank you so much. And we are continuing to keep tabs on the impacts stemming from this spring snowstorm. Our man of the mountains, Matt Renew, will be sharing a look from up in the high country for you coming up next. It is 9:23, and I want to break down some of the snow totals we have been watching come in this morning. Around a foot has fallen near Evergreen. Boulder coming in between 8 and 10. Officially so far out at Denver International Airport reporting 4.7. A big May snowstorm for a lot of spots and really beneficial moisture. Nearing 2 inches up over Horsetooth Reservoir. This will be very helpful, especially as we head into this and continue with our spring season and out to Boulder to the airport. Around 3/4 to even around an inch of moisture. Now, snow totals in the high country up near Bear Lake, near Rocky Mountain National Park, 20 inches. And I do expect that number to increase slightly because it has been actively snowing since we recorded that total. Out near A Basin, 11 inches of fresh snow. And I know that we have one more little bit of ski season left in A Basin, and they won't open until Friday. It'll be pretty mild tomorrow, but hey, fresh powder, that's great to see. Drought monitor, that's where we're really watching watching, and this moisture extremely beneficial. Our northern central mountains all still dealing with exceptional drought, extreme in and around the Denver area. It's not going to bust the drought that we've seen, but this widespread rain, then snow across the state, which will continue to move out through the course of this evening, is absolutely a good thing to see, especially with all of Colorado currently under 100% drought. I do expect it to at least put a dent in these conditions as we get through these snow totals and storm totals from this May 6th. Corey?
You would think it's gotta, I mean, all this snow for sure. Katie, thank you. The added snow has been a huge boost for the last ski area standing, Arapahoe Basin. We're still waiting for an official count, but at last check in the 6 o'clock hour, they had 7 inches of fresh snow.
Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, has been live in the mountains all morning long. So Matt, you've got, I'm going to say, a winter wonderland scene behind you there, even though this is the first full week of May.
It is. Look at this. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like the first week of May. It looks like the middle of winter. It's beautiful, but it doesn't look like May. That's Clear Creek behind me, and it's loving this moisture, by the way. Yeah, you guys were talking about Arapahoe Basin. Yeah, maybe 7-8 inches of snow on their stake. They had about 3 inches yesterday from the first round of snow that came through. I would say since late April, Arapahoe Basin probably looking at 20-25 inches of snow. All of that just coming in the past couple of weeks at the end of the season. One reason why they extended a little bit, they're going to now ski Friday, Saturday, and Sunday coming up. Closed right now, but they're going to reopen Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for a closing weekend. And look at this scene right here. You look at the Bakersville exit where we're at. This is pretty much what we've seen all day. Just a steady stream of snow coming down here at this exit. We're east of the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels and Continental Divide. This is pretty much what I-70 looks like in the mountains if you're heading out of Denver for the whole stretch. Just snow-packed, icy, and covered all along the stretch up to the tunnel. You go down into Summit County and then into Eagle County over Vail Pass. It looks just as bad, and so definitely going to want to take it slow and easy in the mountains if you're going in or out on that trip, because it is slick under. There's a lot of moisture in this snow. Icy in places, certainly slushy in a lot of places. Will grab that wheel as you're driving and throw you right off the road if you're going too fast. So take it easy with this storm. It is a spring storm with a lot of moisture in it. I will say for the first time this morning, you can see the sun starting to poke out from the clouds. So maybe we're starting to get to the end of this cycle, but it has been a steady clip of snow throughout the mountains and certainly helping with all this moisture with streams, rivers, and reservoirs. I looked at the water snowpack equivalent at the state website, and we're no longer at historic lows, just breaking that line where we're no longer historically low, but still a dismal snowpack. Hopefully get boosted by this storm right now. Reporting from Clear Creek County off the Bakersville exit right along the banks of Clear Creek. I'm Matt Renew, 9 News. Drew, Corey, it doesn't look like May, but it looks like stuff we need in Colorado for sure.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how much of a dent it puts in our drought this season, because this is really some heavy, wet spring snow. We love to see it. Matt, thank you. As the snow rolled in last night, Jeffco's Emergency Ops Center was up and running. Make sure people were moving safely around Colorado's roads. We'll take you behind the scenes of their important work.
Live look outside to start the 9:30 half hour. And we're actually going to take you to the XL outage map here. So around the state, these are the latest numbers, 41,000 customers. These are XL customers without power. The counties most impacted by this, Boulder County with over 14,000. Over 13,000 customers in Jefferson County and over 4,000 customers in Broomfield. Thanks for joining us here at 9:30. I'm Drew Carney.
And I'm Corey Rose. Let's get over to Katie right now. Katie, it's because it's just that really wet, heavy snow.
Oh, yes. And with the moisture content, of course, the downed trees, the limbs, the power lines, the power outages, a lot of people dealing with some heavy snow this morning, especially to the west of Denver. And it is still snowing actively, but I do want to say that conditions will improve for later on today. The snow already tapering off up to the north. You will find now just some wet roadways through Winter Park, some areas of fog, limited visibility. Southern Colorado, though, still seeing the impacts of the snowfall. This is a live look for you down over the southeastern plains near Lamar. Starting to see that snowfall taper off, a really pretty winter-like scene up over Fort Collins this morning. We are expecting to see the sunshine later on today and temperatures in the 40s, so we will actually start to get a little bit of melting into places first from the northern parts of the state down across places like Boulder and Broomfield. But the winter storm warning is still in place until 3 o'clock today. Then later on this evening, as skies clear, it will be very cold. So we're watching for at or below freezing conditions. All of eastern Colorado will see a freeze warning take effect. So you can see from our live radar picture, most of the heavier snow now moving in over southern parts of the state, but in and around Denver, it is still actively snowing west into Golden, down into Highlands Ranch. You will find mainly wet roadways, but across the plains, it will continue to be the chilly temperatures we're tracking. Relatively calm winds now, but it will be blustery and cool with right now temperatures in the low 30s, gradually climbing to the high 30s, low 40s. Winter storm warning, all areas shaded here in red from Fairplay to Alma out through Georgetown and Idaho Springs. Our northern mountains really saw a lot of accumulation, and we still will see around a half to an inch of snowfall accumulating mainly over southern parts of the metro at most, and then by 3 o'clock this afternoon, partly cloudy skies. So the biggest impacts from this storm system. We woke up to mainly wet conditions, at least on our interstates around town, but we have been seeing a lot of that heavy snow upon the leaves on the trees, the branches bending, broken limbs, the biggest concern. And as the hard freeze comes tonight, just want to protect the sensitive plants, vegetation, which I'm sure you already have. I saw a lot of people bring all of their pots in from outside with this storm system approaching. Now by 12 o'clock this afternoon, the western slope, it'll be clear, it'll be dry. And then southern Colorado down over our southern mountains, Alamosa, continue to see some of that activity until 5 p.m., but dry. I-25. West into the mountains. The sun will be shining as we round out the day, and then early tomorrow morning, clear and cool. But we, of course, in those areas that we will watch freeze overnight, want to be careful. Bridges, overpasses, anywhere that will see those freezing conditions, which is most of the state early tomorrow morning, under that freeze warning. So just something to keep in mind as we start the day. Then by Thursday afternoon, we're back to sunshine and 60s. So from winter weather for this afternoon and evening, temperatures only around 40 degrees to 60s and 70s on the 7-day. Details on that coming up. But I do want to get out to Jaden, I believe. Keeley, actually. We have a lot of crews all across the state for today. Keeley's in Boulder this morning. I was really bummed to see that tree branch that broke there, and you have picked up quite a bit of snowfall. And thankfully, though, the conditions will improve. But how are things there right now for you?
Yeah, Katie, I thought you were going to say I have picked up. My body has picked up a lot of snowfall, because it has, because I've been out here trying to get the snow off the tree branches, which we've been talking about throughout the morning. This is what happened. I woke up this morning. Well, actually, I woke up this morning. This was still attached to the actual tree, but it fell, I would say, just about an hour ago under the weight of this thick, heavy snow. No question. Hey, it's great to get this snow. We need it for the drought. It's fantastic. A ton of snow. But again, it is causing problems. We're seeing tree limbs like this one also coming down in my front yard. We're seeing weighted trees like these over here with tons of snow on them. And I've been talking about this throughout the morning. I mean, it only takes about 3 to 5 inches to break off a small branch, 3 to 5 inches of snow, 8 inches of snow to bring down a large branch. A foot of snow could be catastrophic for some trees. Probably not this one, it's pretty big, but some of the smaller trees. It is tough. The good news we've gotten a lot of snow, but not quite a foot here in Boulder. At last check, we got just under 9, at least in my backyard for my unofficial measurement. But it's great to see all that snow. You can see the roadways really not bad though. It's really not even accumulating on the roadways at all. So driving not an issue at this point. Certainly, I'm sure they're going to run into some slick spots out on the roadways at times, but not too bad. We have had a couple power outages at my house, but the power is back on right now. So again, we're going through that. I know we have some issues in Boulder with the power, but again, we'll be out here throughout the morning monitoring the situation. The snow is still falling. So again, this winter storm, spring winter storm is not over yet. Again, we'll keep you posted throughout the morning. Reporting live from Boulder, I'm 9 News Weather Impact Team Meteorologist Keely Chalmers. We'll send it back to you guys.
It truly is great. Keep it coming. We love to see the snowfall. Keely, thank you. Boulder County Parks and Open Space closed multiple trails yesterday because of the muddy conditions. All trails at Hall Ranch are closed, as well as 5 in Hale Valley Ranch, 2 in the Ron Stewart Preserve at Rabbit Mountain as well. Additional closures may still be announced. They will reopen when the conditions allow. Officials say the closures help protect plants and trail infrastructure.
Wet, heavy snow could definitely spell trouble this week for anyone who's headed to the backcountry. So we're going to take a look here at the Colorado Avalanche Information Center's danger scale map. Danger in the high country ranges from moderate, that's the yellow you see there on the map, to considerable, that's what's highlighted in orange. And up north, the red represents high danger. The Avalanche Information Center also said the Eastern Front Range is expected to enter that high danger zone at some point today.
Probably going to be the highest during the storm when we're getting the really heavy snowfall, high precipitation rates, snow in a couple inches an hour. That's where it's going to be the most dangerous. But then after the storm, we're going to kind of shift problems. We're going to move away from that storm instability, and we're going to move into some wet avalanche danger, mostly point releases.
The best recommendation is to keep checking the forecast for wherever you're headed if you do head into the backcountry this week. Meanwhile, Jefferson County's Emergency Operations Center was up and running last night, tracking the storm and coordinating with agencies all across the area. The center served as the central hub for coordination between the County Sheriff's Office, CDOT, the Division of Homeland Security, and local emergency managers from Arvada, Wheat Ridge, and Lakewood. Officials used a real-time mapping system to track incidents. They were plotting a dot on the map each time a deputy or a county official submitted a report. Emergency Manager Nathan Whittington says the county's limited snowfall this year added an extra layer of concern, with hardened ground bringing the possibility of flooding as snow accumulates. As conditions evolved overnight, Whittington said the Emergency Operations Center was prepared to bring in law enforcement, public health officials, and utility representatives as needed.
You have to be prepared, but you also have to be dynamic, because depending upon where the storm hits, where they get the most amount of storm, whether it's going to be evergreen, that 6,000 to 9 foot area, versus down here, will really determine the type of impacts that we will see across Jefferson County.
Jefferson County offices are opening late today, but they will be open here in less than 30 minutes, coming up at 10 o'clock. Also, schools in Jefferson County, like schools in most major districts across the area, are closed today. Some people in Weld County got a code red alert in the middle of the night, warning them about the weather.
They say the phone call actually woke them up around midnight.
Freeze warning in effect from 8 p.m. Wednesday to 8 a.m. MDT Thursday.
Weld County didn't send that message, actually. It came from the National Weather Service. Code Red is an opt-in alerting system. All counties have them. You basically sign up your phone for alerts at your address. If you don't want to get a phone call, you can change your settings to get text for each warning. In the event of an extreme situation like a tornado warning, the National Weather Service will use wireless emergency alerts to alert you whether you opt in or not. Just a reminder, it doesn't matter if it's rain or sleet or snow, we have you covered on the 9 News app. Everywhere you watch, scan the QR code on your screen and watch for free. if you have to hit the road today, it's a good idea to have your car. Be prepared for the snow just in case you get stranded. So I'm going to walk you through some things that you should probably already have in your car. If you don't, you should definitely go and take the time and put them in your car. First off, of course, you should always have a blanket in your car just in case. Always have the jacket in the car as well. Jumper cables, always a great idea as well. Food, water, snacks, things that are kind of non-perishable or can last a long time in the car. You've got your flashlight, your reflectors, and of course your first aid kit as well. You need the snow brush and the ice scraper as well. All great things to have in your car kind of all season long.
Corey, thanks. Outside this morning, it is 33 degrees, so we're now above freezing. Snow is still lightly to moderately falling here over portions of the metro area. Visibility may be limited at times, so we're seeing some areas of fog before we gradually clear out. Now, right now, out across the eastern plains, we have watched the moisture begin to stop near Fort Morgan. It will gradually clear from north to south, but places like Long's Peak, Rocky Mountain National Park, Estes Park, a huge dose of fresh snowfall. We'll continue to update the totals here on air and on 9news.com, so if you want to take a peek at that. But we are seeing some nice fat heavy flakes falling near Burlington, mainly just wet roadways if you're heading out east on I-70 that way. But we will watch the snow taper off. Skies will clear, but it will be very cold early tomorrow morning. Our winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings are set to expire at 3 p.m., but we are already starting to see the moisture taper off up north near the border. Over the I-70 drive out west to Grand Junction, it is dry, but where we are seeing some of that heavier banding snow is south of the Denver area. Out to the airport, we will continue to see those totals rack up just a little bit more. 4.7 inches thus far recorded out at Denver International Airport. It's May 6th, and we are watching winter weather impacting southeastern Colorado, down in through Colorado Springs, Pueblo into Colorado City, some of that heavier snowfall, the rates there right now, but mainly just as mentioned, some of those wet roadways on our interstate where we have seen some of the snow slushy accumulating over higher terrain. As I've been mentioning throughout the course of this storm system, temperature dependent. So it wasn't quite cold enough to really stick in a lot of spots, but those snow totals, it has been heavy, it is wet, it's been also on our trees that have been weighing down some of those branches, disrupting a lot of places into the foothills, power lines, and also for our forecast for the rest of the day, we should not really be seeing a lot more impacts here over the Denver area, but with the snow on the leaves, just be careful out and about, because you saw Keely gently maybe just brushing it off some of the leaves if it's near property. We just don't want those breaking. And then a hard freeze coming tonight. You could be seeing some slick spots as we start the day. But I do have a good confidence of saying that later on this afternoon by 4 o'clock, with the sun shining, things will dry out pretty quickly. But that will melt some of the snow. What we'll be watching for tomorrow morning, even though it will be clear, it'll be dry, and in some spots dry on the roads, the side areas, any places that have puddles or leftover slick spots. Definitely want to be extra careful on the roads. Don't be going too fast, and it could be also icy over bridges and overpasses with this freeze alert taking effect through early tomorrow morning. Our planner for today, though, off and on snow showers are set to linger until 11 a.m. out to Denver International Airport here downtown. It'll be light to moderate, and then sun will be shining to wrap up the day. You can see this evening temperatures are set to fall to the 20s and 30s early tomorrow morning. Teens mainly in the mountains, but then by Thursday afternoon, it'll feel more like springtime. Snow will be capping the Rocky Mountains and here across town. Temperatures will rebound back to the 60s and 70s here for the Front Range and Eastern Plains, and even warmer in the mountains. So we will begin to see some of that melting even off to the west, not over the highest terrain, of course, but we also will introduce this next ridge of high pressure, which will significantly warm us up heading into next week as well. So winter came in with a vengeance. It is still here with us. Just be careful if you need to be out and about. Bundle up, and nice winter jacket on, snow boots for today, and then overnight lows will be cold once again, as mentioned. Friday, sunshine, 70s, mid 70s on Saturday, very mild and looking nice for Mother's Day. This weekend, if you're celebrating any moms in your life, it's going to be around 70 degrees. Could see a few brief showers, and we'll talk more about that coming up. But we want to get back out live to my friend, my colleague, Jada Knowles. He's lost the snow cap, but you've been out there just enjoying this little blast of winter weather, from snow angels to just keeping track of things. Yep. How are things right now? Sorry, in Fort Collins, Jaden.
Yeah, it's going good so far, Katie. Good morning to you again. And yeah, you know, we've been out here since yesterday, honestly. And I'm glad that I was in Fort Collins. We got really nice people, like a guy named Trent. He just gave me some trail mix. It's amazing. But let's talk about the details that we're seeing here so far. A lot of melting. The sun is out here, and I'm quite sure that's exactly what Katie just got done mentioning. That's what we're expecting down towards the Denver metro area as well. But the tree limbs, they held up okay, but there's a lot of bent tree limbs. Luckily, we did not see any signs of power outages here in Fort Collins, so that's great news as well. And another thing that's good, the streets and the sidewalks, they're okay. Everybody's walking off. It seems like a normal day for everybody up here. Trent was wearing some shorts and didn't have a hat on either. So it's really nice and beautiful out here, and the snow has already stopped, and we should be done throughout the day with the snowfall. But overall, I hope everyone is having a terrific morning so far. We're going to still be out here covering everything that you need to know, and thank you so much for watching 9 News. Live in Fort Collins, Jada knows 9 News, and we'll be right back after this break.
All right, we continue our coverage of this very strong spring snowstorm. We have seen some very significant snow totals, especially over higher terrain in and around the Denver area, 3 to 6. Now, we woke up this morning, a lot of kids were off school and were saying, wait a second, it's just wet out there. Well, it just wasn't quite cold enough to see a lot of that stick to the roadways, but different story. As you can see, some of these snow totals coming in at over 2 feet. Near Estes Park. Get out to Bear Lake, 20 inches, and this snowfall, and while it's great to see, it's beautiful here across Colorado, 15 inches near Evergreen. It's also really great for our moisture content. The drought conditions, which have been extreme to exceptional, we will take any little bit of precipitation. We've been hoping for it from Mother Nature, and she sure provided. But the next couple of hours do anticipate off and on snow here for the metro. We will clear out. The sun will be shining as we wrap up this day, but overnight lows under that clear sky, 29 degrees. Tomorrow morning, it will be cold, clear, 67 the high. We'll get rid of our weather impact alert and introduce more pleasant conditions. Friday afternoon, 70 degrees. Overnight lows will also stay above freezing. This 7-day forecast, my friends, you get a little taste of everything from winter weather today to mostly sunny and mild conditions for moms out there. Slight chance for a brief shower. It looks otherwise, though, mainly dry here for Denver. Could see most of that activity in the mountains. 80s return and even mid 80s on Tuesday. It's more pool weather as we get into the early parts of next week. But we want to talk more winter and a little dose of it. We haven't seen really very many snow days at all from winter to spring. And this is actually our first winter storm warning issued for the Denver area. So our Courtney Yoon has been live outside trying to find some of the kids enjoying sledding on this Wednesday. Hey, Courtney.
Hey, good morning, Katie. We're here at the Ken Carroll Sledding Hill, and we finally found some kids that are on their snow days. Take a look. They're having a great time here at the Ken Carroll Sledding Hill. I have heard from some of the families this morning that the snow hasn't been the best for sledding. So, we just saw a little guy over here. He had a pretty good run over there. But some of the families, they've been here like 30 minutes, and then we're seeing them leaving, and they told us it's just really sticky, heavy, wet snow that is kind of hard to slide on here, but they're making paths, they're getting it done, and sliding down the hills here, having a great time. We've also been checking out the roadways around the southern metro today. That snow, it's been falling for a while now. It's starting to stick on the roads a little bit. The conditions on the roads are okay, but I would still just keep your eyes straight in front of you, making sure that you're watching that car in front of you, because it is a little slushy and icy in some areas today. But yeah, check it out. It looks really fun up there. Maybe we could get a sled for our next one and someone will let us slide down with them, not sure. But that sticky, wet snow may not be great for sledding, but there's a lot of other things that you might be able to do with that sticky snow. I don't know like when you would do that, but oh gosh, I guess my photographer Joe Swanson is hitting me with snowballs and I'm gonna hit him back. But live in Ken Carl, Courtney Yoon, 9 News. Now we're gonna head over to Shalima Maharaj, who is in Evergreen this morning, keeping an eye on the roads in the high country. Good morning, Shalima.
Hey there, Courtney. Yeah, we have been driving throughout the area and we've kind of been, seeing what the road conditions are like. But along the way, we've also been seeing that a lot of this heavy, wet snow has been encasing these trees. I'm not going to lift this one entirely because I'll tell you, we've been seeing some snow coming down off of this tree, but this just came down as we were here. Fortunately, not hitting any of the power lines, not too far away. And this has been a really big concern. I know we heard from fire rescue a couple of days ago and they had mentioned that that was a concern. A lot of the power companies are obviously making sure that they've got crews out and trying to ensure that we don't wind up in these situations with those branches and leaves very, very close to the power lines. But you can see, I mean, this entire area over here, we've got a lot of trees, a lot of brush, and a lot of those branches overwhelmed by the weight of that snow. But also in this area, we've also got some wildlife that were actually out here earlier on today. And so we were just watching that. Of course, your braking distance, your braking time, it's going to be more on a day like today. So you want to keep an eye out for all of that. But of course, right now, this is what the condition is like here in Evergreen. But as the day goes on, we'll continue to monitor that. We're going to bring it back to you later on. But in the meantime, I'm going to send things over to our man in the mountains, Matt Renew.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're here at the Bakersville exit, just east of the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels. And, well, there's a CDOT Safety Patrol vehicle right there getting ready to head out if he needs to head out and help someone along this stretch of I-70 in the mountains, which, by the way, looks pretty much like this still, even at this hour. Snow continues to fall. It's let up a little bit, wind's picking up, but there's a lot of moisture in this storm, and so the snow's got a lot of water in it, ices up along the roads pretty easily, and we have seen a number of cars that have spun out along I-70 or some of the side roads, and so you're definitely going to want to take it pretty slow if you're heading in or out of the mountains, because it's pretty much just like this the whole stretch. Even after you cross the Continental Divide and then head into Summit County and into Eagle County, certainly over Vail Pass, you can expect to see icy, slushy snowpack conditions. The sun was trying to break out briefly, and even just a little bit of that light has helped melt some of the snow off the roads, but it is still very, very slick. And as we were saying, that moisture is a huge benefit to streams, rivers, and reservoirs. There's Clear Creek right there, smiling big right now because of all of this moisture that we're getting, and it's going to certainly help bump up the snowpack a little bit, and it's going to help add a little bit of moisture to our streams, rivers, and reservoirs that desperately need it. The snowpack is so far down that it's really not going to help much, but every little bit's going to help, and there is a lot of moisture in this, so maybe help pump up some of those creeks and reservoirs. Reporting from Clear Creek County, right on the banks of the Clear Creek, I'm Matt Renew, 9 News. Corey and Drew, you probably couldn't see it, but I saw a little fish pop its head out, give me a thumbs up. It's so happy to see all this moisture.
Yeah.
Right.
Well timed by that fish.
We're all giving the thumbs
that
up.
That does it for our coverage. Of course, we do continue here on 9 News. The 10 o'clock hour is still to come. I'm not going to see you until after Mother's Day on Monday. So
that's true.
Have a great Mother's Day weekend.
Thank you so much. We'll miss you. We'll see you on Monday then. Have a great day, everyone.
It's very important to know what you're getting into. When there is snow, there will be rapidly changing weather and road conditions. You need to be prepared for that. You need to be winter ready.
After weeks of sunny skies and warm temps, most of Colorado's buried in snow this morning. Welcome to 9 News at 10. I'm Jennifer Meckles. Some parts of our state only got a dusting, but plenty more are covered. And some have more than 2 feet of snow this morning, like, let's start in Estes Park. Here's looking at video of the snow-covered roads yesterday. It has only snowed more since then. You can see it piling up. At last check, snow reports out of Estes Park showed at least 28 inches of snow so far. Down here in Denver, things are a little calmer this morning. Coors Field has a nice snow blanket at this hour. The city got about 3 to 4 inches so far with this storm, and we are not done yet. Our 9 News Weather Impact team has issued a weather impact alert. So let's go straight to meteorologist Chris Bianchi, who's been tracking the snow totals all morning. You're in the backyard now, still snowing and still collecting snow.
Still snowing. I will say, I think the accumulating stuff is probably done in town. Now, just as a reminder, we're 7 weeks away from the summer solstice, the highest angle of the sun per year, longest day of the year for the northern hemisphere. So when the sun angle is that high, even though it's cloudy out, trust me, it makes an impact. It's going to be very difficult, even on colder surfaces, for any of these flakes that are flying right now for that to stick. But you can also tell around me here in the 9 News backyard, appreciate that shot. Roads are going to stay wet across the majority of the metro area. That's the good news. The bad news, though, you can see it right next to me as well. Look at these trees. They are just waterlogged and weighed down by all this snow. Again, notice this here, folks. I mean, these are branches, and we're in downtown Denver where we picked up, as you said, Jenny, correctly, about 3 or 4 inches. So we're about 4 inches here in downtown Denver, but that's enough to really weigh down these trees. And it's also worth noting that impacts really sharply cut off as you get just west and just south of Denver. We're talking DTC, Wheat Ridge, Lakewood, very different. 6 to about 8 inches of snow there, and that makes all the difference. That means these branches are fully weighed down, snapping on off in a lot of areas. So let's show you some of those snowfall totals. Take you to the mountains where 28 inches in Estes Park. Actually, I have to update that. That is now officially 28 inches. Boy, happy May 6th from Colorado. Look at that. 1.5 to 2 feet of snow, 2 feet plus in the foothills. Boulder and Larimer County foothills really getting walloped by this storm. Denver officially at the airport, 4.7 inches of snow. This is our biggest May snowstorm in 23 years now with that 4.7. And winter storm warning continues until 3 o'clock today. They may cancel that a little early. The accumulating snow is basically done at this point for the majority of the metro. South Metro, West Metro may get an extra inch or so of snow, but it's tough with that rapid drying. Fort Collins, we're basically done. We're going to check in with my buddy Jane Knowles there in just a second. But Southeast Metro, still seeing some of that steadier snow. Elbert, Douglas counties holding on to probably a little accumulating snow. Again, I think even in Denver with it flaking right now, this is really not sticking. What we're seeing here in town, this is, again, the sun angle, temperatures at not slightly above freezing, probably cutting into any snow. Southeast Colorado getting a little band of snow right now. That is accumulating along the Highway 50 corridor. Camera's offline, but you get the idea. It's in the freezing, just below freezing for us here in Denver right now. And that leads me to this. Freeze warning for tonight. Temperatures dropping down into the low 20s, and that includes Fort Collins, where my colleague, meteorologist Jaden Knowles is. And Jaden, we were texting at 4, 5, 6 o'clock this morning about the snow. Fort Collins, to be honest, I thought Fort Collins was going to get a fair bit more, but Jaden, we were just talking about that sharp cutoff in totals, right? Downtown Fort Collins, where you're at right now, you do have some, looks like some branches being weighed down by that snow. About 4 inches or so, right, Jaden? But you get just north and about 8 or 9 inches in Wellington?
Yeah, that's right. Especially if you go further north, that's where you're seeing the higher totals, and also where we saw towards Boulder, they're seeing the high totals as well. But Fort Collins just kind of missed out on it. I mean, what you didn't miss out on is the moisture. I know you probably, out and about right now and seeing on the ground, it's not really that much snow. The roads are fine, but the moisture content is so good that from this storm that we're getting, heading into this storm, like me and Chris were talking about early on this morning, we were at about 1.27 inches. That's from January 1st all the way way through May 3rd. Just from Monday to Tuesday, we already had about an inch. And then the snow that we saw early on this morning will add on to it. So we'll have more totals about that. But that's terrific news because we already know that the entire state of Colorado is in that drought. So hopefully we can at least put a dent in the drought. But I mean, this is just a beautiful scene. First of all, if you're in Fort Collins watching right now, I definitely want to just say Fort Collins is an amazing city. You got some nice people out here. I'm glad that I was in Fort Collins. But overall, there's no major issues, no power outages. So live in Fort Collins, Jaden Knowles for 9 News. And Jenny, I hope you're in studio, nice and warm. Hair all did, because I'm out here cold.
My hair is dead, yes. Thank you, Jaden. But you look real good out there in the snow in your full suit. We got to talk to you about like better snow gear, my friend, even though you do look better than everyone. So.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we'll check in with you soon. Thank you. You know, Colorado's very used to snow. We are not afraid of snow in May, but after such a warm winter, we are a little rusty. We got to reboot those road preps for the first time in a long time. Aurora rolled out about 24 plows this week. The city says their plow drivers are working around the clock through the afternoon today or until the snow stops, whichever comes first. The first focus, of course, was the main roads and then the side streets. The city has dealt with plenty of spring snowstorms before, of course, but they did have to make some adjustments because of this one.
We do leave some of the fleet set up, but a storm like this, we are having to turn around and set a lot of trucks back up for a storm of this nature.
CDOT has about 100 plows out working across Metro Denver right now. They say they'll focus on the interstates and the major roads first. We also want to check in with Courtney Yoon, who's been out reporting all morning on the road conditions and also some of the fun, because Courtney, like a lot of kids have a snow day today. People are getting out and playing in the snow. It's kind of a rare opportunity this year. You even found someone who this is a first-time experience.
Yes, that's right. Good morning, Jenny. We're having a great time here at the Ken Carroll Sledding Hill. And yes, I found someone who is experiencing all of this for the first time. This is Trevor. He's headed to us from Texas.
That's correct.
Spending time with family. You got your nephews on the hill here. Tell us what, from a Texas perspective, how much fun is this?
This is so much fun. Honestly, I mean, Texas this time of year, we're concerned if it's not in the 90s. So I'm glad to get a little bit of a break from it, spend time with family. It's not the snow that I'm used to, so it's real snow. I'm loving it.
Yeah, you were talking earlier, the snow that you guys get is more like ice and it's very treacherous and scary, whereas today we're having a great time. We've got your nephews headed up over there right now.
Yeah, we've got Jackson, Cameron, and Parker, all three of those guys up there, and then my brother-in-law Mike and my sister Kelsey just having a good time. They're off from school and work today, so we're all hanging out.
Having a snow day. What are the conditions like for sledding? Tell people out there.
Conditions, like, they're great. I mean, this is some good powder, I'm guessing. I don't know the terminology, but I mean, this is fantastic. I'm loving it. We got something coming down right now. Yeah, I think it's great. Great sledding conditions. Get out here and do it.
Yeah, why not? Well, thanks so much, Trevor, for chatting with us and bringing some Texas hospitality to Colorado. We appreciate
Glad to be here.
Awesome.
Go Habs.
Yeah, go Habs. That's right. Yeah, but sledding conditions pretty good. I think it's getting better. It is kind of wet, kind of heavy, sticky snow, but the kids are still having a great time. So might as well head out. We're seeing more cars filling up this parking lot here in Ken Carroll. Live in Ken Carroll, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
Courtney, if all of our visitors were just so kind and so thoughtful, I love that. So tell Trevor we're glad to have him. Hope he can stick around for a bit. So as the spring snowstorm moves across the state, power companies have extra crews on standby to handle outages. And we're starting to see some of those outages already. So let's do a quick check-in on the Xcel power outage map. Right now, about 49,000 customers are without power. Xcel Energy says they have more than 150 extra staff members on standby working across the state right now. Here in Denver, the city is opening several shelters to help people get out of the cold and the snow. If people are looking for a shelter, they can go to the city's front door shelters. They have expanded capacity for the cold weather. They'll stay open until tomorrow at 11 a.m. Denver Parks and Rec is also operating their rec centers as daytime warming centers during regular business hours. 9 News photojournalist Foster Gaines spoke with a woman who said that when people offer to help, it's a good reminder for those who are staying on the street, they're not struggling alone.
Very dreary and rainy, cold. This morning was kind of rough because the rain was coming down so hard. Yeah, I've been outside the last 24 hours. It's been rather cold and wet. We're at Broadway and Spear because I was flying my sign, trying to get preparations for the storm coming and get trash bags, anything to kind of repel the rain, and it really helps keeping you dry. Become like a MacGyver out here.
Did you know about this storm coming?
No, I had no idea until this morning, actually. Somebody let me know that it was going to snow. I think it was somebody while I was flying. Day by day, people let us know, like, just word of mouth, really. Thank you so much. God bless you guys. Have a good day. People helping you out, it really helps. I've gotten blankets before, little Lego sets. I got some Lego sets yesterday. That was kind of cool. I will show you the socks, though, because I don't have those put up. I love the little toe socks. It reminds you that people care, you know, that you're not just out here struggling alone. That's a very despairing feeling, being out here alone. How'd your night go last night? People think that everybody out here is just on drugs or because they want to be out here or they're crazy, and that's not the case whatsoever. We're not all like that.
Do you have somewhere to go tonight before things get pretty bad?
I should, hopefully. I should.
Where is that going to be?
A friend's house, probably. Hopefully.
Still ahead, our weather impact alert coverage continues as we keep an eye on today's snowy weather and the impacts. We've got reporters out in the field giving us the latest on driving conditions after the break. And a reminder, you can always stream 9 News Now everywhere you watch. Just scan the QR code on your screen and watch for free. Let's take a live look outside over Horsetooth. Oh boy, we're all sighing big this morning. Look at that icicle right in the middle of the camera. The winter weather we've been watching for all season finally made an appearance in May. Coloradans across the state are battling a spring snowstorm, and as a result, our weather impact team here has issued a weather impact alert for today. Seems like a good enough day for it, right? As today's spring storm continues to hit, travelers at DIA are facing some potential flight concerns. This morning, we've seen dozens of delays and cancellations. Here's your FlightAware misery map. Just over the past few hours, 10 flights have been canceled, 80 delayed. That's not terrible, considering. Earlier this morning, most of the canceled flights were on the smaller regional routes, places like Cheyenne, Grand Junction. The big routes across the country, now we're starting to see the impact on those. So we will keep an eye on it and let you know. If you're traveling by plane today, you're not the only person dealing with conditions. Drivers, of course, have been on the snowy roads all morning. 9 News reporter Shalima Maharaj joins us on the road today looking at conditions. Shalima, it depends on where you live, because some people are having no trouble at all. Where are you exactly, and what are you seeing?
Absolutely. We have been in Evergreen and in the surrounding area throughout the morning, and this is what people have been dealing with. All of that wet, heavy snow. And down here, I'll draw your attention, that actually happened while we were out here as well. This branch, just overwhelmed by the weight of all of that snow, came down. Fortunately, not on the power lines over there. You can see some people getting outside, finally going for a walk in all of this. But earlier on, those roads were absolutely slick, and trying to get through them was really a test of your vehicle's traction system. For us, there was a little bit of slipping and sliding on the roads. For sure, you know, when we were out there, we were seeing some of the plows coming out, trying to get to as many roads as quickly as possible. But here we've seen so much accumulation, largely because obviously we're at a higher elevation and that snow has really stuck to the ground. Now, there has been, of course, warnings from fire rescue here, reminding people that you need to slow down if you are intending to drive today. And remember that it's going to take you a lot longer to brake when you've got a lot of ice accumulated on the road. Here right now, the ice has started to melt a little bit depending on where you are in Evergreen. Exactly what you were saying, Jetty. It depends on what area you are in. We've been to some neighborhoods where it's been both ice, it's been all that slush, and it's been very, very hard to navigate. But that is the situation that we're dealing with today in Evergreen. The snow continues to come down, but for now, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Shalima, thank you for the update. It's not just plows dusting off the rust this week. Most of us have also not driven in the snow. Earlier this morning, we spoke with Sergeant Ivan Alvarado with Colorado State Patrol to try to help us get back into that mindset of snow mode and snow driving.
Sergeant Alvarado, is there anything specific this morning that people should look out for if they do have to drive?
Yeah, for sure. I think everybody should be driving under the speed limit, being aware that you're going to need a lot more space to be able to brake safely if something's happening in front of you. So one, slow down and please stay alert because, you know, we don't know what people are going to encounter down the road, and people should be driving very defensively because they don't know what's going to happen in front.
Absolutely. Sergeant Alvarado, let's say you've taken off your snow tires for the season already. I know a lot of people did that. We had this really dry winter. They thought, okay, we can do that. It's time. What are some extra steps someone can take before getting behind the wheel?
Well, if you don't have snow tires, I would say probably stay home, right? Mm-hmm. But if you do have to go out, then I need you to precisely slow down even more, because then you're going to need even more time to come to a complete safe stop. So I'm not saying do not go out, but you need to be aware that if you do not feel safe and the conditions are getting worse, then maybe it's time to head back home and maybe change those tires if you need to. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, I think everybody, as long as they slow down and they give enough room to the car in front, everybody should be able to make it to their destination safe today.
Sergeant, as we've talked about, there are some spots that don't look bad at all this morning, but just based on your experience, can you talk about how things can quickly go south with just one or two cars out there?
Oh, for sure. I think, you know, a lot of cancellations today, a lot of people staying home and working from home, which is great. But that doesn't mean that everybody else that has to be on the road, that they can just go as fast as they want. Everybody should be driving under the speed limit today. And even when you're starting, it's great conditions. You don't know what you're going to encounter down the road. And we've heard that you have some slushy spots, some ice. You know, I've even heard some icy spots out east. So at the end of the day, drive very defensively. Slow down. And if you do that, you will most likely make it to your destination.
Yeah, great tips this morning. Sergeant Alvarado, thanks for calling in.
All right, even though we are turning the corner into summer, there are some things you can do to try to handle driving in this snow first. This is kind of like lessons with Dad, right? Check your windshield wiper fluid, your tires, your battery. Make sure you've got enough gas. Don't be going anywhere on no gas in your car. Make sure all your lights and your wiper blades are working properly. And if you're driving in the snow this morning or this afternoon, take it slow. Give yourself extra time. Experts say avoid braking really fast, turning really fast, accelerating, doing it all at the same time. Make sure to clear the snow and ice off your car before you leave. Give yourself extra space between vehicles. And if you come across a crash, do not get out of your car. This is the stuff we learned in driver's ed, folks. Today is the day you got to drive like you're at your driver's ed test. Officials say all of this is really important. And again, if you come up on another crash, it's usually safest for you to stay inside your vehicle if you're going to help call it in and try to be helpful. Finally, it's important to have an emergency kit inside your car. This is really good for any time of year, especially on winter driving days. That kit should have a snow brush, blankets, little food and water, and a flashlight with extra batteries. Officials also recommend carrying tire chains, a first aid kit, flares, or reflectors just in case you get stranded or need help on the side of the road. Be careful, everyone. As the snow rolled in last night, Jeffco's Emergency Operations Center was up and running, making sure people were moving around safely on the roads. After the break, we'll take a look behind the scenes. As the storms rolled in today, some people up in Weld County got a rough wake-up call in the middle of the night. A code red alert just around midnight saying, hey, it's snowing.
Freeze warning in effect from 8 p.m. Wednesday to 8 a.m. MDT Thursday.
Weld County did not send that message. It came from the National Weather Service. Code Red is one of those opt-in alert systems. All counties have them. You basically sign up your phone for alerts at your address. But if you don't want to get a phone call, you can change your settings to get texts for warnings. This is kind of a tricky situation, right? Because we always tell people it's a good idea to sign up for these things, but people also don't want to get a call in the middle of the night. So just be really thoughtful about what you're signing up for, how you get your notifications, and always opt on the side of being more careful than not. In the event of an extreme situation, like a tornado warning, the National Weather Service will actually use wireless emergency alerts, whether you opt in or not. Officials in Jefferson County were hard at work last night as the county's Emergency Operations Center got up and running, tracking the storm, coordinating with agencies all across the area. That center serves as a central hub for coordination between the county sheriff's office, CDOT, Division of Homeland Security, and local emergency managers from the cities like Arvada, Wheat Ridge, Lakewood. Officials used a real-time mapping system to track incidents in real time, plotting a dot on the map every time a deputy or county official submitted a report. The emergency manager there in Jeffco, Nathan Whittington, says the county's limited snowfall so far this year kind of added an extra layer of concern. Hardened ground, bringing the possibility of flooding as snow accumulates. And as conditions evolved overnight, Whittington said the Emergency Ops Center was prepared to bring in law enforcement and public health officials, even utility reps if needed.
You have to be prepared, but you also have to be dynamic because depending upon where the storm hits, where they get the most amount of storm, whether it's going to be evergreen, that 6,000 to 9-foot area versus down here, will really determine the type of impacts that we will see across Jefferson County.
Jeffco is asking the public to also do their part. Please drive safe and be smart. Today's storm is a very welcome sight, but it could cause some problems for plants and trees. Experts say the wet, heavy snow can really weigh down branches, causing them to break off. That's one of the biggest concerns right around roofs and power lines. Most established plants should be able to handle the storm, but those newer, sensitive plants, which are all coming in bloom early this year, those could really struggle. Experts say they expect the good will outweigh the bad on this storm.
Mostly good. I think, the moisture, Colorado desperately needs that moisture for the drought. So I think it'll be mostly good. We just got to keep an eye on those new plants and those tree branches. But I'm really hoping that moisture just helps everything in the landscape.
Lisa says if you can use anything to knock snow off your trees, do that. Just make sure you're in a position where you're safe and the snow doesn't fall right on top of you. Now, despite the heavy snow problems, the wet weather again bringing a lot of help for our drought-stricken yards and our gardens. Colorado law lets people keep more than 100 gallons of rainwater that falls from their rooftop. What about snow melt, though, or capturing piles of snow? 9 News reporter Marshall Zellinger learned about what you can and can't keep on your own property.
That peaceful sound is also a welcome sight for yellow lawns. And with inches of snow forecast through Wednesday, there will be more moisture than those lawns know what to do with at once. Colorado law allows you to snag rain in a barrel. But what about keeping snow?
The idea behind it was to get people thinking about water conservation and saving some precipitation.
Democratic State Senator Jesse Danielson sponsored the rain barrel bill in 2016, which allows you to collect 2 55-gallon barrels worth of precipitation from a rooftop downspout. It's known as a rain barrel. What about snow?
I guess, Marshall, what I would say is I wrote the rain barrel bill. I'm not sure I'm the rain barrel police.
I mean, it is in the sense that snow is precipitation, yes.
Jason Ullman is the state engineer and head of the Division of Water Resources. He explains that homes and development impact previous water rights.
Because the condition before your house existed is what those water rights were used to. That water was previously falling on the ground and soaking into the ground and coming out in the stream.
Agriculture users in municipal water districts rely on water that falls from your home and eventually makes it into the streams and rivers where they access their water.
You are depriving them or depleting the stream by collecting it and using it on your property instead.
And the rain barrel law defines the water as precipitation, which would include snow, and limits the amount to 2 rain barrels totaling 110 gallons.
So that's primarily the reason why it's not allowed that you couldn't just cover your yard in plastic and collect all of the precipitation and then pull the plastic at the end of the day and let it soak in.
I just love that this law is making people think about conserving water in such a way they're thinking about capturing snow.
That was Marshall Zellinger reporting. So who does police the rain or the snow that you keep on your property in a rain barrel? It's not actual police. The Division of Water Resources handles complaints and local water commissioners would then go follow up. But Marshall found there's been no complaints. So from the mountains to the metro, our crews are tracking today's snowy conditions all across the state. And our man in the mountains has a look at conditions in the high country after the break. Welcome back, 10:30 on a snowy Wednesday morning. You're taking a live look outside on the Lookout Mountain side of town, so west side of town there, looking pretty snowy. Spring snowstorm we've been tracking all week is now dropping across the state. We are under a weather impact alert day today. So we turn to our fearless leader, Chris Bianchi, for an update on our totals.
Yeah, so the snow, here's the good news, Jenny. The accumulating snow is done for the majority of the Denver metro area. Yeah, it's snowing. It's actually coming down decently right now, but it's going to be pretty tough for it to stick with it. 33 degrees right now. And of course, most importantly, the sun angle is so high this time of year. Again, we are about 7 weeks away from the summer solstice, the highest point of the sun in the sky. So even though it's cloudy, that sun is making a big impact. The ground temperatures, keeping those ground temperatures warm. And so roads are going to stay wet. Again, even on colder surfaces, I'm suspicious we get anything more than an additional dusting here in Denver from that snow that's flying right now. But it is snowing. Hard to believe, by the way. It's snowing right now. It's going to be 85 on Monday, but welcome to life here in Mile High. Winter storm warning with that continuing until about 3 p.m. today. They may cancel that a little early. South and West Metro will hold on to accumulating snow just a tad longer, but in Fort Collins and Longmont and in Loveland, if you're watching me, let me know if that sun's coming out. I suspect it is. That sun probably starting to poke through. And then southern Colorado getting the heavier snow right now. Colorado Springs on east, and then down along the Highway 50 corridor, snowing pretty heavily. Again, because that snow is falling during the daytime hours, I'm suspicious about how much of that it's actually accumulating, but probably a little bit of slush out there. Denver on south seeing the majority of the snow. Eastern Plains getting that rain-snow mix right now, and low accumulations, if any, out on the Eastern Plains. Snow over the next few hours will end from north to south. We're going to, again, in Denver, the accumulating snow basically done. Southern Colorado, though, you will hold on to that snow a little bit longer. Foothills, mountains, seeing some of that snow as well over the next few hours. You'll hold on to that snow in places like the Clear Creek, Gilpin, Jeffco foothills here over the next couple of hours, or the mountains. Summit County probably holding on to those snow totals as well, that accumulating snow as well. Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel on east to about roughly Idaho Springs. You'll keep that snow through the day part hours, and then tonight we clear things out. That'll set the stage for a hard freeze tonight, and there it is, that freeze warning for the Eastern Plains. Temperatures dropping down into the low 20s. So tonight will actually be the coldest part of this storm, so to speak, or this cold snap here, with those temperatures in the Eastern Plains dropping down to the low to mid 20s. In Denver, mid to upper 20s, depending on which side of town you're on. If you're on the west side of Denver, you'll probably be in the upper 20s tonight as we get some downsloping winds. East side of Denver, probably closer to about 23 or 24 degrees. So in Denver, downtown on west, 29, but again, East Metro, hard freeze coming up for tonight. And look at these teens and 20s across the Eastern Plains. So very, very cold night ahead. The Rockies playing, I think they play at 7:20 tonight. This might be up there for one of the coldest games they've had there at Coors Field, or at least in recent memory. Tomorrow, 67 cold start, but then bam, we go right back up again. Let the melt begin. And if you like the snow, if you enjoy it, soak it in, stare at it today, and stare at it tomorrow morning, because by 4 p.m. tomorrow, she gone. It's going to be melting quickly across the metro area. Again, this snow is going to have the shelf life of hours, not days. 60s, 70s, Eastern Plains. It's actually average for this time of year, almost exactly average. 40s and 50s in the high country. And then that 7-day forecast. Again, it is snowing right now. You didn't need me to tell you that, but it's we've gotten in the Denver metro area, a lot of areas here, about 4 to 8 inches of snow. West and South Metro, some spots coming in with double-digit totals. A significant May snowstorm, our biggest May snowstorm in Denver in 23 years. And it's going to be 85 on Monday and Tuesday, and it's going to be in the low to mid-80s. So certainly a lot of takeaways here, Jenny, but I would say number one is, even though this accumulating snow is probably done for the majority of the Denver area, continue to shake those trees. Those power outage numbers appear to be increasing. We're at about 50,000 statewide. Most of those are in Denver, Broomfield, Boulder, and Jeffco. And the reason is that you've had a few hours of that snow sitting on those branches and trees. They're going to probably start to come down a little bit. And we're at least holding on to the snow right now that's fallen in those areas. So please get out there and shake those trees unless you want them to snap.
I've gotten a couple of friends text me already about trees falling or their plants looking pitiful. But once we get through it, the water is going to be incredible.
Yes.
And like you said, it's going to melt like right away. So
I mean, again, this by this time tomorrow, most of the snow will already be melted, believe it or not.
Yeah, I believe that.
Even though we have a hard freeze tonight and tomorrow morning. Also, watch out for some patchy black ice tonight, especially west and south side of town with that hard freeze coming up. You are exactly right. We are going to be talking about that significant warm up. And so that said in mind, this is probably the part of the program I'm most excited about, because if there's anybody who is thrilled about this snow.
We know.
Let's take you to where we've seen the most snow across the state. Literally the spot with the most snow in the state is in Estes Park. That's where my buddy Corey Reppenhagen and his beard are currently right now. Corey, how much snow? And you must be in heaven right now, right?
Oh, I'm in heaven. Everybody who lives here is in heaven. Everybody who's visiting here is in heaven. I mean, the Estes Park, Larimer County foothills ended up being, as you said, the absolute bullseye for this storm. We're measuring 22 to 28 inches across just the Estes Park area alone. And this is a place that they're accustomed to seeing these really big snows, but this may be one of the most important 2-foot bullseyes that they've ever been a part of, because it's been the driest winter in 45 years. So the 1980-1981 winter was the last time it was this dry, and people were very concerned about how dry the timber was, and this is just a sign of relief. Let me show you. I want to get a little quick measurement here. The snow is stopped. We're actually even seeing the sun pop out from behind some of the low clouds. But I mean, these measurements out here, right on this park bench alone, there's 23 inches right here. So this is Elkhorn Avenue. It's kind of their main drag across town. And you can look around here and see how much snow. I mean, it was absolutely buried in snow when we got out here this morning. We can now see Elkhorn Avenue here. They got it plowed off, and the sun is starting to do some warm up there. People, shop owners are out here. And we've been interviewing a lot of people around the area. The people that live here are celebrating because of it's so relieving and so beautiful. But we've also interviewed people that just happened to pick Wednesday, May the 6th as the time to come visit Estes Park, Colorado, and they feel like they won the lottery, or this is so lucky. They feel so fortunate to have seeing this out here. And Jenny, I actually echo that sentiment. I also feel very fortunate to be out here witnessing this 2-foot bullseye in Estes Park.
Yeah, your happiness directly tied to the weather. Corey, thank you. And of course, many other parts across the mountains are seeing heavy snowfall today as well. Some as early as Monday this week. This wet, heavy snow could spell trouble, though, if you're headed into the backcountry, still trying to get some skiing in this year. Here's a look at the Colorado Avalanche Information Center's danger scale map. Danger ranges from moderate, yellow, to considerable, orange, even red, way up high there in northern Colorado in the red zone. The Avalanche Information Center said the Eastern Front Range is expected to enter high danger at some point today.
Probably going to be the highest during the storm when we're getting the really heavy snowfall, high precipitation rates, snow in a couple inches an hour. That's where it's going to be the most dangerous. But then after the storm, we're going to kind of shift problems. We're going to move away from that storm instability, and we're going to move into some wet avalanche danger, mostly point releases.
The recommendation, as always, is keep checking the forecast wherever you happen to be going in the mountains. If you do head into the backcountry this weekend, especially be careful. Now, with these snowy conditions only expected to pick up, well, as different parts around the state in various parts, we are keeping an eye on how all parts of the state are dealing with the storm, including the high country. Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, is on watch there. You're near the tunnels this morning. Matt, how's that looking, especially for folks who are trying to drive on I-70 right now?
Jenny, it is still snowing up here at the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels. It had let up just a little bit in the last hour, but in just the past 10 minutes, the snow's picking up again. Just like Chris Bianchi was talking about, snow hanging on east of the Continental Divide. In fact, between here and Bakersville, really a pretty snowy scene all morning. That snow has been coming down at a pretty good clip here in Clear Creek County all morning long, a good 7, 8 inches of snow since about 3 a.m. this morning has been coming down. It looks like a winter wonderland. Great news for Clear Creek along with other streams, rivers, and reservoirs in Colorado to get some of this moisture, because there is a lot of moisture in this snow. The downside to that is made for some pretty icy driving conditions along I-70 throughout the morning, even still today. This later on in the morning, it's still pretty icy under some of that snow as you're heading in or out of the mountains. I-70 looks pretty good in spots, and then it's pretty covered in other spots, and then the wind picks up and visibility can be pretty low at times, so drivers should watch out for that. Also, the type of snowstorm that really ices up your windshield wiper blades, so you might need to pull over and knock that ice off those blades every now and then so you can see clearly, and then when all this melts, it's really going to be a problem to see, so make sure you've got plenty of windshield wiper fluid in your car when all of this snow starts to melt and move on out of here. But great sight. The snow is just beautiful up here at the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels and all throughout Clear Creek County, and you're going to see it in Summit County and Eagle County as well, so just be prepared for winter still. 18 degrees, by the way, up here. Reporting from the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels, I'm Matt Renew, 9 News. Jenny, got to have a jacket on. I can't, not a hat because it's May, but I'm definitely putting a jacket on.
I'm gonna say, come on, man, put a hat on your head. Also, this is a good reminder of why we still have traction laws all the way through the end of May, because we'll get these random little May storms sometimes. Like, you really aren't out of the woods yet.
You're absolutely right. You see those signs and it says truckers carry those chains until the end of May. This is exactly, and there goes the truck with his chains on. Good job, trucker. So this is why you've got to have them on.
Good job, trucker. Okay, Matt, nice to see you. Thank you so much for your reporting this morning. All right, let's talk about some other kind of travel now. Air travel. Out of DIA, we have seen a few dozen delays and cancellations this morning. Here's a live look at the FlightAware misery map. Over the past few hours, we did see a small number of cancellations, a couple dozen delays. Earlier this morning, most of the canceled flights were on the smaller regional routes, places like Cheyenne and Grand Junction. The routes across the country, we are starting to see some impact, but you know, I'm seeing a lot of green on that map, less so on the red, so we'll keep an eye on that. Unfortunately, for a lot of folks, staying off the roads was not a possibility today. Maybe you have to go to work like us. If you are one of those unlucky drivers, though, there are some things that you can pack before you head out, making sure your car is ready. Here's Corey Rose.
If you have to hit the road today, it's a good idea to have your car be prepared for the snow just in case you get stranded. So I'm going to walk you through some things that you should probably already have in your car. If you don't, you should definitely go and take the time and put them in your car. First off, of course, you should always have a blanket in your car just in case. Always have the jacket in the car as well. Jumper cables, always a great idea as well. Food, water, snacks, things that are kind of non-perishable or can last a long time in the car. You've got your flashlight, your reflectors, and of course your first aid kit as well. You need the snow brush and the ice scraper as well. All great things to have in your car kind of all season long.
We are also following some developing news out of Garfield County today. The sheriff's office says Highway 6 is closed in Rifle right now due to a crash with a train and a tanker truck. Colorado State Patrol confirmed the train has derailed. We do not know yet, though, what type of train it is. The sheriff's office says there's only been minor injuries reported so far. We don't have a lot more details beyond that, but we will continue to follow this story, and as we learn more, pass it along to you. As we continue to cover the storm, we know some trees have already broken off branches across Colorado. This is at our own Keely Chalmers' house. We'll check in with her on some of the damage we're seeing after the break. Reminder, of course, you can always stream 9 News Now everywhere you watch. Just scan the QR code on your screen, and look, you'll get beautiful pictures of icicles on our cameras, and you can watch for free. Let's take another live look outside over cameras covered in snow and ice. This is technically on the roof of 9 News looking out over Denver, but it's mostly just wet. Just to give you another idea of what it looks like outside, right? Some areas have gotten up to 2 feet of snow in Colorado so far. That is a lot of good water. We talk a lot about downed trees being one of the biggest risks in this storm. You're taking a look at what meteorologist Keely Chalmers woke up to this morning in Boulder County, where a neighbor's tree was resting on her house. How nice of them to share with Keely. You know, what a good neighbor for you, I'm sure. But, you know, you guys had to be out there shaking off some snow on the tree branches, all working together to make sure your houses are okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to show you a live shot now of that same exact tree. It is a little tree, and thank goodness that my roof was right there, because it would have probably snapped in half. No question. These trees cannot handle the weight of this snow. Give you some numbers. It takes 3 to 5 inches of snow to break small branches. It takes about 8 inches to bring down large branches, and a foot of snow is actually potentially catastrophic. I do want to show you though, because we're talking about measurements here. This is my unofficial, you know, little elementary school ruler here. Almost 9 inches of snow on my table. So again, that's my dog Blue. Just wanted to say hello. She's loving this snow. But again, been out here with photographer Brian Wendland all morning trying to get the snow off of the trees, because it is continuing to come down. Do want to show you another issue. Here it is, another tree resting on my shed. This one is really picking up the snow. There you go. It's getting a little of this off. I mean, it really does help, but we've been talking about the dangers. You don't want to obviously be right under the branches when you're doing this, because you don't want, first of all, the snow to fall on you, but you also don't want the branch to fall on you. And we just heard a snap about, I don't know, about a minute ago, so probably likely another branch coming down. But again, I do want to point out, it is still snowing, although it is stopped snowing in some areas. That snow is still coming down here in Boulder. It is still accumulating. So again, nice to see this snow. It is certainly not over quite yet. Reporting live from Boulder, I'm 9 News Weather Impact Team meteorologist Keely Chalmers. We'll send it back to you, Jenny.
Keely, the inquiring minds want to know how Blue feels about the snow. Is Blue happy? Blue looks like a snow dog.
Oh my, Blue loves it, although Blue just went inside. I think Blue's a little camera shy for some
poor Blue.
reason.
I know a lot of Colorado dogs
gosh,
love the snow.
She has been going crazy in the snow. She loves it.
Awesome. All right, Keely, thank you. Get some, go inside and get warmed up. Now, despite the snow, the show must go on, at least for one night. Still ahead, we'll take you to Red Rocks. Fans still went out last night in the snow to check out a concert.
The Stanley Cup contender conversation is not a deep one,
But it starts with depth, and the Avs have the most. 12 players have scored in just 2 games in this series. That's the most in NHL history. They also have a 2-0 lead. And Minnesota, they're in deep trouble.
There's the one-timer. McKinnon on the power play.
What we're doing is sustainable. I feel like we're generating a lot of chances, and they're not just some lucky goals.
Side of the net, covered by Wedgwood.
You know, either one could be, you're going to score 9 goals. That's also Avalanche hockey, right? So, but I just think, after game 1, regardless if you win or not, there's always things you can improve on. And, to a man, just, in the mirror, everything, I think, contributed a little bit to 9 days off and a little bit of our minds, being a little bit off detail. But, obviously guys step up, play a tight game, don't give them a ton of room. And I think, all 60 minutes, both ends of the ice, I think everything's really good tonight.
And then Wedgwood does his best Statue of Liberty, says, I got it.
We just try and let him see the puck there, and most of the time he can get it. So for us, it's reassuring to have a guy like that, but I still feel like we can be a little bit better in front of him.
He's been unbelievable for us. You can feel the confidence he's got, and he bleeds through the lineup. So, yeah, I mean, he's been unbelievable, and it's nice to have him.
A chant of Wedgie.
Hard not to hear it out there. No, they do a good job of letting me know. No, I love it. Obviously, like I said, found a home here and been very vocal with them, and social media stuff, all that fun stuff. I enjoy it. I love to talk, and they've taken to me. And yeah, when they get going there and are behind me, it's obviously a nice boost for my own ego.
The chants of Wedgie travel north to Minnesota, and the Wild are uncomfortable. Reporting from Ball Arena, John Treach, 9 News.
Avs game, not the only fun in Colorado yesterday. Last night's Red Rocks show went on as planned, despite the winter weather. Turns out the spring storm didn't even faze the dedicated fans. People still showed up to see French DJ David Guetta. 9 News reporter Janelle Finch was out at Morrison talking with the fans.
For more reasons than one, David Guetta fans will be making memories at Red Rocks.
One for the books, right?
Standing in 30-degree weather and snow takes a special kind of person.
True fans.
Myrna Solorzano is one of those special people.
It's what Colorado people do, like somebody from down in Florida would not understand this, but we Colorado people, we're built for it,
She says she's been listening to the French DJ since high school. Snow wasn't keeping her at home.
We are staying towards the last end of everything. We have a survival kit in the car, so we are ready. We are built for this.
Solorzano says she's been mentally preparing for the cold for a week. Naname Mikeno
yesterday
had less time to get ready.
Yeah, and we didn't know the weather was going to be this bad.
But she pivoted her concert outfit last minute.
It was like a skirt and a tank top and like a puffer.
And is ready for her first snowy show at Red Rocks.
And it's like Colorado. It's like kind of like the snow point.
Some may even consider it a Colorado badge of honor for a concert people surely won't forget.
Weather's not going to stop us.
Yeah, I'm so ready.
Indie rock band Bright Eyes was scheduled to perform tonight at Red Rocks, but then the venue announced Monday that show got postponed due to weather. This is such a Colorado version of in May, you plan anything in May.
Exactly. It's funny. I'm texting with my buddy Steve Galbs, high school classmate of mine. He's, if you're a New York Mets fan, he's the sideline reporter for the New York Mets.
Oh, nice.
And he's been twiddling his thumbs in a Denver hotel room for the last 36 hours, waiting for the Rockies and the Mets to play.
Oh, no.
And so I was telling him, he's just like, this place is wild. It's like, hey, man, it's going to be 85 on Monday. New York City has never seen measurable snow in the month of May. Here in Denver, it's a rite of passage.
Yeah, I feel like having been here long enough now, I'm just like, that's Colorado for you.
Yeah, it's just
Colorado. And it's good. And we're like, we need it. We need it. We prayed for this. Please give us the water.
Right. We're all like, let's go. Minus the power outage.
Yeah.
It's a mess. It's a mess in West Bend.
They're very good. We'll temper ourselves. Hey, we got much more coming up at 11. We'll see you over there.
It's very important to know what you're getting into. When there is snow, there will be rapidly changing weather and road conditions. You need to be prepared for that. You need to be winter ready.
Sunny skies and warm temperatures, weeks of that now. Most of Colorado is buried in snow this morning thanks to a spring storm. Welcome into 9 News at 11. I'm Jennifer Meckles. Some parts of our state only got a dusting, but plenty more are covered. Some have more than 2 feet of snow this morning, like Estes Park. Here's some video of the snow-covered roads even before this morning starting to pile up. At last check, snow reports showed that area got anywhere between 22 and 28 inches of snow, so 2 feet. Here in Denver, it's a little calmer this morning. Coors Field has a nice blanket of snow. The city of Denver got about 3 to 4 inches of snow, and it's still falling. Our 9 News Weather Impact team has issued a weather impact alert. Chris Bianchi joins us outside. Still falling, Chris, but not so much accumulating at this point in the day.
Exactly right. It's just tough. It is snowing fairly steadily, but temperatures, it's just above freezing. It's 33, 34. And so this snow, you might be able to tell that since we were last out here about an hour ago, the snow has actually melted off. The temperature being above freezing plus the very high sun angle this time here means that even with this snow falling, unless you're talking about a shaded, colder surface. So think about maybe a lawn that is partially covered by a wall or something like that. That may be sticking a little bit there, but for the most part, this really is not accumulating, certainly not accumulating on roads. So we're still seeing some snow, but this may unfortunately lead to a few more power outages. We are looking at about 50,000 customers without power around the Denver area this morning. And snowfall totals, as sounds like a dumpster going off behind me there. Happy snow day to them. 28 inches, we mentioned this in parts of Estes Park, already picking up about 2+ feet of snow there in Estes Park. Also worth noting, and my colleague meteorologist Corey Reppenhagel will have more on this in just a second, Estes Park does not usually get big snowstorms like this. They usually get downsloped. If you've ever been to Estes, they kind of sit in a bowl, so they get downsloping winds, which is usually a drawing wind, but Estes Park, boy, just getting clobbered. And what you're looking at here, if you're wondering, where are all those places? We're generally talking about the Boulder and Larimer County foothills above 7,000 feet, just getting clobbered by this. And I think in most cases here, we're talking about a very, very good thing. I mean, this is really helping out snowpack. And Denver snow, 4.7 inches of snow. This is our biggest May snowstorm here in Denver officially since May 10th of 2003. That number will probably end up in the 5 to 6 inch range, so a good snowstorm for us here in Denver. A lot of water within this as well. This will help out drought conditions. We're not going to get a great idea of that until this storm is officially over and done with. Winter storm warning continues an additional maybe inch or so here in the metro, but that snow coming to a close as we speak. We do have a little band right over Denver, though, that is kind of leading to this heavier spurt of snow. This is probably the last of the kind of more meaningful snowfall. It is ending from north to south, maybe even seeing northern Larimer and Weld counties. Little sun starting to poke on out. Douglas, Albert counties, as well as the eastern plains still seeing some of that accumulating snow right now. The steadiest snow in southeastern Colorado at this point. And tonight we'll be talking about a hard freeze with those temperatures. Right now, camera's offline, but we're in the low to mid 30s right now. But temperatures above freezing means that snow is having a very tough time sticking even on colder surfaces. But speaking of colder surfaces and all the snow that we've seen, I want to set things out of my colleague, Courtney Yoon, unless you got your meteorology degree here this morning. You are out there in Ken Carroll, enjoying some of those sledding hills, enjoying the kiddos who got a snow day. What's it like out there, and are you going to go sledding?
Hey, good morning, Chris. You know, we haven't hit the slopes yet, but we've been watching the kids do that, and they've been telling us all about it. And we have a first-timer on air for the first time today. This is Rain Russell, and she's here with her grandpa, Kevin, this morning. Rain, tell me what the slopes were like. What was it like sledding out there today? We're at the Ken Carroll Sledding Hill.
It was very hard to go all the way from up there all the way down. He technically had to pull me because there wasn't like that stuff that helps push it down.
Oh, I see. So Grandpa was pulling you down because the snow's kind of sticky. It's like heavy and wet today, right? So it's kind of hard to go down. But was it fun? Tell us what it was like on the hill.
It was super fun still, though.
Yeah, even though that you didn't get very far. But Grandpa, you've been having a good time today too, right? What's the snow day been like?
Oh, it's been great. You know, it does need to be packed down a little more at the bottom of the hill where it's a little steeper.
she can actually go a little better. But in the afternoon, I'm sure the snow will be better.
Love it. As it gets packed down, yeah, as more families are arriving here. Rain, what else you got on schedule for your snow day today? Because you guys are kind of wrapped up sledding now. You've been here a couple hours.
I was thinking maybe I could do bars.
Oh, what's that?
I have bars downstairs in my basement.
Oh, that's right. You were telling me you're a gymnast, right?
Yeah.
You got some advice for the kids who are coming to the sledding hill now? You want to give them a couple tips for sledding today?
You guys should probably go where it's packed down. Maybe where like it's a little more like down here. It will help with the packed down area right now because it is like up there it isn't really packed down.
Okay, all right. A very good sledding hill conditions report from our Rain Russell this morning. Thank you so much, Rain.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Kevin.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Of course. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your snow day. Thank you. Live in Ken Carroll, Courtney Yoon, 9 News. Back to you in the studio, Jenny.
You look like you're having some fun too, Courtney. Thank you. Colorado is used to snow. We're not afraid of snow in May, but after such a warm and dry winter, we are a little rusty. So we had to reboot the old road preps for the first time in a long time. Aurora rolled out about 24 plows this week. The city says plow drivers will be working around the clock all the way through this afternoon, or if the snow keeps going until the snow stops. Their first focus was the main roads and then the side streets. The city dealt with plenty of spring snowstorms before, but they did have to make some adjustments because of the late spring storm.
We do leave some of the fleet set up, but a storm like this, we are having to turn around and set a lot of trucks back up for a storm of this nature.
CDOT also has about 100 plows out across Metro Denver right now. They're focusing on interstates and major roads first. It's not just the plows that are dusting off the rust this week. Most of us haven't driven in the snow this year all that much. This morning we spoke to Sergeant Ivan Alvarado with Colorado State Patrol just to try to get us back into snow mode and safe driving.
Sergeant Alvarado, is there anything specific this morning that people should look out for if they do have to drive?
Yeah, for sure. I think everybody should be driving under the speed limit, being aware that you're going to need a lot more space to be able to brake safely if something's happening in front of you. So one, slow down and please stay alert because, we don't know what people are going to encounter down a road, and people should be driving very defensively because they don't know what's going to happen in front.
Absolutely. Sergeant Alvarado, let's say you've taken off your snow tires for the season already. I know a lot of people did that. We had this really dry winter. They thought, okay, we can do that. It's time. What are some extra steps someone can take before getting behind the wheel?
Well, if you don't have snow tires, I would say probably stay home, right? Mm-hmm. But if you do have to go out, then I need you to precisely slow down even more, because then you're going to need even more time to come to a complete safe stop. So I'm not saying do not go out, but you need to be aware that if you do not feel safe and the conditions are getting worse, then maybe it's time to head back home and maybe change those tires if you need to. But at the end of the day, I think everybody, as long as they slow down and they give enough room to the car in front, everybody should be able to make it to their destination safe today.
Sergeant, as we've talked about, there are some spots that don't look bad at all this morning, but just based on your experience, can you talk about how things can quickly go south with just 1 or 2 cars out there?
Oh, for sure. I think, a lot of cancellations today, a lot of people staying home and working from home, which is great. But that doesn't mean that everybody else that has to be on the road, that they can just go as fast as they want. Everybody should be driving under the speed limit today. And even when you're starting, it's great conditions. You don't know what you're going to encounter down the road. And we've heard that you have some slushy spots, some ice. I've even heard some icy spots out east. So at the end of the day, drive very defensively. Slow down. And if you do that, you will most likely make it to your destination.
Yeah, great tips this morning. Sergeant Alvarado, thanks for calling in.
As the spring snowstorm moves across the state, power companies have their extra crews out today as well, trying to handle outages, which we are seeing. Here's a live look at Xcel's power outage map. We have surpassed 50,000 customers right now without power. Xcel has about 165 extra staff on standby right now trying to work to get the power back on. The city of Denver is opening several shelters to help people get out of the snow and the cold. If you are looking for that or know somebody who is, they're opening the city's front door shelters, which have expanded capacity for the cold weather. They'll stay open till tomorrow, 11 in the morning on Thursday. Denver Parks and Rec is also operating rec centers as daytime warming centers during regular business hours. 9 News photojournalist Foster Gaines spoke with a woman who said when people offer to help, it's a reminder that people on the street struggling aren't struggling alone. Still ahead, our weather impact alert coverage continues. We keep an eye on the weather and the snowy impact today. We'll have reporters out on the road showing us the latest on driving conditions, all of that after the break. And a reminder, you can always stream 9 News everywhere you watch. Just scan the QR code on your screen and watch for free. Quick check outside right now over the city of Denver, looking pretty gloomy, just kind of sucked in with the snow today. The winter weather that we've been waiting for all season finally decided to show up in May. Go figure. As a result, our 9 News Weather Impact team has issued a weather impact alert for today. This spring snowstorm is still moving through, and travelers at DIA are facing some flight concerns, depending. This morning, we've seen dozens of delays and cancellations. Here is your FlightAware misery map. Over the past 4 hours, 84 flights have been delayed at DIA, just 1 cancellation. Earlier this morning, most of the canceled flights were on those smaller regional routes, Cheyenne, Grand Junction, but the routes across the country are now starting to be impacted as well. We will keep an eye on those. If you're not traveling by plane today, you might be traveling by car, and drivers have been battling snowy roads today as well. 9 News reporter Shalima Maharaj joins us in Evergreen this morning with a look at conditions. It really hasn't been terrible for some people, Shalima. Others have a little more to deal with.
Exactly. It really depends on where you are. Evergreen Fire Rescue said that yesterday they actually responded to about 9 vehicle crashes. Today, we're still waiting for an update on that. But in terms of what we've been seeing, it's a lot of this stuff. It's a lot of that wet snow, a lot of that very heavy stuff. And that is what's actually been bringing down some tree branches as well. And just over here, this one came down a little earlier this morning when we were around. I won't lift the whole thing. It's kind of heavy, but this is one of them. One piece. We have another tree over there that also had a branch snap. But the real thing here has been, not having those branches snapping very close to those power lines just over there. Now, the roads themselves, as we have been traveling throughout the morning, we've been seeing some areas where it's been a mix of ice and snow, so it's been really tough to get through. So if you're trying to get through there, your vehicle's traction system is definitely going to be put to the test. Now over here right now, we're seeing a lot of snow melting. We're seeing a lot of water pooling. And for a lot of people here who really haven't seen a ton of this snow, and obviously across the state, we've been really longing for something like this, it's actually come as something that people are really welcoming. We've actually seen a few more people coming out here to walk in the snow, and it is still coming down outside right now. So for now, this is what the condition is like here in Evergreen. Again, differing from place to place throughout the area. But for now, we're going to send it back to you in studio.
Shalima, thank you. Even though we are turning the corner into summer soon, you got to make sure your car can handle driving in the snow first. This is like the dad advice. Be careful before you drive, right? Check your windshield wiper fluid, your tires, your batteries. Make sure you have enough gas. All the lights and the wiper blades are working properly. That's the beginning of the checklist. Now, if you're in the snow this morning or sometime today, take it slow. Give yourself time. You are not racing anybody anywhere. If you're going to be doing any hard braking, turning, accelerating, that's a bad idea. Make sure you clear the snow and the ice off your car before you head out, and leave yourself extra space between vehicles. If you come across a crash, do not get out of your car. Officials say you're actually safer usually if you stay inside your car and try to call for help or kind of put eyeballs on it from a distance. It is important to have an emergency kit inside your car. This is really good advice just for any time of the year. So your kit should have a snow brush, blankets, food and water, a flashlight with extra batteries. Also, tire chains. That's just a good idea in Colorado, right? A first aid kit, flares, reflectors, just something that in case you were to get stranded on the side of the road in poor weather, somebody can see you. All right, coming up, as the snow rolled in last night, Jeffco's emergency management team had their operations center up and running, making sure people are moving safely. After the break, we'll give you a behind-the-scenes look. let's do a quick check outside over Coors Field, where the snow has blanketed the field, but they're starting the cleanup because we've got a baseball game tonight. Got to clear that field at some point. Our weather impact team has issued a weather impact alert for today. Seems like as good a day as any for it, right? As the storm rolled in, some people up in Weld County, though, they got a rough wake-up call in the middle of the night. A code red alert went out at midnight.
Freeze warning in effect from 8 p.m. Wednesday to 8 a.m. MDT Thursday.
Weld County says they didn't send that message. It came from the National Weather Service. Code Red is an opt-in alert system. All counties have them. You basically sign up your phone for alerts at your address. If you want to be a little more specific on the kind of alerts you get, you can change your settings to get texts for warnings instead of phone calls in the middle of the night. But overall, I don't want to discourage anyone from signing up for alerts. We actually tell you all the time this is the smart and safe thing to do because you might have an extreme weather situation like a tornado warning that the National Weather Service will use a wireless emergency alert, whether you've opted in or not. But just generally speaking, we tell you go find your county alert systems, sign up for them. However you want to get your alert, you need to be getting these things. It does stink sometimes getting them at midnight, though. So hopefully folks were able to go back to sleep. Officials in Jefferson County were hard at work last night as the county's emergency operations center was up and running, tracking the storm, coordinating with agencies across the area. That is their central hub in that county for coordination between the sheriff's office, CDOT, Homeland Security, local emergency managers from the cities like Arvada, Wheat Ridge, Lakewood. Officials use a real-time mapping system to track incidents. They plot a dot on the map every time a deputy or county official submits a report. Emergency manager Nathan Whittington says the county's limited snowfall this year also added another layer of concern because the ground is so hard. They were worried that water would wash right off it and start flooding as the snow accumulates. And as conditions evolved overnight, Whittington said the Emergency Ops Center was prepared to bring in law enforcement or public health officials or utility reps if needed.
You have to be prepared, but you also have to be dynamic because depending upon where the storm hits, where they get the most amount of storm, whether it's going to be evergreen, that 6,000 to 9-foot area versus down here, will really determine the type of impacts that we will see across Jefferson County.
Jeffco's asking the public to do their part, please. Drive safe and be smart. Today's storm is a welcome sight to most, but it can also cause problems for plants and trees. Experts say wet, heavy snow can weigh down branches, causing them to break. That's one of the biggest concerns, right? Onto roofs or power lines. Most established plants should be able to handle this fine, but those newer sensitive plants budding or just now blooming weirdly early this year because of the weather, they could really struggle in cold temps. Overall, experts say they expect the good will outweigh the bad this time.
Mostly good. I think, the moisture, Colorado desperately needs that moisture for the drought. So I think it'll be mostly good. We just got to keep an eye on those new plants and those tree branches. But I'm really hoping that moisture just helps everything in the landscape.
Lisa says you can use anything that helps you to knock snow off trees, shake those branches a bit. Just make sure you do it safely where the snow doesn't all fall on top of you. And even though the snow can be concerning, it's a really good opportunity to bring weather to our drought-stricken yards and gardens. Colorado law allows people to keep more than 100 gallons of rainwater that can fall and save it on your property for use. But what about snow melt or just capturing piles of snow on your property? 9 News reporter Marshall Zellinger learned about what you can and can't keep from your own property snow.
That peaceful sound is also a welcome sight for yellow lawns. And with inches of snow forecast through Wednesday, there will be more moisture than those lawns know what to do with at once. Colorado law allows you to snag rain in a barrel. But what about keeping snow?
The idea behind it was to get people thinking about water conservation and saving some precipitation.
Democratic State Senator Jesse Danielson sponsored the rain barrel bill in 2016, which allows you to collect 2 55-gallon barrels worth of precipitation from a rooftop downspout. It's known as a rain barrel. What about snow?
I guess, Marshall, what I would say is I wrote the rain barrel bill. I'm not sure I'm the rain barrel police.
I mean, it is in the sense that snow is precipitation, yes.
Jason Ullman is the state engineer and head of the Division of Water Resources. He explains that homes and development impact previous water rights.
Because the condition before your house existed is what those water rights were used to. That water was previously falling on the ground and soaking into the ground and coming out in the stream.
Agriculture users in municipal water districts rely on water that falls from your home and eventually makes it into the streams and rivers where they access their water.
You are depriving them or depleting the stream by collecting it and using it on your property instead.
And the rain barrel law defines the water as precipitation, which would include snow, and limits the amount to 2 rain barrels totaling 110 gallons.
So that's primarily the reason why it's not allowed that you couldn't just cover your yard in plastic and collect all of the precipitation and then pull the plastic at the end of the day and let it soak in.
I just love that this law is making people think about conserving water in such a way they're thinking about capturing snow.
That was Marshall Zellinger reporting. So who polices how much rain or snow you keep? It's not the actual police. The Division of Water Resources handles complaints, and a local water commissioner would follow up. But Marshall found there's not been any complaints. Well, from the mountains to the metro, our crews are tracking snowy conditions all across the state, and our man in the mountains takes us to the high country next.
And welcome back. I'm 9 News Weather Impact Team Meteorologist Chris Bianchi with a look at that snowy forecast, although that forecast is only going to be snowy for the next hour or two in Denver before, well, we get some 80s back in the picture for next week, because our weather, it is wild. It is snowing pretty steadily right now in downtown Denver, 32. So we have dropped down to freezing. We pulled down. This is what we call dynamic cooling, where you're able to literally physically pull down that colder air from the upper levels of the atmosphere that has cooled us down to freezing. We've been right around the freezing mark all morning long. But that's part of the reason why we've seen so much melting on that snow that has already fallen. Winter storm warning that continues till 3 o'clock for the entire Denver metro area. Foothills, same idea for us as well. Winter weather advisories as well. So this is the last gasp of snow. I will say it's held on quite a bit longer than I thought here in Denver, but that snow should come to a close by noon, 1 o'clock at the latest. Southeast Colorado getting the steadiest snowfall. But in Fort Collins, that snow, in fact, starting to see some sun come out. I was just looking at some of the cameras there. Fort Collins, Loveland, Greeley. That sun's starting to poke through. Your snow is definitely done. Denver getting a little bit of that snow, steadiest and heaviest south and west sides of the metro area. And then the eastern plains getting some of that steadier snow right now as well. Southeast Colorado getting the bulk of the snow. So next few hours, again, in Denver, that snow is going to come to a close pretty quick. We're already getting that drying, downsloping wind off the Cheyenne Ridge and off of the northern Front Range, and that will push out that snow into southern Colorado over the next few hours. Rain still continues for the southeast part of the state, and it will come to a close entirely later on tonight. By sunset tonight, it'll be done statewide. By the way, first 8 p.m. or later sunset of the year in Denver tomorrow. How about that? Freeze warning, eastern plains, and same for northwestern Colorado and the southwestern corner of the state. The coldest temperatures from this event will be tonight and early tomorrow morning. I was texting about this with my my high school and middle school buddy, Steve Gelbs, who's the sideline reporter for the New York Mets. That first pitch tonight for that Rockies and Mets game at 20th and Blake is going to be right around 30 degrees. It's going to put it up there in terms of coldest first pitches on record at Coors Field. Coldest one on record back in April 2013, 23. Will not break that, but certainly going to be on the chilly side. 20s, eastern plains, teens and 20s in the mountains. So a cold night. I will say, if you're watching me, and this will matter for vegetation purposes, west side of Denver, you will be on the warmer side. So Boulder, Highway 93, east to about downtown, your lows will be in the upper 20s to about 30 degrees. East of I-25, you're going to be in the mid to maybe even lower 20s. So big gap on each side of the metro area with thanks to downsloping winds. Eastern plains, teens and 20s for us, where you don't get those downsloping winds. Tomorrow, cold start, but then we wave bye-bye, say bye, snow, bye. It's going to be gone in 24 hours, basically entirely, because this has got a shelf life of about 18 hours, the snow that we're getting right now. 60s, 70s, eastern plains, 40s, 50s in the high country, and that 7-day forecast. This is a Denver special 7-day forecast, right? I mean, this is what makes us so unique, is we're getting a major 4 to 8 inch May snowstorm, and it's going to be in the mid 80s early next week. So beautiful this weekend, by the way. Isolated showers Saturday, Sunday, no big deal. Mountains will have a bit more coverage than that. But then early next week, it's going to be back in the mid 80s. So a certainly special forecast, a Denver special forecast for us. Those snow with the snow, and then back into the 80s. So, you know, I feel like it's such a saying that you hear about everywhere. It's like, I'm from Kentucky, and if you wait 5 minutes, the weather will change. I'm from Missouri, the weather changes.
Yeah. Everyone claims that it's for real for us.
It's like actually for real. And
your 7 days always make me laugh so much, because I'm like, oh, all in 1 week. Okay, a little bit of something for everyone.
Mike Nelson has a saying about it. He's like, you know, all these different states say it, and then in Colorado, it is.
It actually is.
It is.
It actually is. All right. Well, hey, let's go check on one of the places that got, I think, the most snow of everybody, right? Estes Park was right in the, what'd you call it, Corey? The bullseye is where you are today. Corey Reppenhagen, never happier than when he's covering an active weather event. So let's send it over to you, my friend.
Congrats, Corey.
Hey, you know, sometimes I love ending up in the bullseye, but you know who loves ending up in the bullseye even more than me? The people that live here in Estes Park. Everybody is absolutely elated, not only because it looks absolutely beautiful, but it also is pretty important because they were drying out so very quickly after such a dry winter. There was some legitimate concern for an early start to wildfire season, which they know can still happen, but this at least increases their chances or lowers the probability of wildfire happening. Now, as far as that snow, I mean, when we talk about a bullseye, I think the Larimer County foothills, pretty clear. Everywhere we're seeing huge piles of snow. There's 19 inches right on this bench right out here. So we're measuring anywhere between 19 and 23 inches right here on Elkhorn, right down to the main street of town. The biggest report in Estes Park today is just on the south side of town, 28 inches. So 22 to 28 inches, a widespread snow event, just awesome. Right now the snow is done. I see quite a bit of blue skies above me. The sun is already starting to have an impact here. The plows only had to plow this road. This is Elkhorn Avenue here down to Main Street, Estes Park. They only had to plow it once because the sun has been doing the rest of the work. And as far as the rest of the impacts from this snow, like you are dealing with down on the Front Range with the snow on the trees, we are not immune to that here in the foothills, but there's a slight difference. You can kind of see this aspen tree right across the street here in front of these shops. You don't see too much sagging with those branches, and believe it or not, this is still wet snow for us here in the foothills, but it is a little bit fluffier and drier, and just a little bit of a breeze this morning has been knocking some of the snow out of these branches. So, and also give the fact that these trees are used to heavy snow, and they are also used to heavy winds. So they're a little bit weeded out as far as some of those branches that will break. So we haven't seen any of those branches breaking like we've seen down on the Front Range, but now we're gonna watch and see if we can see if this snow can melt away as fast as it came. It's probably going to take a little bit longer. This took about a little bit more than 24 hours to all fall, and it's probably going to take about 3 or 4 days to all melt away here in Estes Park, but it's going to be a slow seep, and we are all loving it. Jenny, live in Estes Park, meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen, 9 News.
Corey, I love that, you know, the people in Estes Park are built different. So are the trees, right? This is nothing. They love it. They'll take it. They're strong. They can handle it. All right, Corey, thank you. And a lot of the high country is seeing heavy snowfall even earlier this week. It's been a very busy week for them. The heavy, wet snow could spell trouble, though, if you're headed to the backcountry. Here's a look at the Colorado Avalanche Information Center, their danger scale map. It ranges, right? So you've got the yellow zone, that's moderate. You've got the orange zone, that's considerable. And then up north, that red zone, that is the highest danger. And the Avalanche Information Center said this could change, and it very well might be changing now. The Eastern Front Range, they're expecting to enter into high danger at some point today.
Probably going to be the highest during the storm when we're getting the really heavy snowfall, you know, high precipitation rates, you know, snow in a couple inches an hour. That's where it's going to be the most dangerous. But then after the storm, we're going to kind of shift problems. We're going to move away from that storm instability, and we're going to move into some wet avalanche danger, mostly point releases.
Recommendation, as always, is just keep checking the forecast. Don't go anywhere blind. Make sure you know what you're going into. And if you do head to the backcountry this week, just again, all the prep work, all the things you know you need to be safe. These snowy conditions are still going strong in the high country, and we've got Matt Renew, our man in the mountains, up there on watch. He was at the tunnels all morning. Are you in Silverthorne now? Have you moved, or are you still right by the tunnels? We're going to hear Matt in just a second. Hang with us. He's fixing his mic. He's in real time. There we go, Matt. We can hear you now.
We'll do this as long as we can. I think maybe the cold is starting to affect our microphone here. So I'll tell you, yeah, we're in Silverthorne, and it's blowing sideways here. The snow is coming in with a new band of moisture, blowing in pretty strongly at this hour here in Silverthorne. We dropped elevation from the tunnels, and it started getting worse down here. And so this is maybe some of the strongest snow we've seen all morning long. Look at visibility, really hard to see anything here in Silverthorne. And whether it's here, the Eisenhower Tunnel, Bakerville, it's looking a lot like winter with this storm just blowing in. It has been significant amounts of snow all morning long here in the high country. 7 to 8 inches of snow piling on. all over western Colorado from this storm. Great for the rivers and streams, not so good for driving. You're out on the roads, it's going to be pretty tough getting around. But having said that, CDOT's been doing a really nice job of clearing the roads. We'll pan the camera back here over at Silverthorne. If you can even see it, that's I-70 down below there. It's actually pretty clear. It's been running very nicely thanks to CDOT clearing it, doing their laps in tandem, but also a brief moment of sunshine every now and then, melting some of that snow. But boy, it is coming on again here in Silverthorne. Just a lot of snow here in just the past 30 minutes rolling through the high country. Proof that this storm's not quite done yet here in Colorado. Reporting from Silverthorne and Summit County, I'm Matt Renew, 9 News. Jenny, the microphone's actually worked now for 2.5 minutes. Maybe it's warming up. I don't know. Just glad we got through that live shot.
I am so glad we have someone like you who can troubleshoot in real time while doing live shots. My goodness, Matt Renew, we don't deserve you. Thank you, my friend. Coming up, well, actually, no, not coming up right now. New at this hour, we've just learned that the Denver Zoo has announced they actually won't open today. They initially had a delayed opening. They figured they'd be up by noon, but now that snowfall actually broke some branches and trees on the property. So the zoo says, we're just gonna shut down today. Look at these lazy lions just hanging out. No visitors today. We're just going to be hanging out by ourselves. The crews are going to be out there cleaning up the mess and hopefully can welcome folks back tomorrow. Let's check back in on the travel concerns out at DIA today. We've already seen a few dozen delays and cancellations. Here's a look at your FlightAware misery map. Over the past couple hours, 85 flights have been delayed, just one cancellation. Earlier this morning, there were a few more cancellations, most of them on smaller regional routes, Cheyenne, Grand Junction, you get the idea. Now we're starting to see these cross-country trips being impacted as well. Some people did not have the choice to stay home today. They had to get in the car and drive for work. And if you're one of them, sorry, solidarity, I feel ya. But you do have to have some things in your car. It's just a good idea, especially living in this state, to just have an emergency bag ready to go. Morning News anchor Corey Rose gives us a walkthrough of what you should have.
If you have to hit the road today, it's a good idea to have your car. Be prepared for the snow just in case you get stranded. So I'm going to walk you through some things that you should probably already have in your car. If you don't, you should definitely go and take the time and put them in your car. First off, of course, you should always have a blanket in your car just in case. Always have the jacket in the car as well. Jumper cables, always a great idea as well. Food, water, snacks, things that are kind of non-perishable or can last a long time in the car. You've got your flashlight, your reflectors, and of course your first aid kit as well. You need the snow brush and the ice scraper as well. All great things to have in your car kind of all season long.
We're following some developing news out of Garfield County this morning where the sheriff's office says Highway 6 is closed near Rifle due to a crash involving a train and a tanker truck. Colorado State Patrol confirmed the train derailed. We do not know what type of train it is, although we were asking. We're also trying to get a better sense on how many people were on this train, passengers, or just like a staff situation. The sheriff's office says there have only been minor injuries reported so far. So we are following this, trying to get some more information, and as soon as we have it, we will pass it along to you. Today's storm has taken down some trees, including one at our very own Keely Chalmers' house. We'll check back in with her on the damage and what people are doing coming up after the break. Also, remember, you can always stream 9 News Now everywhere you watch. Just scan the QR code on your screen and watch for free. All right, let's check outside another time. Horsetooth Reservoir with a nice icicle right in front of the camera. Sun looks like it's coming out now. It's looking real pretty out there. All across the state, we are seeing the snowstorm and the impacts. Some areas got more than 2 feet of snow. We've also been talking a lot about downed power lines and tree lines. Meteorologist Keely Chalmers woke up to a downed tree on her house this morning. The tree lives in her neighbor's yard, but fell onto her house. Luckily, not any real damage. And Keely's been standing out there all morning, giving us a look, showing people how to shake off their branches, letting her dog play in the yard. Keely, you didn't really travel to work today. You just kind of walked outside.
Right, this was an easy day. I just had to head outside, but boy, was it a scene when I went outside. I had several downed branches, situations like this one right here. You talked about that tree from my neighbor's yard. Here it is. You can see it is just weighted down with snow. It's a good thing that my house was right here. It actually caught the tree before it could snap in half. So I think maybe my house actually saved the tree. But yeah, it's not just on my house. It's actually over into my deck right now, the very top of the tree. This is what we're dealing with, this very heavy, thick snow. No question, this is fantastic for the drought. We love to see the snow, but yeah, it is tough for trees and whatnot. And this is actually one of the downed branches from my front yard. This is the only one that I could bring into the backyard because the other ones were massive and way too big to come down. Oh, and by the way, this is Blue. This is my dog Blue, who just is having about the time of her life today. Not so great for trees, fantastic for drought, and certainly fantastic for dogs. This snow. Here's another one. I have my broom out here because I've been getting the snow off with it. On my shed, you can see, I mean, literally just a blanket of snow up there on the tree. The official, well, I would say official, the unofficial total here in my backyards when it comes to snowfall, I measured it with my elementary school ruler, is just over 8 inches. I think you can see it right here. It's not very scientific, but about 8.5 inches here in my backyard of snow. According to the National Weather Service, it takes anywhere from only 3 to 5 inches of snow to bring down small branches, about 8 inches of snow to bring down large branches, and a foot of snow could be catastrophic for trees. So thank goodness we did not get a foot of snow, but certainly nice to get about 8 or so inches here in Boulder. We need it for the drought. I also want to point out our power did go out a couple times this morning, but I tell you what, it was out for maybe a matter of minutes. Those power crews working hard to keep everybody safe and their power on. Reporting live from Boulder, I'm 9 News Weather Impact Team meteorologist Keely Chalmers. Jenny, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, and thank you for the look at Little Blue. We appreciate you. In Boulder, this week's snowstorm forced some closures, like county parks and open space, which closed a whole bunch of trails yesterday. They're worried about mud. All the trails at Hall Ranch are closed, as well as 5 in Heil Valley Ranch, 2 in the Ron Stewart Preserves at Rabbit Mountain. There could be more closures. Don't be surprised if you see more announced, and they will reopen when conditions allow. Officials say these closures help protect plants and the trail infrastructure, of course. Well, snow happens, yes, but the show must go on, at least for one night. Still ahead, we'll take you out to Red Rocks, where fans were out in full force for last night's concerts. We'll be right back.
Avalanche looking to take a 2-0 lead.
Wallstead out, Gustafsson in.
Minnesota. They really need a win tonight. Feels like game 1 again.
Gets his third of the playoffs. Wedgwood does his best Statue of Liberty, says, I got it. Minnesota's fine. He's been terrific. What a save by Wedgwood.
The Avalanche strike again.
Colorado has a masterclass performance tonight, and Colorado's going to cruise to a 5-2 win.
The Stanley Cup contender conversation is not a deep one, but it starts with depth, and the Avs have the most. 12 players have scored in just 2 games in this series. That's the most in NHL history. They also have a 2-0 lead, and Minnesota, they're in deep trouble.
There's the one-timer. McKinnon on the power play.
What we're doing is sustainable. I feel like we're generating a lot of chances, and they're not just some lucky goals.
Side of the net, covered by Wedgwood.
You know, either one could be, score 9 goals. That's also Avalanche hockey, right? So, but I just think, after game 1, regardless if you win or not, there's always things you can improve on. And, to a man, just, mirror everything, I think, contribute a little bit to 9 days off and a little bit of our minds, being a little bit off detail. But, obviously guys step up, play a tight game, don't give them a ton of room. And I think, all 60 minutes, both ends of the ice, I think everything's really good tonight.
And then Wedgwood does his best Statue of Liberty, says, I got it.
We just try and let him see the puck there, and most of the time he can get it. So for us, it's reassuring to have a guy like that, but I still feel like we can be a little bit better in front of him.
He's been unbelievable for us. You can feel the confidence he's got, and he bleeds through the lineup. So he's been unbelievable, and it's nice to have him.
A chance of Wedgie.
Hard not to hear it out there. No, they do a good job of letting me know. No, I love it. Obviously, like I said, found a home here and been very vocal with them, and social media stuff, all that fun stuff. I enjoy it. I love to talk, and they've taken to me. And when they get going there and are behind me, it's obviously a nice boost for my own ego.
The chance of Wedgie travel north to Minnesota, and the Wild are uncomfortable. Reporting from Ball Arena, John Treach, 9 News.
The spring snowstorm has changed the Rockies' schedule this week at Coors Field. Tonight's game against the Mets actually got pushed back. It was an afternoon game. Now it's a 7:20 first pitch, thanks to the weather. They're still clear in the field, which makes sense. You got to wait till the snow stops to really get working on it. Tuesday night's game was postponed. They'll make that up tomorrow afternoon at 1:10. The snow stopped the Rockies from taking the field last night, yes, but it did not stop all the fun here in Colorado. Red Rocks still hosted a show last night in the snow. Turns out the storm didn't seem to faze the most dedicated fans. A bunch of people still showed up to see French DJ David Guetta. 9 News reporter Janelle Finch was out in Morrison talking with fans.
For more reasons than one, David Guetta fans will be making memories at Red Rocks.
One for the books, right?
Standing in 30-degree weather and snow takes a special kind of person.
True fans.
Myrna Solorzano is one of those special people.
It's what Colorado people do, like somebody from down in Florida would not understand this, but we Colorado people, we're built for it,
She says she's been listening to the French DJ since high school. Snow wasn't keeping her at home.
We are staying towards the last end of everything. We have a survival kit in the car, so we are ready. We are built for this.
Solorzano says she's been mentally preparing for the cold for a week. Naname Mikeno
yesterday
had less time to get ready.
Yeah, and we didn't know the weather was going to be this bad.
But she pivoted her concert outfit last minute.
It was like a skirt and a tank top and like a puffer.
And is ready for her first snowy show at Red Rocks.
And it's like Colorado. It's like kind of like the snow point.
Some may even consider it a Colorado badge of honor for a concert people surely won't forget.
Weather's not going to stop us.
Yeah, I'm so ready.
Indie rock band Bright Eyes was scheduled to perform tonight at Red Rocks, but the venue announced earlier this week on Monday they were going to go ahead and postpone that show due to weather. So some people want to play in the snow, some people don't.
What do you want to do?
I don't mind playing in the snow, but if I'm going to go to a ticketed event, I don't know if I want to sit in the snow.
I agree with that. What does Cora want to do?
Probably play in the snow.
She does?
Maybe. Hadn't had a lot of snow yet this year. She doesn't know much about
Her
it.
lifetime. She is, right?
Right. Yeah, she doesn't know much about it. What about Penny?
This is Penny's heaven. This is Miami Beach for her right now. She's laying
Even
out
her
there
little
like
belly
she was on South
drags
Beach.
in the snow because she's so short.
Yeah, her undercarriage. But we picked up, my understanding, My wife is currently texting me. I believe we are up to a full corgi and a half, corgi leg and a half of snow. So we're closing in about a half penny of snowfall. We'll get you some action shots here shortly.
Okay, very good, very good. Well,
but
we made it.
Last burst of snow right now.
Yeah.
We're basically done with the accumulating stuff.
Okay.
Anything that we get right now will be, in fact, the sun's starting to poke through in Fort Collins and down through Longmont. Any last snow will be done here within the hour.
Okay, it's been a morning. Thanks for leading us through it. Much more coming up on 9 News at noon. Are you hanging out?
I'm hanging out.
All right,
Let's do it.
See you then. Maybe. Next on 9 News at noon, it may be May, but we all woke up to plenty of snow, and it's not just in the mountains, but all across the metro. Plus, we've all been saying it, we need this moisture to relieve some of our drought. Is it working? And the Avs are winners yet again after beating the Minnesota Wild in Game 2 last night. Those stories and more now on 9 News at noon. Thanks for joining us here on this snow day. I'm Sam Shocker. My kids were so excited to have the day off. The snow has now stopped, but it's left its mark. Look at all of this behind me. Cities and towns all over the metro got measurable snowfall, along with the foothills like Evergreen, and of course, in the higher elevations. Now, while there was plenty of snow on the side of the road, commuters in the metro probably expected more of the snow to affect their travel, but instead,
The roads looked more like this, water covered, not really icy, thank goodness, and that really was a relief to many of us. But the snow covered a little more of the roads in Evergreen and other foothill towns. There were several crashes reported last night, but nothing really serious so far today. There's even more snow on the roads in the higher elevations. A lot of blue routes on the co-trip map. So that means snow-covered roads, but CDOT, they do have those plows out. And the concerns about the heavy, wet snow bringing down tree branches, it became a reality in many areas. Our senior meteorologist has been talking about this all week. In fact, check this out. This is a branch near Kipling and Quincy. It was so heavy, it was on top of that SUV. Not sure if the branch broke or if it was just weighed down. Also, this picture, some branches did simply break off, like that one that you're seeing right now in Wheat Ridge. Several school districts called off today, not only because of the snow accumulation concerns, but because of power outage threats. Right now, there are around 47,000 Xcel customers without power. A few hours ago, Xcel reported there are around 55,000 without power, but they say crews are out working on repairs. All right, so that is a live look right there over downtown Denver. It looks like the snow has stopped. You do see some of that accumulation there, and our weather impact team is in some of the hardest hit areas. We got Kaylee Chalmers in Boulder, Corey Reppenhagen in Estes Park, but we begin with our senior meteorologist, Chris Bianchi, who has the latest snow totals and whether this will make a dent in our drought situation.
Yeah, this is certainly going to make a dent in the drought, no doubt about it. We got a lot of water within this. This is not a drought buster, to be clear, but this is a drought denter, no doubt about it. We picked up, in most cases across the metro area, about an inch of what I will call liquid gold, and that's falling in the form, of course, in frozen version, which is snow. And let's take a look at some of those snow totals that we've got. In Boulder, I just got to update that to 11 inches. The Weather Service, as we came on the air, updating that to 11 inches. I believe that is now the biggest May snow event for us in Boulder in about 20 years. I'll have to double check those numbers. I'll get back to you with that in a few minutes. But in Denver, here at the 9 News backyard, about 5 inches of snow. It is still snowing. A lot of that is melting as we speak. 8.2 in Westminster, a good snowstorm, no doubt about that, for most of the metro area. Officially at the airport, we're at 4.7. That will be updated shortly, and that makes it our biggest May snowstorm officially in the city of Denver since 2003, so biggest May snowstorm in 23 years in the Mile High City. It's not over yet, though it is coming to a close. Northern Colorado is still under a winter storm warning for Larimer County in the foothills, at least. Denver under a winter storm warning until 3. That will probably get canceled pretty soon because that snow is coming to a close from north to south. Southeast Colorado getting that steadiest snow. In Denver, just a few leftover flakes. South Metro still getting the steadier snowfall. But where we've seen a lot of snow so far today, Keely, I was mentioning this at the start, 11 inches officially, according to the Weather Service, out of Boulder, and they just measured 11 inches there. What is it leading to in terms of those impacts? We've been texting all morning, right? I mean, we've had lots of branches down trees. What's it leading to up there? And by the way, how is Blue continuing to enjoy the snow as well?
Oh, are you kidding me? Blue is my dog. She loves this. This is ideal, but yes, not ideal for tree branches. No question, as you mentioned. I got up this morning and started sending you pictures. A lot of heavy snow. Again, great for drought, great for dogs, not so great for the tree branches. Here's one thing that we're dealing with at my house. This is actually my backyard. This is my neighbor's tree, and you can see just weighted down with that wet, heavy snow all the way onto my house and onto my deck. It's a good thing, actually, that my house was there. It kept that tree from probably snapping in two. So, yeah, 11 inches official. In my backyard, I think we got up to close to 9 inches, but I'll tell you what, it is actually starting to melt a little, kind of condense a bit because the sun is out and it's almost getting warm. But again, we've been dealing with these downed branches. This is actually a branch I got from my front yard. It was the only one that I could carry back here to show you because the other ones were so big, they were out of control. They were just too heavy to carry back here. Here's another tree you can see on my shed, just covered with thick, heavy snow. So again, this is what we're going to be dealing with for the next several hours. The sun is out though, and it is starting to melt the snow. Great news. I also want to point out real quick, the power did go out for a couple minutes twice, but I tell you what, power crews got that power on quickly. So they are working hard. That is a live look at the situation here in Boulder. We're going to send it up to Estes Park to my colleague, meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen, who is playing in feet of snow, I hear. Corey?
Keely, it is an amazing day out in here at Estes Park. We also have snow falling from the trees, but compared to down on the Front Range, it's much fluffier. It's still wet and heavy, but compared to what you guys are seeing down there on the lower Front Range, this is a little bit fluffier, and it's kind of just drifting out of the trees without breaking any branches. But yeah, this is the epicenter, the absolute bullseye in Larimer County foothills. Here in Estes Park, we're measuring between 20 and 28 inches across the area, and that is cause for celebration around here after one of the driest winters we've seen in a long time. In fact, in 45 years across the foothills. And the concern that we talk to so many people out here, and the number one concern is the dry timber and the wildfire danger, and they're always looking to the hills, right? So now when they look up to the hills and they see all these thick timber, they now see it covered in snow, and I can tell you that is an absolutely huge sigh of relief for everyone that lives in this area.
Well, you know, all winter long we haven't had much of this, and so there's been a lot of nervousness and hand-wringing about fire danger as the spring and summer come along, and you know, you're just one lightning strike away from having a wildfire, and so to have this kind of moisture is really beneficial, not only to the park but the town and the surrounding areas, and then you know, just the water dump that goes down into the foothills as well.
And you also see those clear blue skies up above that timber up there, and now the sun's going to slowly melt this, and it's actually better than rain. This snow is going to gradually seep into the soil. The trees are going to suck that up over the next 4 or 5 days. Everyone here knows that it's not a solution or a cure for the wildfire issue that we're going to be dealing with this summer, but it is a sigh of relief because they know it is at least a pause button, and it is a probability changer for them. So reporting here at the Bullseye in Estes Park, I'm meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen for the 9 News Weather Impact Team. Sam, back to you.
Corey, thank you. A sigh of relief indeed, and I love seeing Corey out there. Our whole Weather Impact team has done such a great job since early this morning. Well, there have been concerns about the plants and the flowers that are already blooming, and also concerns have been shared about hummingbirds that have already arrived in Colorado. Some viewers shared videos and pictures of the tiny creatures doing okay and feeding fine despite this weather. Still to come, other headlines including the former Aurora dentist serving time for his wife's poisoning death, who's now being sued by his own children. We are following developing news out of Garfield County, a crash between a passenger train and a tanker truck on Highway 6 in Rifle. Here's a live look right there at the scene. You see the presence there of some of the firefighters and ambulances. The sheriff's office says only minor injuries have been reported so far, but Highway 6 is closed in both directions there. We will, of course, have any updates on 9news.com. And while the snow was falling, firefighters in Adams County were busy this morning fighting a fire at a building near 104th and Florence. This was around 4 this morning. No one was hurt, and investigators are working to determine the cause. A former dentist in Aurora poisoned his wife and mother of their 6 children. Now those children are suing him, his former business, and the company that sold him the cyanide he used to commit murder. 48-year-old James Craig is serving life in prison with no chance of parole for killing Angela Craig in 2023. James Craig ordered cyanide from Midland Scientific and had it shipped to his practice. The now closed Summerbrook Dental. An employee there opened it but did not report it until after Angela was in the hospital. The new lawsuit claims Craig deliberately poisoned his wife, that employees at Summerbrook Dental were negligent, and that Midland Scientific had a duty to verify Craig had a legitimate reason to order the poison. It seeks an unspecified amount for the couple's children for, quote, the loss of their mother's care, companionship, guidance, and financial support. 4 of the children are grown. The other 2 are still minors. We did request a comment from the attorneys representing Midland Scientific, but have not heard back.
It's still snowing in Denver right now, but it's about to end. How much snow did we get, and did this make a dent in our drought? I think you're going to like the answers. I'll tell you about that coming up after the break.
Well, good thing the Rockies-Mets game was pushed to tonight. The Crews are going to need time to clear out the snow at Coors Field. You could see it right there. And let's give you a live look over downtown Denver. As Chris Bianchi's been saying, it looks like it is still snowing out there, and there is lots of white visible. It was expected to stop snowing by now. However, how much more is left to fall? Weather Impact Team Senior Meteorologist Chris Bianchi back with us.
Yeah, got the last flakes flying right now. That'll be long done by the time the Rockies and Mets have their first pitch coming up in, about 7 hours. Texting with my buddy Steve Galds, he's the Mets sideline reporter, about this snow. And I think he and a lot of people from outside of Denver, Colorado, are going, what is this weather? And I think for good reason. This is wild stuff. And by the way, just a reminder, it is going to be 85 degrees in Denver on Monday. I'll show you that 7 day in just a second. Right now, 32. Last flakes flying here in downtown Denver. We are basically done. In fact, the winter storm warning just canceled for Denver and the northern foothills. That just coming in within the last 5 minutes. Still holding on to that winter storm warning for eastern Douglas as well as parts of Elbert County. That goes till 3 p.m. today. But that snow coming to a close. If you're watching me from Fort Collins, from Longmont, Loveland, Estes Park, that sun is already breaking through. In fact, might be doing so down to Broomfield and Boulder right now as well. But southeast Colorado getting the steadier snow. There's that drying. What's going on? That wind, that north wind, that cold wind is descending off of the Cheyenne Ridge. That is a drying wind that is getting rid of that snow. Eastern Plains getting that rain-snow mix. But then that snow, again, coming to a close, will push it into southern Colorado over the next few hours. So, again, any last flakes you're seeing now, that'll be done within the hour here across the metro, the majority of the metro area. South Metro holds on to the snow the longest, and then by tomorrow morning it'll be clear, but that allows something to take place called radiational cooling. So when you lose the cloud cover, think of the clouds as a blanket, right? Even though it's obviously cold outside, but that cloud cover is keeping temperatures somewhat in check. If you didn't have clouds, you would allow, at night, you allow all that heat you build up during the day to poof go up into the atmosphere. That's what's going to happen tonight. So that radiational cooling will take place. Freeze warning, temperatures down to low 20s, even upper teens on the eastern plains. 25 in Denver. I will say, if you're a gardener, I know you're paying close attention to the exact temperature. East Metro will be the coldest. West Metro may only drop down to about 30 degrees. We're going to get a slight downslope wind. So again, West Metro, Denver, Highway 93, Golden, Morrison, you're going to be closer to about 30 tonight. East Metro, Aurora, Airport may be in the low 20s tonight. Tomorrow, if you like snow, if you are enjoying the snow, A, this is probably our last snow of the season, and B, look at it, soak it in, and enjoy it, because we're going to wave bye-bye to that snow very quickly tomorrow. This snow has a very short shelf life. This will be done, the snow will be basically gone, melted, by probably 2 or 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Highs 60s or 70s. Doing weather here in Colorado it's a real trip, and 40s and 50s in the mountains, 60s and 70s eastern plains because of wild swings like this. So just to kind of recap the 7-day forecast, truly an historic May snowstorm followed by mid-80s early next week. So really wild stretch of weather coming up here, though. It will be much calmer this weekend, early next week. Final thing I want to leave you with, here's the good news here, folks. We got a lot of water out of the snow as well, about an inch of good precipitation across most of the I-25 corridor. Great news. This will certainly help out with our drought.
The Avalanche keep on rolling. After the break, a recap of last night's playoff victory over the Wild at Ball Arena. As the snow was coming down outside Ball Arena last night, the Avalanche were hot inside. They once again beat the Minnesota Wild, this time 5-2. That gives them a 2-0 game advantage in this second playoff round. 9 News' sports John Treach takes us back through the big win.
The Stanley Cup contender conversation is not a deep one, but it starts with depth, and the Avs have the most. 12 players have scored in just 2 games in this series. That's the most in NHL history. They also have a 2-0 lead. In Minnesota, they're in deep trouble.
There's the one-timer. McKinnon on the power play.
What we're doing is sustainable. I feel like we're generating a lot of chances, and they're not just some lucky goals.
Side of the net, covered by Wedgewood.
You know, either one could be, you're going to score 9 goals. That's also Avalanche hockey, right? So, but I just think, after game one, regardless if you win or not, there's always things you can improve on. And, to a man, just, mirror everything, I think, contribute a little bit to 9 days off and a little bit of our minds, being a little bit off detail. But, obviously guys step up, play a tight game, don't give them a ton of room. And I think, all 60 minutes, both ends of the ice, I think everything's really good tonight.
And then Wedgewood does his best Statue of Liberty, says, I got it.
We just try and let him see the puck there, and most of the time he can get it. So for us, it's reassuring to have a guy like that, but I still feel like we can be a little bit better in front of him.
He's been unbelievable for us. You can feel the confidence he's got, and he bleeds through the lineup. So, yeah, I mean, he's been unbelievable, and it's nice to have him.
A chance of Wedgie.
Hard not to hear it out there. No, they do a good job of letting me know. No, I love it. Obviously, like I said, found a home here and been very vocal with them, and social media stuff, all that fun stuff. I enjoy it. I love to talk, and they've taken to me. And yeah, when they get going there and are behind me, it's obviously a nice boost for my own ego.
The chance of Wedgie travel north to Minnesota, and the Wild are uncomfortable. Reporting from Ball Arena, John Treach, 9 News.
The Avalanche now head to Minneapolis for Game 3. That is set for Saturday night at 7. We'll be right back. How fun. Now, what is a snow day without school and kids not being able to go sledding? We saw plenty of kids with sleds in hand this morning. They were having so much fun out there. I hope my kids joined them. That's all for us at 9 News at noon. We will have more coverage on KTVD. Ay, that was a lot shorter than I thought. Thanks for joining us here at 12:30. I'm Sam Shocker. It is still snowing here in the metro. Cities and towns all over the metro got measurable snowfall. Let's check out Boulder. Snow all over. The city had one of the highest amounts of snow in the metro, getting 11 inches. And here's a look at Fort Collins from this morning. The northern part of Colorado was expected to get the most of the snowfall, but Fort Collins got about as much as some parts of the metro did, 5 inches. And as you'd expect, the higher elevations had more snow. Estes Park was one town that had gotten more than 2 feet, 28 inches to be exact. Now, while there was plenty of snow on the side of the road, commuters in the metro probably expected more of the snow to affect their travel, but instead, the roads looked more like this, water covered, not really icy. That really was a relief to many of us. But the snow covered a little more of the roads in Evergreen and other foothill towns. There were several crashes reported last night, but nothing really serious so far today. Here in Denver, the snow is starting to peter out after falling since overnight. DIA is reporting just under 5 inches of snow. Over at Coors Field, crews are starting to clear the snow off the outfield. The Rockies game is still on as of now. First pitch is set for 7:20. Joining me now, Chris Bianchi in our 9 News backyard. Still a little bit of snow falling on you there, Chris.
A little bit to go, but the accumulating stuff is done and the last flakes are falling. And in fact, starting to see the sun trying to poke on through here in the 9 News backyard. So if you're watching me from the north side of the metro area, the sun's probably already out or been out for some of you. South metro, that is where the snow is still holding on tough, but you can tell with those branches, those leaves behind me, they are snow covered. So remember to shake those off Taylor Swift style here. So let's take a look at some of those snowfall totals. Start things off with what we've seen here in the 90s backyard. It's about 5 inches. I suspect we might be up to about 6 now. I measured that a couple hours ago. So we may be up to about 6 inches here in the 90s backyard. Pretty good storm, no doubt about it, especially for May standards. Boulder now up to 11 inches in Boulder. That makes it your that number just coming in within the last 10 minutes. That is now in Boulder one of your biggest May snowstorms on record. In the mountains, look at this. Estes Park, 28 inches. I mean, just a huge snow for us here in the mountains. In Denver, it is our biggest May snowstorm in 23 years. Worth noting for us specifically in Denver as well, this is not our final number. That was as of 6 a.m. this morning. That number is probably going to end up around 6 in terms of that final total for us officially at the airport, and that's quite a similar number in downtown and central Denver as well. So pretty good snow. Winter storm warning canceled for the Denver area, and still seeing some of that snow across the southeast part of the metro area, but that snow moving south as we speak. Southeast Colorado getting the bulk of the snow right now. More details on that coming up in the next few minutes, as well as a look at that full 7-day forecast, which features just a little bit of everything. So if you like the snow, enjoy it while we've got it, because this snow does not have a long shelf life. This will be melted off here in the next few hours. Details on that in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, thank you. The snow, unsurprisingly, knocking out power all over the Denver metro area and beyond. This is a live look at Xcel's power outage map. More than 57,000 customers are currently without power. Xcel says it has 165 extra staff on standby across the state today. Plenty of snow was falling at Copper Mountain. Just a little too late. Copper closed for the season on Sunday, but A-Basin has a bit more time left. Our Matt Renew explains how the recent snowfall extended the mountain season.
Arapahoe Basin is the last ski area in Colorado still opened. They planned to close Sunday, May 3rd, but with recent snow falling, they decided to extend their season and stay open for one more weekend. So they're taking a break this week, then reopening Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with $39 lift tickets. All this fresh powder just waiting for a few more turns and better skiing in early May than they had back in March.
And we did receive 14 inches of snow since April 25th. I think we got another 3 inches last night, so that certainly helps. And temperatures have really cooled down, and the sun's been hiding behind the clouds. So those conditions factors mixed into the fact that we have this northern facing slope, we have a pretty nimble and quick operation. We were able to extend to offer one more weekend of skiing and riding.
And the wet, heavy snow could spell trouble for those headed back to the backcountry. This is a look at the Colorado Avalanche Information Center's danger scale map as of this morning. The high country is ranging from moderate danger in yellow, as you see there, to considerable danger in orange. And then if you look up north, just west of Fort Collins, that red there, that means high danger. As always, the CAIC recommends checking the forecast for where you're going if you do choose to go out into the backcountry this week. And if you had plans to spend your snow day out at the zoo, you'll have to find somewhere else to go. The Denver Zoo announced it will not be opening today. They initially had a delayed opening scheduled for noon, but say the snowfall broke some branches and some trees. As a result, the zoo is staying shut down for the day while crews clean up the mess. We'll continue to update you on those conditions. And meteorologist Chris Bianchi will be back with us in a few minutes to break down the latest forecast. A 5-year-old is recovering after being found alive more than a day after a deadly crash in La Plata County. Colorado State Patrol says the wreckage was reported just after 12:30 Saturday afternoon on Highway 160 just east of Bayfield. Investigators believe the crash happened about 30 hours before then, around 6 a.m. on Friday. They say the truck had rolled several times and couldn't be seen from the road. The driver, 25-year-old Devontae Griffin, and the passenger, 24-year-old Clarissa Tarango, were killed. They're both from Farmington, New Mexico. That 5-year-old girl was taken to a nearby hospital, but has since been released. At this time, impairment and excessive speed are not being investigated as factors leading to this crash. Weaving in I-25 express lanes in northern Colorado will result in a fine starting tomorrow. That means drivers who enter or exit express lanes outside of designated areas on the I-25 express lanes between Berthoud and Fort Collins will be ticketed. The fines begin at $75 if paid within 20 days, but if not, the fine will increase to $150. CDOT says the fines will be sent to the registered owner of the vehicle. The agency says they had already had a 30-day grace period and issued more than 3,500 warnings. Project Freedom was launched early this week to help ships navigate the Strait of Hormuz, and then it was suddenly called off. The story behind that next. As tensions continue at the Strait of Hormuz, President Trump has now ended his military operation, Project Freedom, just a day after it began. NBC's Richard Engel has more.
After claiming overwhelming success in the war with Iran over which country controls the Strait of Hormuz, last night, President Trump dramatically changed course. He posted that his newly minted military operation, Project Freedom, to escort commercial ships through Hormuz, breaking an Iranian blockade, is suspended the day after it began. Trump said the pause will help diplomatic talks to end the war brokered by Pakistan. His administration had been celebrating the operation just hours before.
This is the first step towards reopening the strait.
Defense Secretary Hegseth earlier saying the operation was going well, with American warships successfully escorting vessels.
We know the Iranians are embarrassed by this fact. They said they control the strait. They do not.
So what changed? The short-lived Project Freedom led Iran to fire at ships and at the nearby United Arab Emirates, setting a refinery ablaze. Two U.S. officials also tell NBC News that two American commercial ships that were targeted by Iran both had U.S. military security teams on board. Trump says the time has come for Iran to give up and that the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports will continue.
They should wave the white flag of surrender.
While once again downplaying the war.
I call it a skirmish because Iran has no chance.
And speaking of Iran, a man who had spent days protesting the war in Iran from atop a Washington, D.C. bridge is now back on the ground. The man climbed the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge on Friday and had been there until first responders got him down today. And the outspoken television pioneer who founded CNN, TBS, TNT, and Cartoon Network has died. Ted Turner bought a struggling Atlanta television station in 1970 and started airing old sitcoms and classic films. It became TBS, the first satellite-based superstation. CNN came in at 1980 to inform more Americans about the news and opinions around them. Turner said in 2018 he had Lewy body dementia, a progressive brain disorder, but it's not known yet how he died this morning. Ted Turner was 87 years old.
The snow continuing for parts of Colorado, though it's coming to a close for us in Denver. So how much snow did we get and how much more can we expect in southern Colorado? Details on that after the break.
Well, we just had one of the biggest spring snowstorms in years, but in Fort Collins, the snow clouds have really cleared out. We got some sunshine, beautiful out there, but a very different view here in Denver, although it looks like the sun is starting to peek through those clouds. There are some dark ones still hanging around. The snow is about to finish, though, I would believe any minute. So let's check in now with our senior meteorologist, Chris Bianchi. How much longer do you think we're going to get some snow, or is it officially done?
It's done. Really, certainly the accumulating stuff. And again, we're just talking about a few flakes left over right now. In fact, we've got some sunny skies just north of Denver. So the snow's done for all intents and purposes. Again, we're just seeing a few flakes. This is the camera view. And this is, again, you might notice there just a few of those snowflakes here in Denver. Pretty low impact at this point. Again, the accumulating snow long over and done with in Denver. South and east of town, though, still seeing some of that steadier snow out across the plains. But north of Denver, that's where that sunshine is poking through, and that's going to continue to sag south and dry up our leftover snow. New total, by the way, officially in Denver, 5.8 inches of accumulation for us in the Mile High City. That's out at the airport. That makes this our biggest May snowstorm since 2003. And I believe this is our second biggest snowstorm of the season for us in Denver officially. So a notable event, rain snow mix for us across the eastern plains. That snow will come to a close from north to south as we head over the next few hours. Still seeing some of that steadier snow across southern Colorado. Again, that'll come to a close here over the next little while, but that snow should be done even in southern Colorado by about sunset tonight. So those last flakes will come to a close pretty quickly. By the way, quick heads up is that tomorrow is our first 8 p.m. or later sunset of the year in Denver. So, and you'll actually be able to see it because we clear out the skies really nicely tonight, and then tomorrow, one of those just beautiful sunny days. That's going to melt off that snow very quickly. Freeze warning for the I-25 corridor on east. This includes Denver. I will say, though, west metro area, probably not going to get down to a freeze tonight just because you're going to get some downsloping winds. So very different story. East Denver, in fact, I'm going to show you those low temperatures. East side of Denver, you're going to drop down to low to mid-20s. West side of town, so Boulder, Golden, east to about downtown Denver, those temperatures probably stay at or above freezing. I've just been looking at the latest model data on that. In fact, maybe close to about 40 in places like Boulder as that downsloping wind kicks in. Teens and 20s in the high country. Tomorrow, once we get past all this, the sun comes out, and if you like the snow, if you're enjoying looking at the snow, well, look at it right now. Go outside, take a peek, enjoy it, look at it, and then you can wave bye-bye because that snow, it's going to be gone. See ya, bye, by about 2 or 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And with a nearly basically 70-degree day and lots of May sunshine, this snow does not have a very long shelf life indeed. 60s, 70s, Eastern Plains, 40s and 50s in the high country for those high temperatures for tomorrow. And that 7-day forecast, we've got that weather impact alert through tomorrow morning because of the hard freeze. So I want to reemphasize the fact that we could, especially in South and West Metro, be dealing with some black ice tonight and that hard freeze tonight as well. That is going to be the reason for the weather impact alert. Then we dry out and warm up really nicely. Mid-70s Saturday, and then next week, early next week, about some mid-80s in Denver under plenty of sunshine. So some very nice weather just around the corner.
All right, Chris, thank you. Tonight's concert at Red Rocks isn't happening because of the weather, but not last night. The David Guetta show went on with snow falling and all. 9 News reporter Janelle Finch talked to fans who didn't mind.
For more reasons than one, David Guetta fans will be making memories at Red Rocks.
One for the books, right?
Standing in 30-degree weather and snow takes a special kind of person.
True fans.
Myrna Solorzano is one of those special people.
It's what Colorado people do, you know, like somebody from down in Florida would not understand this, but we Colorado people, we're built for it, you know?
She says she's been listening to the French DJ since high school. Snow wasn't keeping her at home.
We are staying towards the last end of everything. We have a survival kit in the car, so we are ready. We are built for this.
Solorzano says she's been mentally preparing for the cold for a week. Naname Mikeno
yesterday
had less time to get ready.
Yeah, and we didn't know the weather was going to be this bad.
But she pivoted her concert outfit last minute.
It was like a skirt and a tank top and like a puffer.
And is ready for her first snowy show at Red Rocks.
And it's like Colorado. It's like kind of like the snow point.
Some may even consider it a Colorado badge of honor for a concert people surely won't forget.
Weather's not going to stop us.
Yeah, I'm so ready.
And again, tonight's concert is canceled. And last night, Janelle heard mixed responses from people online, whether last night's show should have also been called off. But it was clear that cancellation was the only way people were going to stay away from David Guetta. With the millions of students across the country, how do you pick a favorite? Bill Nye, the science guy, well, he is trying. We'll meet a boy vying for the title coming up next. A Washington State fourth grader is aiming for the top spot in Bill Nye's America's Favorite Student contest. CNN's Eric Wilkinson spotlights this bright young man and what he brings to the tech table.
Well, I'm trying to build a house right now, but I just need to fit this door into here.
When Jet Lay tackles a project, he sees pieces of solutions coming together, a future that just hasn't happened yet.
I just solve problems in like the most reasonable way.
Even at 10 years old, that means developing new technology to make life easier. His latest idea, building an AI robot to help elderly people around the house.
Like the AI, you could just ask it to like help me get out of bed, and then it'll like make the robot like lift you up and then get you out of bed.
While he loves football and baseball, the Oak Harbor Elementary Schooler also takes college-level courses meant for adults through Google Skills.
You have to be like 18 and over, but I just put my dad's birthday, so we sort of like...
Oh, it's okay. We won't tell anybody. All of this led Jet to the America's Favorite Student contest, where he's competing with about 20,000 other kids from across the country for a $20,000 prize and a meeting with Bill Nye the Science Guy. What makes you America's Favorite Student?
Well, I'm funny, and I also like am smart, and I'm pretty nice to people.
Would I be your favorite reporter?
Yeah.
You've got my vote. Jet has streaked to the top 200 in the competition and is hopeful for a win. As for the future, the fourth grade phenom's father promises his son will use his powers for good and not evil.
I said, Jet, get good with AI now because he loves doing it. And in the future, if AI decides to turn on humanity, you're going to be the guy we're going to call.
At the end of the day, Jet says he simply wants to use his special skills to help people, some of whom can't help themselves. Can you help me program my VCR?
Huh? What's the VCR?
Never mind.
Kudos to him. Ahead, a bear near the springs found itself in quite a weird place. Details on that predicament still to come. Well, we've heard about bears getting into predicaments, but one near Colorado Springs might beat them all. CPW posted this video today from Kristen Nedbalek in Falcon, northeast of Colorado Springs, a 250-pound black bear. He found it himself, down the home's window well, maybe take a little snooze. And he didn't seem too freaked out, but wildlife officers, to be safe, they tranquilized him, had to pull him out through the basement window, then through the house. Officers then took the bear a few hours away, woke him up, and set him free in a more appropriate habitat. All right, Chris, so I'm just curious, what do you think about all the snow? Do you feel like that it exceeded your expectations?
Honestly, it was about right. The good news is, if anything, the road impacts were a bit lower,
Yes.
which is good news. But we got the water we needed, which is so great.
I know, we certainly needed it. Well, all right, you guys, we'll have more news and weather coming up at 3.